Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. I am Captain D-Trag.
I'm Medics.
And that is Iabrea. We are back to Parasite Eve for PlayStation. We are starting in the weapons hold with good old Wayne because we're going to finish this game tonight, I think. We have one last thing to do, though.
We're trying to redeem ourselves after last time.
No, I'm trying to redeem myself. I'm going to take full responsibility of that as well as my drug problem.
Those mimics.
Yeah, they kicked my ass, but I'll tell you what we did, because remember, that's all we got. We technically beat this game already as far as the main story, but yeah, because this is the game you wanted to play. Thank you so much, by the way, for coming back and for everything. We did start it last time. We have the first Chrysler key as well as all the other stuff in our inventory. But yeah, tonight we are going to be going into the Chrysler Building. This is the last challenge we have to do for it, and also since you're the one who seems like you're playing first, Medics, I'm also going to take on the other duty, because we mentioned this last time, because it's been a while, so I'll at least recap a little bit. Last time we saw the end of the game. There's one last challenge in the Chrysler Building, which has the final ending. Is it canonical? The canonical ending, or is it the other one is?
It's the complete ending.
And I guess
to the game.
I guess it goes into then its sequels, which are Parasite Eve 2 on PlayStation and The Third Birthday on the PSP. As far as story, because there's certain things that are happening as far as how those went, because I sort of gave a little bit of an idea of that to myself this week, playing them a little just to get a sense of what are these like, which they all are totally different games, by the way. I was like, there's going to be something we're going to see tonight to explain that, right?
You're talking about the sequel?
The first one. Well, okay,
you know
right.
what? I feel like the second game is just so disjointed from the first game where it can essentially be considered like more like a filler arc.
Okay, because I was saying that there seems to be questions. We'll get into that later, because without spoiling it 100%, we're not going to be in New York in that one. So I'm wondering why, as far as some aspects of Iabrea here. But tonight we'll maybe get an answer to that. We'll see what's going to go on. But as I said, since you're the one playing, also I'm on map duty. We are drawing our own maps out, because remember, this is a randomly generated, not dungeon, it's a tower, really. So yeah, we got to start drawing. I suck at drawing maps, but one thing I'm going to say is that we'll have the pictures in the edit of this, I promise, of all the maps we drew, and you can see his lovely maps and my really shitty ones.
You're a cartographer.
That's the thing. Yeah, to sort of go into this a little bit, today I'm going to be learning how to be a cartographer as well as a better cook, and I appreciate that, Medics, for you so much. But anyway, tonight, we're on day 5, as far as that I played through the game again, to get ourselves set up and also to get defense up. Like, I'm not getting myself killed this way. You'll be fine with you in control. But for that, I'm gonna draw the maps out. But yeah, we're going, right?
We don't make the same mistake twice.
I won't. As I said, you're fine. You've been doing a great job with this game. I'm so happy to have you again. It's been a while, but I said I'll at least go on one thing on that, which is that when we have to get to a case where we can't do it every month, that's fine. We will just schedule, because it is a commitment for sure to be on this program, and I appreciate the commitments that everybody makes in chat out there, and also to my guests, Medics, that was the case, and actually capping off the stream of 3 in a row that have guests on them, because we had the Chrysler 64
right.
for Shadow
You've been
Hearts.
busy.
I've been busy, and I actually also have, we'll go on this one, we can do schedule later. Okay, the door opened. I thought there was some weird graphical artifact there. But, yeah, because Chrysler 64 is on for Par 4 Shadow Hearts. Last week was Guitar Man with Edwack and Nikki, and tonight is you with this game. But as I said, with the schedule, we'll get to that later. Oh, shit, you wait, okay, question. You went up to the floor. Oh, wait, you have to go up to the next one, because we already did this. Okay.
Once you beat the floor, I believe the layout is saved. So
right, and then it
should be able to follow the
next
same
one.
path back up to the 11th floor from this point on.
Right, but the maps that you made that were really nice as far as 11th floor don't mean anything, because I got ourselves killed by the mimic.
So yeah, after 11th and on, we're exploring a whole new world.
Yeah, indeed. Don't you dare close your eyes.
I was hoping you'd say that.
You were? Good, I'm glad.
I set you up for that.
You did, and also our Aladdin player we played last year, there was Nocturne, and she'll be on the show in 2 weeks, by the way. We'll go into that more as far as schedule, because I realized, shit, let me pay attention to where you're going, which you started here.
I'm going left.
You're going left. For that one, yeah, I'm booked for the next 5 months, almost.
Right, we found a treasure room already.
Or 6. Oh, it's already there, shit. Awesome. So we're getting good luck, maybe here. Tea room. This is gonna suck. I'm not... Yeah, hopefully... Okay, we're gonna be put to the test right away.
Nope.
Okay, good, thank God. Getting hit by the bird. Yeah, with our powered up weapon, we're gonna be fine. I think. I hope. But so far, we're doing good. Also, yeah, it looks like it's weird how I'm writing this out. All right, and we do have stuff set. I mean, actually, also thank you, by the way, to one aspect, which is before we started this, we were able to get our inventory pared down. Thank you very much for that, and medics for sure. Hey guys, hey Lickverse, so good to see you tonight. We are going to be finishing, I think,
Hopefully.
Parasite Eve for the PlayStation. So good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well, and feel free to let us know anything you got on this game, other things you want to go into it, other stuff of gaming, and I guess to a certain extent, except for me writing the maps out, which I already fucked us up with because I'm on an edge of a screen. Okay, you know what, I'm going to have to restart this. Yeah, this is, I guess, going to be unopened discussion case. So yeah, we made the left, made left again. I think I probably made it too close again. Shit. Alright, fine, redo. We're tossing paper out. I got tons of printer paper set to this, so it's fine. It's like it was no paths going on so far, right? This is basically going to be an open mic case. Pretty much anything you got on your mind, go, and we're an open book. You tend to be on the show, but just in general, tonight as well because of that. Because we have 66 floors of this left. But we're in good shape, sorta. Especially with the medics in control. So good to see you tonight, by the way, Person. Thank you for showing up. Alright, and we'll see if we get a contest question on this part again. I told you that off screen, I think we'll have to
Will we just, like, pause for a long period of time?
No, we were running through this. But as I said, they took it off. I'll have an edit in for this. I think the audio test we did, I think we need to go into that specific, but just as a brief preface before I cut to that, in the edited version, I'm going to put in a couple days. The last part, and it was just going downward straight, so there's no curves, yes?
Oh.
Except until now.
Go right.
Okay, going right. Yeah, we got a content question, but not a strike. And it's going up. Yeah, I'm gonna get caught in directions for this.
Is this, like, physically possible?
Yeah, it's
We
the
did
end.
it.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so that's 11th floor. And start tea room.
Just go straight.
Okay, so we're at floor 12 now, right?
Yep.
Okay. I don't have anything else to say about this game. That's fine. It's like just
Left.
What?
I'm going left,
I'm going left. Okay.
and then fork up.
So yeah, that's the other thing. As far as how it is, going left and going curved that way. If you were just going to anything else you got, I guess it's going to be an open mic discussion, and same with you, Max, as far as anything you got game-wise. You're actually like, what have I been playing? Which I said, playing, I guess to a certain extent, we're doing on the program specific. I've never experienced the Chrysler Building. I haven't either. You have?
I have.
Race?
It's long, it's repetitive, but it's got the best items in the game, so if you want to really get everything out of this game, then you kind of have to do it.
And also, the other thing is for our show, it doesn't matter necessarily for that, because we can make it not repetitive because of the fact that there's the elevator. And because we can just make it so that, hey, we're going to discuss stuff. I mean, I like that experience. I said, also, what do we do for the show? We go 100% as much as we can on a game specific to pretty much give it the whole experience. What do you do when you're playing this game? Going down. Okay. What is the experience like? We're going to look at everything. Good, bad, ugly, strange, unique, whatever it might be, we're going to go the whole way. And I love that we're doing that at Dead End.
Dead end.
Yeah, like the Pink Panther. Okay, fine. That's an angry video game nerd case, but it's like still the idea of what that is. There is a game based on Pink Panther. That's the other thing. When anything comes up, we talk about game. You ever play the game based on that?
No.
It was Pink Goes to Hollywood, which is on the Super Nintendo and the Sega Genesis. I played the Genesis version, which I think is probably the better one in terms of stuff with its audio. It's weird, though.
You know what? Genesis had the better multi-platform games, I have to admit. I was a
Think
big
so?
Super Nintendo fan, but at least in terms of like games based off of other games
Yeah.
or other properties like movies. Like Jurassic Park was better on the Genesis.
Then the Super Nintendo.
Aladdin was better. I
Oh.
think Lion King was the same game, right?
Mostly. I mean, we've talked about that because we talked about. Are you familiar with the show Console Wars? It's on YouTube. We've talked about that show multiple times. You'd find it fascinating because they do a specific thing. They look at they look at the versions of games specific as far as what they are. In fact, Electors have provided links to them when they've been pertinent for certain games, including Aladdin, because we played. Nocturne played the Genesis version for us. The Super Nintendo version, which is totally different, is on tap. We're going to do it eventually. But,
That
as
game
you
was
said,
hard.
which one?
Lion King?
Oh, yeah, no question.
Well,
And it is the same game, you're right. It was Westwood Studios who made Command & Conquer made that. But yeah, parts of that game get nuts. Hold on, where'd you go? Oh, you went up.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, where do we... How
So
do
we missed a treasure room, though.
How? There's a dead end there. There's a dead end there. There's the elevator. We just went left.
That's a good question. Oh, I think there's 2 rooms that sequential.
Oh, there are 2 of these?
Yeah.
Okay, so I missed that. Like, fine. We're in the case of this map, I'm tearing down the walls.
So I think we have to go all the way back to the beginning, unfortunately.
No, I know. Hold on. No, because the first path only had the elevator. Oh, no, that is the elevator. So hold on. Yeah, this is going to be a hilarious map, by the way, and they will be in the edit, for sure. Okay, but yeah, feel free to go into that more, because also, you're right, a lot of cases when it came to some things like that in that era, they weren't always the same game. And with, like, Jurassic Park, I know that case was...
I mean, for Aladdin,
Mm-hmm.
you threw apples in the Super Nintendo. You had no sword.
I know. We went over that, too, as well, you're right, because we didn't have the sword. It wasn't like Prince of Persia, the way that one is more of a platforming prowess game, although... Oh, there it is. Oh, so it's right there. So it's just right there where that is.
Yeah, so Jurassic Park, you got to play as the raptor, right?
Yes, you did. Actually, I never played the Super Nintendo version. You ever play that?
No, I didn't.
It's this kind of top-down, what is it? Top-down game where you're searching for eggs. The Sega Genesis version has weird stuff with its frame rate and its controls, but you do get to play as Alan Grant. You get to play as the Velociraptor. And there's also the sequel to that. You play the sequel to that. It was Jurassic Park Rampage Edition.
No, I did play like a side-scroller shooter. I don't remember. It was labeled Jurassic Park, but I don't think it was like The Lost World or anything.
Then it might have been that one, because there was a Lost World game on the Sega Genesis.
It was on Super Nintendo.
Oh, that would be Jurassic Park 2, The Chaos Continues, then. I never played that.
Yes.
How was that? I hear it's like Contra, a little bit.
It is kind of like Contra. It wasn't horrible, but it was like...
It's whatever, I guess. But I mean, maybe compared to the other one, because I know the Super Nintendo Jurassic Park game, it ran into cases where, what was it? It had, it had first-person sections, also map question. You went straight and that's where it was, or where was the end of this? Like, yeah.
I'm just going back to the exit now that I got the treasure.
Where was the exit? I missed it. It was up here?
It's somewhere, like, branched off of there.
Oh, there's a branch off there. Okay, perfect. All right, fine. I'm learning how to cartographer. Or cartograph. What's the singular of that?
Does anybody know?
Yeah, Chad, if you know.
Cartographize?
Yeah, cartographize. Okay, we'll make up new words. Like, they'll be put into the Super Bowl Game Saturday Dictionary, which is something I'm just instituting now, I guess. Because I don't think we got to a case. See, this is also going to be the question of, oh, you're right. Okay, it was up there. I had the thing down there. It's like, oh, there's another curve up there. So, like, I missed that. So, tear the wall down there, go up the curve, and there we are. And yeah, this is going to be a fucking hilarity watching this. Or fine, looking at the maps again. This is the other thing. It's going to be a stream of consciousness. I guess it's going to be a idea of, I don't know.
Hopefully my memory's enough to, like, sort of map it out in my head, but that's more for insurance.
Already you're doing good for it, and you're going to write the maps out. Like, maybe my case is that I'm just going to be...
That's T, I'm going to
right. Yeah, T, right. Maybe it's one of those cases where I'm just, thinking the idea of, like, what is this going to be like, and just getting the experience of being, like, quick reaction, which is that that's what it is. This is a totally unscripted program, so some of the stuff that we're coming into perfect, we have the treasure room right away. So we're in better shape already. Specific. So there we go with the T room. Not to be confused with the T-Rex. But yeah, we can do those. Actually, you know what? We have not touched the Jurassic Park games yet. I'll tell you the one...
Club 4, alright.
Wait, hold on. Talk to me about this. The Club 4. It has 2 new icons on that I've never seen before.
Right,
what are
let's
those?
Take a look. I'm not... I don't remember. Let's see. You know, I might have to go to this...
Tune up to see what there's on that. Because I've actually never seen... Okay, that's 4. The Steel During Attack, I remember that. Oh, Steel During Attack, that's new.
Counterattack. Oh, no, this one, yeah. So normally this steals, but it has the attack power.
Right, which I use to get the junk.
And then this one has First Strike. So...
Counterattack enemies, so when they attack, you hit them back.
Crit percent increase.
That's cool, but I don't know if it's something that we can transfer that to the gun.
No, you can't. I think you can only transfer club to club.
Okay, that's nice, though. The defense, and as we saw last time, we're going to need that.
Right? Defense wins games.
Yeah, that's what I learned last time,
In the Super Bowl, at least.
What?
In football, at least.
I guess, isn't the Super Bowl this week?
Not this week.
It's next week, okay. Because, like, yeah, how are we handling Super Bowl for the show? Fine, we're gonna play Donkey Kong Country 3. That's what we're handling the Super Bowl. But,
You should play a game of Puppy. No Puppy.
Oh, okay. I have a story about a game for you. I don't know if you've seen. This would be a great one for a Bad Game Thursday case. I swear to God, this is a real game. It is called Jerry Rice and Nitus's Dog Football.
Wait, what?
Jerry Rice and Nitus's Dog Football. Remember Jerry Rice, we've used the wide receiver for for 49ers, I think?
Sure. I'm not a super avid football fan, but
that was a
that
left.
rings a bell.
That was a left and a down and a T.
Yep.
And to the right. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be hilarious seeing how this operates. But yeah, he made a game, or he was involved with a game on the Wii, which literally is like the Puppy Bowl, sort of, except the idea is
this
like,
is the Wii?
It's the Wii, yes.
Is that recent, or am I just old enough to think the Wii is recent? How long ago was the Wii?
The Wii came out in 2006, and, well, the last game on it came out actually only 2 years ago, because they put Just Dance 2022 on it, I think. There's one of the Just Dance games that was on it.
I guess people still buy them.
On that system. They didn't have it on the 360, they didn't have it on the PS3, they didn't have it on the Wii U, they had it on the Wii, and I think this is the first, actually the one that came out this year was the first one that...
I did like Dance Central.
Oh, I love Dance Central. Unfortunately, licensed content, I don't think we can show that, but I have the third one. I love that game. That game is fantastic, and I've already crossing over where that is. So I'm going to assume there's a big-ass hallway here under, at the bottom of this, and then, shit, I need to put this up. Yeah, I love Dance Central. That's a great game. I liked, I have one of the Just Dance games. I have, I'm trying to remember which one it was on the Switch specific. Okay, you went there, going up, elevator. Got it, perfect. Yeah, this map is not going to be good. I'm going to say this right now. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, fine. This is for function, not a form. Or is it form, not function? Form, not function, I think. Shit.
Function.
See, I'm going delirious on this, and I'm not even the one playing. Or maybe I'm just so nervous because actually we're actually at the place almost that I got ourselves killed last time. Okay, fine, because we're going on like 8 million tangents in the period of not even 20 minutes. Fine, where do we want to go back to? Just Dance, or Dance Central, or Jerry Rice and Nitus's Dog Football?
I'll let you delve into Jerry Rice, because...
yeah, I only know this, and I'll put this in the link list. There was an episode of the Reviews on the Run program, Victor Lucas's show, it was Jose Sanchez and Ben somebody whose name escapes me at the moment. They reviewed this game as far as their show, as far as the idea. It's this football game where you're basically using the Wii remote to guide a dog bone around to get them to do things. But it's also a case that apparently the scoring is weird because you can like run it in and get less points than doing a field goal. Apparently. And it's something, it goes to, you're saying with the Wii, because when he's like, that was on the Wii. My first thought on you was going to be saying, like, wait a second, this is one of those cases where there's a lot of games on the Wii that were...
How do you even know this game exists?
I read up enough and I saw that video. It is hilarious, just the idea of them saying what this is. Like, why'd you have to do that to me, Jerry? He's like, I took my jersey of yours and I burned it. And he's like, I'm going to start rooting for the Raiders. But
like,
he's
how
like,
many copies of the game are there? Like, did they actually make a bunch of copies that people actually bought?
You know, that means I'm on the hook to play it for the show, but no, I don't know how many.
Oh no, we got 4.
I was gonna say, oh no, we got 4. Oh no, I gotta buy that game now. It's the Crazy Bus thing. It's the opponents don't where Tyson went down.
Okay,
good dead end. Please let there be a dead on the right if you're going right, because I'm at the edge of the page. That's the weird thing. I also don't know where to start on the page. Okay, this is gonna be funny. Just seeing this is gonna look like this weird. Oh. It's like, oh, I'm fine. I'm saying oh because of like, well, okay, fine. We're going up this way. Yeah, I gotta be better with the map writing.
This is the exit.
Perfect.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. That's a dead end. Okay, so fine. Sort of, we're just going off. Because, like, wait. They can kind of overlap each other. Because I'm looking as far as this map. Like, there's a path there that maybe go through this. Maybe it goes under the ground of it or something.
Did we get the treasure? No, not yet.
Not yet, no. Fine, that's the one thing I did remember as far as the idea of, like, where the treasure is. But, okay, bottom was there. Top we didn't go yet. Because if easily overlap something else.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's gonna go that. It's gonna go that way, so it's like we're gonna overlap. There's the elevator. Okay. I mean, I don't know.
What the heck is this place?
Okay, it looked like, okay, weird. It looked like it was there. That was where that one place was, but like, no, it's not. I mean, no, I remember this now. Last time you said they could just kind of curve all over the place without much of a rhyme or reason because it is random.
It's like we're fighting Doctor Strange or something.
I guess so. Speaking of buses, maybe you should do Desert Bus as far as the Bad Game Thursday concepts. Wait,
Did we just walk around in a circle?
I don't think so, because I thought you went... This is where you went.
If I go down
there.
and it's blocked, then we definitely walked around in a circle. So there might be some kind of... Okay.
Okay. And then
So
we'll
this
deal...
whole section is just a big loop around.
Okay. Yeah, but go back to what Electro was saying. He was saying you should play Desert Bus. Are you familiar with what that is?
No.
It technically is unreleased. It was a game, I mentioned this to the Crusade Nerd 64 on one of the Shadow Hearts parts, which was... It's part of a release for Sega CD that never came out called Penn and Teller's Smoke and Mirrors.
Okay.
It's a minigame collection, kind of like WarioWare, of this very weird stuff. They're kind of making a lot of commentary on the video game industry. It actually is full motion video of Penn and Teller. There's one game they have in it that's called Desert Bus, and what it is that you drive around in a bus for 8 hours. It is 8 hours in real time. You go from, I think somewhere in California to Las Vegas. And you're going up from where this was, right?
Yeah, from that T section.
And then I'm overlapping shit going this way. But anyway, what it is that...
Oh my gosh.
Okay, this map is gonna be... yeah, Lero's like, what the hell is this map as far as my case? We're going up that way. Okay, ugh. In fact, I'm even kind of lost on the map. Fine, we're just going off all this way.
Alright, this has to be the exit.
No, it's not the exit. Okay, so fine, there's this element. I'm joking, by the way. It's like, but still, here's the thing, because that game, you drive for 8 hours.
Don't joke about these things. He takes it seriously.
Well, no, here's the thing. We can't... Please don't. Here's the thing. Well, I think we should show the Penn and Teller game anyway, because I think it's of interest. But as far as Desert Bus, we can't show that whole game, because it's 8 hours in real time to go from where you are to Vegas, and then you have to drive back for 8 hours, and you get a point.
A point.
One. And the reason they do that, they actually have a FMV at the front of it saying that we hear the controversy of stuff like Mortal Kombat and other games like this. Saying, where'd you go? Hold on. You went here, I think. It's fine.
From the last dead end, I went just backwards and then up.
Okay, so up, up, up. But, okay, so end is there. But, yeah, we'll see about that. But the thing is, they explained that. They said, we hear the idea that people are going to imitate things in video games that they see in real life. Our idea is, here's a game that's so stupefyingly like real life, no one ever want to imitate it. So, it's funny as far as the idea of what they're going for, because that's usually the idea if you're familiar with, like, the series Penn and Teller bullshit. They would tend to do stuff like that as well. Like, the idea is, like, the jokes of certain things of, I guess...
That's too meta.
What? The game? Well, WarioWare's like that. I said it's like WarioWare. WarioWare is meta as anything, too, because of the fact that in that one...
They try to make it fun?
Well, I mean, fine,
Okay,
yeah, what is this fucking map?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the end is there. That's where that is sort of... I think it was over here.
Which way did I come from?
You came from there. Sort of there. You passed the elevator, I think, right?
I'm gonna go back.
I don't know. I mean... Fine, we'll assume that this is where it is, even though it's probably not right. I mean, here's the thing also about the game. Since it wasn't released, I'd have to find a reproduction of it, specifically. But... I would say, wait a second, it was an invisible monster. Okay, no, it's just snakes. They can die. Oh, they're off screen still. Okay, fine. Snakes go away. It is unique, though, I think, just the idea of, like, how it's being meta. No, fine, let's talk about that, too. I mean, games that are, I guess, meta or, I guess, commenting on themselves? What's your thought on games that do that? Games you think do it well, if any, or just you don't like the concept? Alright, that's the beginning. Perfect. Oh, Star was here. So, alright, fine. Okay, good. So, I don't know. Yeah, you want to go into that as far as a meta game or whatever. Go ahead.
I mean, as long as the game is fun.
Although, here's the thing. Even with the Desert Bus thing, first off, there's a charity called Desert Bus for Hope that will actually do that for charity and raise a lot of money. So, good thing came out of it, number one. But also, that Smoke and Mirrors game, they're not all like that. There are other games that kind of go in game direction. And it's really, of people who mention that, that's really the only one that seems like it's the most infamous, but also, as I said, turning into something very positive in the sense that, hey, you know, we raise money for charities, I think, trying to remember what specific charities, like children's charities and things like that, like Children's Hospital, I guess, St. Jude, and I don't even know where you are now, but
Sorry,
we'll find our way back. But all right, fine, we did that. And the next map will be better. So, to go back to that specifically, it would be a tough thing to get it because you have to see as far as the reproduction CD of it, because it was on Sega CD. It was actually going to be released in 1995, which is very late into the system's life, but the company that was publishing it went bankrupt, so they couldn't release it. But something that it was basically almost done, or basically was done, and it found its way online, and people were able to play it. Which is fascinating, and that, if nothing else, I think that's kind of an interesting thing, too. The idea that when you have a game that was in development, and then it's available in another way later, like with Star Fox 2 on Super Nintendo, which was in development for, in the 90s, and then Nintendo canceled it, and then years later it came out on the Super Nintendo Classic units. So that's kind of fascinating too, and this would be a case like that. Maybe a case like they'll say like, oh, we're gonna remake this, although I guess in that case they'd have to go to Penn and Teller and get their rights, I guess. How would people take it?
Star Fox 2, is that pretty much just like the same as Star Fox 1? Like, did they add anything new?
You ever play it?
No.
Do you have the Switch Online service, the base one?
No.
Okay, the base one does have it on there, and that's the next Star Fox game we're gonna play, by the way, for the program. DollyFinn wants to see that. For that one, in that game, you're basically kind of trying to defend Corneria because Andros has come back, and instead of going in through like level thing or level to level progression, you have a case where you have to protect planets, and you have to protect. You have to go to planets to destroy the forces there, but also Corneria has a health bar, and if Corneria gets to a case that is destroyed, that's a game over. It has a lot of elements that Star Fox 64 would have, including the introduction of Star Wolf. That was technically the first game they were in.
Oh, really?
Yes, although what happens, the game was canceled because Nintendo said, we want to focus on Nintendo 64. There's maybe the thought that they had a bad blood with Argonaut because Argonaut kind of accused them of stealing their idea for Super Mario 64 a little bit, because they made a Yoshi game that turned, or they're making a Yoshi game, 3D Yoshi game, that would eventually become Croc, Legend of the Gobos, if you're familiar with that one.
Never heard of it.
On PlayStation and the Sega Saturn. I have it on PlayStation, but the disc I have does not work very well. It's kind of like Super Mario 64, very much like Super Mario 64. It's pretty good, actually, as far as what it is. And it's basically the answer to that on the non-Nintendo 64 consoles. But Nintendo canceled Star Fox 2. They said, we want to go to this. It was 1995 when it was coming out, so I guess they said, we don't want to have this. But then again, also, there was stuff on Super Nintendo that way. I mean, we're playing a game that way next. We were playing Donkey Kong Country 3, which came out in late 1996. So there was still an audience for Super Nintendo, but they didn't release that. And it was years later when Dylan Cuthbert, who was working at Argonaut, he worked on Star Fox Command. Sorry?
Any relation to Elijah?
Elijah Cuthbert? Oh, from movies like Captivity and 24. Actually, mentioned that with 24 with Space Channel 5, actually, because the voice actress of Ulala in that game did stunt work for her on that show. Interesting enough. But, I don't think so. But he was working on Star Fox Command. He is a new company, Q Games. And when he was working on that game for the DS, he said, I saw a pretty much finished version of this. And for years, you had people who were, I guess, running... Like, they had, like, reproduction elements of the basically almost finished version, but he said, I saw a basically finished version that Nintendo let me see for development of this game, and then when the Super Nintendo Classic unit came out, they said, we're basically finishing this, and they released it.
How much did they have?
A lot.
Finish? It
was almost done, pretty much. It was not, I mean, there was things they had to tweak as far as certain things with, I guess, the AI, I guess stuff with some of the, I don't know if that's the event triggers is right. It was far along. It was not like they finished it, or they were early on and it didn't, and they, like, scrapped it. I mean, it's not like Diablo and the Game Boy, which they barely started. So, in that case...
like, games like that was, like, so far along, like, why don't you just finish it, like...
Well, and we brought that up, too, which is, and, fine, Pantello's Smoke and Mirrors was a case like that, because that was almost done, but the company who published it went bankrupt and nobody picked it up. And same with, well, the Dreamcast version of Half-Life was that way. That was going to be coming out 2 weeks after they announced it, or after it was done, and they canceled it because they said it would be cheaper just to text right off this. And Propeller Arena on Dreamcast, that was canceled because of 9/11. It was going to be coming out the week after. Propeller Arena. It's on the Dreamcast. It was a flight game by, it's the people who made Virtua Fighter. It's AM2 who were developing that. It was going to be online, and it was going to be having stuff going on with, like, voice chat for things, but it was taking place in cities, and right after 9/11, people were saying, like, we don't think this would be a good case. I mean, fine, even Hideo Kojima said that about Metal Gear Solid 2. In fact, I think he said in a recent interview about that, saying that after 9/11, I wasn't sure how to approach Metal Gear Solid 2 of what we had already in it.
Wait, did we? What? Did we get the treasure room?
I don't know. Chat, did we? I don't remember us getting this.
Are empty.
Oh wait, oh, hold on. Do you think this is 15th floor? This is where I died last time. You don't think? I got a question for you. We were running the same file for this. It changed the layout, I guess, maybe, kind of, potentially. But do you think that it... I don't think it emptied the boxes because the save got obliterated.
Right.
So, okay, I don't know, but fine, that's the end either way. And yeah, fine, we're starting another flip over of the page.
We got gypped.
I guess, but either way, we found it.
Alright, we're moving on. Pretending like there's nothing there.
It was, we're at the 16th floor now, yes?
Yes, but I did lose track, so...
I'm fine. I'm keeping that part. It's like, fine, I'm good with the numbers, maybe, but just not with drawing the map. The more, like, maybe as I was talking to this, I kind of sort of gave up a little bit. But I was like, oh, I'm paying attention enough. It's not like, oh, you know, I'm going off on this random shit, and then that's the idea. But, hey, this is open mic night on this program, as it is with this. Because, like, we've shown this game. There's a lot, I guess, to go in sort of about it. I mean, as far as the other games of this franchise now, of which, to update off of last time we played this, fine, when we first started this game, I had bought Parasite Eve 2 and Third Birthday downloadable because they're cheaper to play, but also because I love this game so much. Thank you, by the way, MX, for exposing this to me as much as you did as we're taking it downwards. But I said, I want to see what the other ones are like, but one thing, and you mentioned this as well, and I can back you on this one with the second, it's a totally different genre. It's a survival horror game, and in the case of the third one, it's like a squad shooter. It's like The Division, almost, a little bit, or like a prototype of The Division. Right. Kind of, except you're like mind jacking stuff, so it's almost like Mega Man X7 a little bit, with like a better take of like the Axel robot jacking power stuff. Hi everyone, hi DollyFinn. So good to see you tonight for the finale, question mark, most likely.
Finale-ish.
Finale-ish, most likely, for Parasite Eve.
As long as we don't keep on running in dead ends.
Well, fine. We've actually going okay so far, and we had a 10 floor advantage from last time. Good to see you tonight, DollyFinn. Feel free to speak whatever's on your mind, really, because that's what we've been doing, but also anything on Parasite Eve that we're seeing. Whereas Ibray is climbing the Chrysler Building. Yeah, in yeah, New York City, this is what it is. Well, yeah, we didn't go this way yet. This map I took right. I took a right perspective on. Yeah, also I'm drawing the maps out for this one, but then when we swap out floors, he'll be doing a way better job of it. But anyway, yeah, so the Chrysler Building, it is a building in New York for real. I'm not going to travelogue this thing because I don't know a whole lot of history, though I might put an edit. It's like, fine, here's the Wikipedia page. But anyway, it is 77 floors in real life, it is in this game, and it is randomly generated. I got our asses killed last time when it came to that mimic on floor 15. He passed floor 15, where apparently there is not a treasure room. Or there was a treasure room, but there's no box in it. It's like, why they were all opened? Unless somebody got here first?
Dun dun dun. Conspiracy.
Or dramatic reverb. I was like, wait, unless maybe that happens, because, as I said, I have not seen the rest of this part of the game. I think Lucky was saying that specifically, too. For all I know, that might be a twist. I mean, we said that with Shadow Hearts. There's things about that game. I'm putting it in. Okay, fine, I'll tell you what it is, and this will make sense to the Crusader 64 and Surrender Antonio were on the last part of that, which is, what happened to those boxes? It's Kevin. If you see part 4 of Shadow Hearts, that's going to make sense, which actually, interesting enough, that's, I think, the most watched part of that game. So far, oh, okay, first, like, why did the element of the interface with the bullets getting shot go off screen? Like, wait, there's an enemy off screen. Alright, fine, this is a way better map, because I'm drawing it bigger. Like, fine, I can't draw small maps. But we do run out of paper. I have a printer over there that I've not used in a while, that I have tons of paper for. Alright, yeah, good to see you again, DollyFinn, just to indicate that as well. Yeah, it's basically open mic night, so that's that idea as we're mapping out and going all the way. Okay, so I think this is the end, okay. Yeah, and you can kind of tell, I guess, because of the way that the...
so we did not get the treasure room.
We did not know. So the one place we need to go is Visitors follow the path down to the last fork in the road, and then go back up, and then take a left.
Got it.
Oh, actually, you know what? DollyFinn's going to help us with this. This is it as far as the game. Okay. As far as the game, yes, it is. So, yeah, we can keep it interesting by going talking as far as that. DollyFinn said this specifically from Wikipedia, and I'll have the link just to reflect this. The Chrysler Building is the tallest brick building in the world with a steel framework, and it was the world's tallest building for 11 months after its completion in 1930. As of 2019, the Chrysler is the 11th tallest building in New York City, tied with the New York Times building. Okay, so there you go. There is our history. It's like, I'd say we have the best chat on Twitch. That's what I mean about it. They'll come up with that, and then they'll indulge us on stuff like that, or kind of give interesting factoids, go into that.
Speaking of.
Yeah?
What are your thoughts on ChatGPT? Do you know anything about that?
What?
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT?
Yeah, it's basically an AI that you can pretty much ask anything.
Okay.
There's I don't say controversy, but this is like pretty much the start of like advancement of AI, where like you can tell it to like write a paper in like, oh, write me a paper about Thomas Jefferson, and or you can ask it, I don't know, just pretty much anything. It'll spit you an answer with like relative accuracy and detail.
Actually, I don't know if that's the one I specifically heard about. I know Inherent Noct was on the show last month for a couple of the games we did. He said something about that specifically. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, DollyFinn knows it too. It writes essays for students and just took the bar exam and passed it. Okay.
Right. It's kind of scary.
Well, I mean, the idea of being able to adjust to certain things specifically, and I guess it goes to, because we're talking about, you've said the whole play of this game, this is true science fiction, as far as what this is, but some of those essays are actually good, so DollyFinn is saying.
Right, so it pretty much scours the internet of, like, for all, so it has, like, an infinite number of inputs it can use, and it'll spit you out something that's, like, coherent. Right,
which is kind of an advanced thing compared to how it used to be.
So now there's, like, a movement where teachers have to be, like, use, like, a kind of, like, anti-plagiarism for an AI.
I'm familiar with that as far as my college days, as far as what that is. Like, feels like, yeah, Turnitin is not designed for that, as far as, like, one example, as far as things that use that, or find a method of detecting, but the idea is that you might not know, but then also the idea, like, how can you adjust an AI to do something? I mean, I guess it goes to a lot of science fiction, as we mentioned, because actually, this game doesn't really go into
right, you could probably tell
AI
it to
stuff.
write you, like, a Parasite Eve-like novel. It will do that for you.
They could make the sequel to this game feasibly as far as the story, and then we could pitch it to Square and say, please, make this. And to Mr. Senna, or Senna-san, as far as who wrote the book, and say, like, yeah, we have the ideas of the story. It'll be something that people really like. Please option this. So...
You know what? I might have to do that.
Okay, great idea.
We're going to work on the first draft of Parasite Eve.
4?
2.
Well,
I don't know.
2 remade?
So, like we said, 2, it goes like, it strays away from the whole mitochondria aspect, it seems like.
Right. I was kind of taken aback by that a little, but it was also, we'll talk about this at the end of this game, just in case there's something that goes into a potential spoiler for this game. But there's one thing about it that did take me by surprise, and Chad, if you played Parasite Eve 2, what do you think of it? Do you think it's interesting as far as what it's doing? But it's a totally different gameplay style, because it plays, as you mentioned, like Resident Evil. And fitting, I guess, because we're at the 25th anniversary of Resident Evil 2, I believe, next week. We gotta do that for the show. If you want to call that game, call it. It's yours. We have not touched Resident Evil yet. We should do one.
I haven't played... So, I played the second game on the PlayStation religiously, but I didn't really get into the remake.
I heard it's totally different. You went down and just hit the dead end, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I've seen it. It looked cool.
I mean, I'm not saying it's not a good game. I just couldn't get into it.
Well, I mean, that goes to one thing, which it seems to be a lot of the remakes they've made, because there's the Resident Evil 4 remake that's coming out later, because I love Resident Evil 4, so I'm looking forward to that, but it's not exactly going the same direction, although that one looks like it's the closest.
I mean, yeah,
most of them.
I mean, it almost seems a little unnecessary at this point, but they're like just kind of riding the train on, we'll just keep on re-releasing games.
Here's another question, though. Do you think maybe the other reason they're remaking them is because they don't have the source code of the old ones?
They don't have the source code?
I would think maybe not, because I know there's a lot of cases where a lot of stuff in PlayStation era, like, all the Square stuff on PlayStation, they don't have the source code of this game anymore. I know that for a fact. I know that Square has said specifically, why we brought this up. Why were there remakes of Resident Evil, or fine, why were there remasters, I should say, of Resident Evil 7 and 8 and 9, or no, not Resident Evil 7, Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9. We haven't gotten to Resident Evil 9 yet. Why was that? And I think the reason they said was that we couldn't just do a straight version, although, fine, this is an emulation on PlayStation 3 we're playing this on. This is an emulation straight of the PS1 game, but I don't know if that means that they can't port that over from PlayStation 3, given how insanely complicated the architecture of this console was. I know Sony said they've had problems with this when they did stuff for the PlayStation Plus Premium. They have stuff on PlayStation 3 up there, but it's all stuff you have to stream it directly from the internet. They can't emulate that processor in this console, from what I understand. And even like they did remakes of stuff or rebuilds of stuff like The Last of Us, they put that on PS4 and PS5. I don't know if that isn't based on the PS3 version, but I would think that maybe there's something weird going on with that. So I think with this game, they don't have the source code for this, so that'd be the question, but then also like rebuilding and why they've rebuilt that. So with Resident Evil, maybe that's why they're doing it, but then again also, it's not like, oh, it's the same game, it's totally different. I mean, it's not like Final Fantasy 7 or something.
Resident Evil 7 engine.
Yeah. It sure looks awesome, but then the question of it's more of a shooter the way that 4 was, and fine, people weirdly enough, I guess, got into a case of that with 4 when 5 came out. With 4 is like, we like it because it changes it up, and then when 5 came out, it's like, this is the same case, and then you have people now saying that we liked what the old survival horror elements of it were, and maybe look back at that. Which is why you have games like, I don't know if you ever played this, Made in 1996. It's an independent game. I believe it's on Switch and it's on a bunch of other things as well. It plays like Resident Evil, old style Resident Evil. So in that case, it's kind of going back to that style a little bit. And for the purpose of our show for the other Resident Evils, I have Resident Evil Director's Cut download on this. I don't have 2. I kind of want to get 2 on the GameCube because it's, of the best versions I could get of it, it is the cheapest, quote unquote. They call it cost a lot of money. I could download the PS1 version off this if you wanted me to. And then 3, I guess would be the same case.
I do have the PS1 version.
You do have it on the PS1?
Oh, the PS1 on the PS3.
Okay. Oh, so you have it that way too. I mean, the only difference, from what I understand, is that the GameCube version is a port of the Dreamcast version. And what it does is it adds, I think it adds a battle mode that it didn't have on the other versions. Although the other weird one is that you ever played the Nintendo 64 version of Resident Evil 2?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, that was something as far as how it would operate. Actually, I have a lot of admiration for that game, even though it's doing weird stuff. But I mean, the fact they got that running on that system,
it could have been done, and it.
Yeah, that was a miracle work.
I mean, it was all. The FMVs weren't great or anything, but other than that, the game loadings was a lot faster. Yeah,
there's no loading basically. They just were able to cram that entire game into 64 megabytes. I mean, that was Rockstar San Diego who developed that, or they were Angel Studios at the time. The people made Red Dead Redemption and Midnight Club. Yeah, Angel Studios is an interesting company as far as the stuff they've done, because I mean, even in like early PS2 era, like the fact that they would kind of be in line with the tech of what they were doing, they were kind of able to open world stuff for Rockstar. They published stuff for Rockstar specifically at that time for PS2 before Grand Theft Auto 3 came out. So they always had an interesting thing of what they're doing, even to the point where, and I mentioned this to the Crusader 64 as well, the last survival horror version Resident Evil game, as far as that old style that came out, Resident Evil 0, that was a Nintendo 64 game to start.
You know what?
But then
didn't like that game.
Most people didn't, and I've heard reasons as to why. In fact, Ed Wack and Nikki were on the show last week. They said specifically that same element because you're switching between characters a lot. And maybe that's a reason why they went to Resident Evil 4 afterwards. Like, hey, people are sick of this. Or maybe people are not liking Code Veronica in retrospect. So,
I think the fact that you have someone with you like at all times kind of reduces the fear and isolation a bit.
Maybe. I mean, because here's the question. I've not played Resident Evil 3, weirdly enough. Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. But, I know, that's a shame in my case. But, as we find the treasure room too. But, didn't you run multiple characters in that one? You were Jill Valentine the whole game, if you remember. Did you play Resident Evil 3?
You did play as Carlos on occasion, but for the most part, he wasn't around you like for most of the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like what other? I think 5 where you had a partner with you. Right?
Sheva, I believe, in Resident Evil 5. Right. Yeah, I remember that.
So,
although that's the other case, because in that case that was more designed for co-op. But in the case of Resident Evil 0 was just the traditional single player room-to-room Resident Evil you're used to, and the idea that you have to manage both those characters. And I remember Nikki specifically, she's an interesting one when it comes to Resident Evil, especially when she played 7. She mentioned that actually on part 2 of this game.
I couldn't play 7.
A lot of people said that, either because of the first-person perspective or the fact that, hey, it was too terrifying to be running that way, and I get it. Actually, I have not played 7, not because I didn't want to, but just because I didn't play it.
I'm an old geezer, I guess.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure necessarily, because people said they had problem with the way it was in first person. They thought, hey, to the point where they patched the game. It now runs in third person now.
I'm not saying it's a problem. I just couldn't deal with it.
Well, it's also kind of going different for that franchise. I mean, it goes to one thing, which is, it's fitting we're talking about this with Parasite Eve, because Parasite Eve goes to different directions. We're finding this real quick.
Getting lucky. You know what bothered me in Resident Evil 2 Remake is they use like the same fonts as Resident Evil 7. I don't know why it bothers me, but
same engine, and you think that, hey, if you're going to be doing this, you want to be running it specific for
right, like the inventory screen like looks like the same as 7, which I don't know. I don't think it fit the aesthetic.
Well, maybe this is the. You get your chance, but you'll take him down.
Calm down.
Okay.
It's just a monster. It's just a monster.
I'm scared about.
Oh my god!
It's invisible
already.
Oh, he's not even. Wait, he's not even the mimic. Is it? This is different. Okay, yeah, that's why I built up the armor. That's why I did it. Exactly that. Holy shit.
He didn't give me a chance to do anything.
Oh, you're living specific, and yeah, we don't. By the way, we are leveled up enough, so we have a bunch of stuff for that.
All right, now that we know things still damage us, I'm gonna put a little more into our armor.
Also, question: we have not allocated the bonus points yet.
Right.
You want to allocate those?
Yes.
I should have mentioned that. When I played off screen, I played through the game about 2 times more, technically, total. Well, fine. 1.5. And we have tons of battle points. I said, I'm holding this for the purpose of you, because you said you know what you're doing.
I like to pretend like I know what I'm doing.
You know what you're doing more than I do, because you're the one who had the experience with the game. You're the one who played it when it came out. You're the one who has all the information you provided on this. And I thank you so much for providing that and coming into our show to give it to us. As I said, here's the thing. It comes to what we said with Edwack with Guitar Man last week. You know and love this game. That passion clearly is coming through in terms of how you're handling this, what you're talking about, what you're going into, and other stuff, even as far as other franchises like Resident Evil. The idea of what you have on Resident Evil. So it shows. And that's kind of the best way, I think, to play a game like this or anything, which is that you want somebody playing it that really knows and loves it. Not to say that, look, that's not necessarily to say that, oh, you know, just because I'm playing a game I haven't had familiarity with, and I've done that on the show, for sure. It doesn't mean that it means this is deficient in any way, but there's a difference, for sure, when you have a case like that, whereas somebody who's played this game and knows and loves it, and has a lot to say specific about it, as far as personal memories and things like that, when they come in.
Well, it's kind of like watching someone experience something for the first time. It's more like vicarious first-time reaction.
Well, it's like what's going on with our Shadow Hearts play, because the Crusader 64 saying, like, I just love watching he loves watching my reaction to what's going on, because I don't know where that story's going. I made the agreement, I'm not going to spoil this thing for myself, because I don't want to necessarily, because the story's amazing. I said, how are these pieces coming together? He's just sitting back kind of laughing. He's like, I just love watching you in this state of not sure what to say. And so that makes it interesting, but then also there's a difference, as I said, with the case of, if I were to put you in front of a game that you maybe never played, and then said that first time experience, but then also the idea of how's that going with Chad, because that's the case. Chad has asked for certain games, and they've played them, and they've had more of the experience than I have, but then they say, this is a game that shaped myself as far as certain things. So it comes out either way. Either way, it's going to come out as far as a passion from either us or the chat, or sometimes both. Or a different way as far as how it's economizing that. But in that case, for this game, I can't think of a better case as far as you showing this off, and then saying specifically, hey, you know, this is the experience, and basically being that guide for us. And I thank you so much for that. Yeah, no problem. Anytime for sure on that. Okay, so yeah, hold on. I looked away for 1 second, and where did you go? Okay, you went down that way. You went down curve.
I couldn't tell you.
Well, we found the treasure room, so we're good on that. We just need to find our way out. And actually, I guess then we're almost at the end of the.
What floor are we on?
Oh, we're on 19.
All right.
And aside from what we saw in that box, which is not, that was not what I got us killed by.
It still scared the shit out of me because I couldn't dodge it. So I guess there's just hits that we have to take.
Well, no, I think here's the other thing, because we ran, what was it? We ran, what's that ability that's on this gun? The first strike, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that doesn't always go off, so it is kind of, I think, random on when that happens.
He attacked me right away. It's like he had first strike.
Instantly, okay. I don't know, maybe there are enemies that do have that. I mean, imagine if we did that without, or with the way we had it before, what I had last time.
Yeah, I could see how you died last time. It really not much you can do.
Well, but as I said, here's the other thing. I'm trying to remember this. Well, we were also, here's the other thing. Oh, one more context. I don't think you and I talked about this off screen, but I didn't. And yeah, right on the path is the treasure room. Awesome.
Feels good.
But for last time, we went in actually on an earlier day. I think we went on day 2 or 3, I think it was.
Right.
So we also were not high level, even though we had the powers, or fine, our weapon carried over, our armor carried over, and the power of that. Because as you said, and this goes to what you're saying in giving validity to that, which is that when you start the game over, you start at level 1, but as far as an extra game, but you do still have that power, so it's not going to be too difficult until you get here.
Right.
So, yeah, go on.
No, I wasn't.
Well, I was just going to say that the last part of this I was going to indicate was that I said, fine, let's get ourselves leveled up specifically. So I played all the way until the end of day 5, or right before the end of day 5. Basically the part we saw when we went to fight Eve, which is a case where you can't come back here. So let me play up as far as I can to that, to build up that, and be set. So we're sort of like level 31, I think, for this.
33.
So, or 33 we started at.
Yeah,
So
right now we're fighting relatively underleveled guys, so we're not really leveling up much here.
But still, I mean, we are in a better case of being set for that, along with all the stuff we put in. And yeah, however you want to allocate the bonus points.
Yeah, I did get a little cocky on
your
that.
pick. On what?
On assuming that we can just go with Waltz in there on day 2 and everything would be fine.
Well, I mean, as I said, we did really well. We were able to do the first floor, or first set of floors on that without issue. It's only when I took over that we ran into a problem. So you were right on one way, saying that we can do it this way. But as I said, for the purpose of that, I said, I think I'm going to make sure we're prepared on this one more specifically even than we were before.
I did bring a revive, so at least we can make one mistake.
But wait a second, I think... Okay, I'm trying to remember this. If we didn't bring one last time, but also... Because I know we ran into this case... I think it might have been there, where the enemies did such a high amount of damage that even the auto recover that you had, the items you have, are not enough to recover you afterwards.
Oh,
so you
revive
still
is
die.
Different. Revive is...
It'll always revive
if you're dead, you'll revive.
Okay. So basically we'll override that. Yeah, but either way, as I said, it's still something as far as what this is, as far as what we've been doing, and also us prepping for it. I guess, I don't know, me prepping in one way as far as making sure that we're not going to get killed again, but also this case of, yeah, you know what this is, and also you know what, I guess you feasibly know what's coming at the end of this as far as how the story's operating, and then also what that boss is going to be like.
Should have reloaded. Oh well.
What?
Should have reloaded, but hopefully I can kill him without having to do that.
Oh, these are the lizard. These are the lizard alligator things from the beginning.
I'm trying to think if I can feasibly hit them both at the same time, but I'm gonna start with haste just because
all right.
It's worth the time.
Alrighty, yeah, because when we beat this, we'll get the next key, so we don't have to do that again.
Alright, and they're moving to position.
And that's what I realized too, because this weapon does have the burst. So in that case, you can hit multiple things, and they're not attacking you, thankfully. Oh, nice. You're in good shape. Alright, bye-bye. And we got another revive. I think we're going to want both of those.
Yep.
And Chrysler Key 2.
Let's go back to the elevator.
which is...
Is it right on the long way?
Yes, it is. In fact, it's right here. Perfect.
I think
Just
hopefully they designed it like that.
Yeah, it's right on... Oh, you're right, they did, because the first one was that way. Alright, so yeah, we were taking our elevator down.
Save while you can.
Yeah, and it's every 10 floors. So basically we're going to keep doing this every 10 floors.
Did
I noticed that also... Oh.
No, I did not. Do I have to do this one by one?
I think so. Which I guess is good in one way, in the sense that we're making more progress than it looks like, because we're at 20 floors now, because they ask you for every 10. But, okay, fine. It's because, I think it's what you said, which is that they have it that way, because if you miss a treasure room, you can feasibly go back and find it.
Right, there should be a go up by 10 floors option there.
Yeah, I mean, idea for a remake. Square Enix, we have a free suggestion. You have people who would buy this. Not just the two of us, I guarantee you that. I think people who would also want to have another game like this, specific, or fine, something else that's like this, that I guess is this style and in this franchise.
Yeah, I think most importantly, they just need to nail, like, the atmosphere and, like, just ground it in reality somehow. Okay,
here's my question then, because you played Parasite 2. Did you think that game didn't do its atmosphere well, or is it just the case that you
I barely played it.
I barely played it too, so I barely played it too. I only played a little bit on the PSP during work this week, because I said, we're doing this game, I want to at least have some kind of...
To me, it just felt like an imitation of Parasite.
Or also an imitation of Resident Evil, in terms of how it plays, because it plays pretty much the same. I was kind of a little taken aback, sort of. Well, I was also asking story questions a little bit, and also that's going to be the case with the third birthday. I don't know if you've played that.
No, I don't own a PSP, and I just the way they said the story, they butchered the characters. I just don't even want to go there.
Which is weird. Now I'm thinking about that because I don't know necessarily. Do you think Parasite 2 does stuff with the character that's off?
Well, I know they sexualize Aya a lot more. I know there was like a
the shower scene.
Like a shower scene,
right? Which I'll look and see if that's something we can actually show on screen. I don't know.
I mean, I don't think it shows anything.
Yeah, so it'd be like this. Fine. Every game in this franchise is nudity in it, I guess technically for that very reason. But although it's different in this case, because fine. You could argue, I guess, they might be sexualizing even this game, but I wouldn't, because I think the idea is that the whole point of this game is that Eve is all about the idea of the creation of life, the birth of life, and hey, it starts as far as a nudity case, as far as the idea of, like, the goddess element to that. So, honestly, and you didn't see anything, so it's fine, and I didn't get tagged, as far as a nudity thing when I upload that to YouTube, otherwise, like, no.
No nips, no problem.
Pretty much, yeah. Women, at least, as far as that. Because, yeah, Super Mario Odyssey, we never get to play that. But, that being said, good point to that. So in that case, like, well, no, that one's not. But then the question, like, when is it doing it in the other one and why? And actually, from what I've understood, I guess, with how Third Birthday did. I mean, I didn't play either one that much either. I was basically just getting a sense of, on my lunch break, I have both of them a PSP to run. Let's take a look. And also, here's the other thing. The best compliment I guess I can pay those games is that this game we're playing right now is so good, I said I want to have these because I want to see what the rest of it is, although it is kind of a shock, I guess, when you come back to those and realize, yeah, this is the RPG with a survival horror bent. The second one's the survival horror game, like Resident Evil, that is more about other stuff as far as its story. And then the Third Birthday is like a squad shooter where you're jumping between stuff as far as it, but the idea is that one thing I did notice, and people said this, and actually, I'd like to first thank you to this for the Happy Video Game Nerd video on looking over this franchise, because you did go on that a little bit, not with spoilers, but enough to say that Aya seems like she's weaker in, I don't know if 2, but in Third Birthday especially, or people not trusting her, which is weird because she is known for what happens in this game. And as we've seen with this game, she's an incredibly strong character in this as far as what she does. And she gets nervous.
Yeah, it seems like she just regressed as a character.
And look, here's the thing. If there's a reason why she's regressing as a character, fine, there's a reason why she's regressing as a character. I would say I get it. With good writing, you can justify that, no question. As I don't completely know about Parasite Eve 2 or Third Birthday specific to say enough yet. And that doesn't mean they're precluded from this program. They are not. We can definitely go into them, and we have ways to show them both. But the thing is that it's kind of a shock to me thinking that, hey, here's the thing about Aya Brea in this game that I think is very fascinating. And it's that she's a strong character. She'll go in and do what she has to do. She does have her moments of doubting herself or questioning herself, like, can I do this? But she also has this drive to push forward for it that's very relatable. It's relatable that way, but it's also relatable, I guess, if you want to talk about the weakness of Aya Brea in this game, the moments in it feel very natural. They feel the case of...
I mean, you can, like, argue that she's, like, a very plain character, but...
I wouldn't. I think it's like some other games where it's kind of, you think on the surface maybe that, but then when you peel the layers back, you realize, no, there's a lot more going on to her. And I conveys that without words. This is not a voiced game at all. And the other ones are. Fine, Third Birthday is. I think 2 sort of is, but I don't know to what degree.
Yeah, you see more of her personality through her interactions with other characters like Daniel.
And Maida, yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, but that's what I think, and because there's a weird thing. I mean, when this game came out, this was the time when people were talking about, a strong female character perspective, and Tomb Raider had come out, and Tomb Raider is another case where this actually is Lara Croft a little bit, but also the idea of where's that strength come from for her. And I think that you could put Aya Brea in that category, same case, because there is something unique, and why do people attach to this, and why were they so upset when they said, what does Parasite Eve 2 do? What does Third Birthday do? And even with Third Birthday, what I understand, like, why are people not trusting her because of this? And also, is she that shaken up by what happens at the end of this game and in 2 that should be that way? If there is, then maybe. But I would get it. Maybe. And as I said, I'll also get it when I get into Third Birthday, more as far as playing it. But if not, it seems weird that it would go that way. And I guess also the question of, I guess with Square, I don't... tell me this, with Square, I don't think that Square is a case where they necessarily are a company that doesn't know how to write certain types of characters. Would you say they aren't? I don't know from your experience, because I know you played a lot of games of theirs that maybe I have not.
What do you mean by certain types of characters?
Well, I mean, look, writing women, that's obvious, but then, look, maybe the thought that, I guess comparing to something like Final Fantasy VII, the idea of how does it necessarily write the thought of, I don't know, Cloud as far as like the basic character, but then also, that's another thing. I would say no, because in the case of, fine, let's take Final Fantasy VII as an example for this. You could say that with Final Fantasy VII, maybe the idea that, okay, Barrett, he comes in, he's swearing all over the place as far as it's supposed to be a stereotype element, but no, it's not, because you really understand the idea of, like, what is he doing? Why is he dedicated to what he's doing?
It's not, like, the writing that I have issues. It's just consistency.
For that game or just in general?
In general. I mean, Final Fantasy VII, like, the characters acted consistently to their character, but... And
the remake does that too. Well, fine, of what I played of the remake, it does, but I mean...
Right, like, Aerith was, like, spunky and outgoing and... like, the characters had, like, defined character traits, but you move forward to Final Fantasy 13, and you have Lightning, right? She's, like, kind of like a badass in the beginning, but then, like, I don't know, like, towards the end of the game, like, one might call it character growth, but I just think it's more bad writing, the way they handled her character towards the end.
I mean, I guess that might also explain why they made 2 more games focusing on Lightning for Final Fantasy 13. And people didn't like Final Fantasy 13 in general, so I don't know if that also just goes to Final Fantasy 13 as a game itself, because I have not played it. Though we do play it if we ever want to show it for the show. I'm going to get an Xbox 360 because they can run on Series X and it'll look and run really well, but that won't necessarily fix problems with story. And we talked about that distinction as far as certain things, the idea of RPGs or certain games we haven't liked not because it's a bad playing game, but elements of story. I guess then with Square, then you're saying that Final Fantasy VII is consistent, 13 isn't, as far as it, and then that's where it becomes a problem. Although I guess
you can argue that her character grew or matured or something, but I don't know, just like the way she spoke, it was like too off the mark. It was like a natural from point A to point B. Like it just didn't seem in her character.
Okay, I mean, I guess here's another question, because I'm thinking, I guess we're going to talk about, like, a writing of women case in Square, just as far as this idea, because, like, is that necessarily the answer? You're saying that it's more of a consistency thing, which I think is more the latter than the former. Do you ever play Final Fantasy X too?
Yeah.
What was your take on that in terms of a lot of ways? Because when that came out, a lot of people were saying that this seems weird, they're kind of going almost like a Charlie's Angels direction with this, but...
Oh, no, 10-2, sorry, I'm thinking about 13-2. No, I did not. That's the other thing, like, it seems like, from a distance, I didn't play it, but it seems like Yuna's character changed. Like, now all of a sudden, she's, like, a pop star, and, like...
Although, from what I've understood, I've gotten the idea that with that one, maybe not exactly, but you played Final Fantasy X extensively, so that might be a case of that knowledge.
I feel like, so Breaking Bad, one of the greatest shows ever made. It's the characters that drive the story, not the story that drives the characters. And
sure.
I feel like that's what they did with the Lightning. Like, all of a sudden, okay, now they need her to be hopeful, so, like, that's who she is now.
So the motivations don't seem, the character motivations seem like they're changing.
Right. Like, if it happens naturally, then yeah. But it just wasn't a logical transition.
It's what I call light switch character motivations.
Right.
Which is like, yeah, the case like flip light switch as far as when it's needed,
like,
as far as the
we
story.
need you to be this now. So
but
that's who you are.
But sometimes then you notice that more, and that can be a problem. And why will a story collapse? Actually, to go to the Breaking Bad thing, I have a maybe funny anecdote, which was maybe a compliment, but maybe not a compliment. Which was I think I was actually once called as far as like my ability to do singing of songs by Fish. It sounded like Walt Jr., but then I realized, wait a minute, Walt Jr. has cerebral palsy on that show. I was like, wait a second. Is this a backhanded compliment massively? Maybe, maybe not. Or maybe so and maybe not. Going to Stash by that band. But I don't know. That might be a thought of it. But I mean, okay, we got through that one pretty quickly.
All right.
And I drew the map way better. I'm getting better. I guess that's the idea. Like, I'm doing the map writing now as far as on this. I'm just kind of starting at the bottom of the page, I guess. And you'll see this when we... also, I'm doing... Okay, I'll tell you what else I'm doing, and also by, I guess by, what is it? Just by instinct. I'm writing the floors out with only THs, so yeah, I'm on the 22th floor and the 21th floor. Which is a reference to Harvest Moon on the Super Nintendo, because... Yeah, they didn't... In that game, you ever play Harvest Moon? Any of them?
No.
In that game, it's on date, but in that original Super Nintendo game, they didn't change it, so like, first, second, and third of spring, it says 1th, 2th, and 3th. Although the Wii U Virtual Console version does change that. It's like, I kind of was disappointed that they changed that. Like, I want it the wrong way. So sometimes I'll just say to people, yeah, our next show is going to be on, I don't know. No, fine. Our April Fool's Day show is going to be on the 1st of April. I sometimes say that people like, what the fuck are you saying? It's like, yeah, they explain that. And I'll bring that up when we play Harvest Moon eventually because I do want to show that game. But, yeah, so, fine. I'm writing that down as far as the maps, as far as how it's operating. We're going a little better on it. Yeah, as you said, when you do something more, you are going to be doing better on it. And actually, I did stop you on one thing, which is I know you said you play Final Fantasy 13 too. If you want to go into that more or anything else more, go right ahead. Or anything you want to talk about. Don't think, hey, we got to be hamstrung for this program.
Oh, that's the other thing. Like they completely just changed Lightning's purpose in 13 too. Like all of a sudden, she's like some warrior princess fighting off in another dimension based off of whatever this goddess, like, I don't know, it just, like, how did you get from the end of 13 to there?
So, okay, so, which is, I guess, okay.
Like, narratively, like, yeah, it had the same locations, but narratively it felt like a different game.
Okay, see, it's funny we're saying that then with Parasite Eve, because I guess it's kind of like Parasite Eve in the sense that you have, fine, except in Parasite Eve's case, you probably would say, fine, with that, and then the tea room, which we just found. I'm just going to overlap this thing. Just going in a straight line.
Right, Parasite Eve 2, like the neo-mitochondrial... I don't know, I forgot the name.
NCM, I think
or
it is.
Mist or something.
They say that in the intro. We'll get into that later, because at first I think, like, wait, there's something she's going off to do, sort of. Which I said, the ending of this will probably go into that. I hope, just because I want to get... Because at first I said, okay, look, I knew one thing, I put an edit in this on one of the parts, which was, we're not in New York for any other game in this until third birthday. I was like, okay, why? And when I heard why, I was like, wait, what? Is there something I missed? Because we saw the ending, the main ending, I guess, but then since we have more going on to this, I said, there's going to be something that's going to go into that, maybe, potentially. So that was kind of a take back into the idea of, like, what is she focusing on and how is it tying to this game? So they do tie it to this, but then the question of what is she doing, and then how is that changing her character arc, and I guess that of other people that she's involved in, because you said, yeah, we're not seeing Daniel anymore. It's like, I gotta miss him. He's really a great character.
He's like the Danny Glover of...
Yeah, I mean, but as I said, it's one of these things that also with this game, and damn, this was really straightforward. We did not have to do any curving whatsoever in this as far as paths. Not even
good.
barely an hour in. So yeah, we are running pretty nice. Although, see, here's the thing. Also, just go this as I write the 23rd floor down to start. Yeah, I turned this on and it's never fucking stopping. But yeah, I mean, it's fine to that because I said usually we run the 5 hours on the RPG until we finish it. But it's like, hey, if we finish early, we finish early. It's fine that way. As we're fine, we're getting another thing going down.
I have no rhyme or reason why I decided to go a certain way.
You sometimes get that feeling. It's like, hey, you know, and in that case, it's probably better we did go that way, because at that point you just say, like, okay, fine, this ain't the right way, but then we can just go and come back really quick. So I get it. But I said, the other thing as far as the RPG is, like, it's till we finish it, but it's like, well, fine, if it takes less time, it takes less time. And actually, to go to that as well, say we finish this game earlier, I don't know if I can actually get away with... Because sometimes what we'll do is, like, if we really are near the end of something and it's really going to be short, like we did with the last part of Ocarina of Time, we played that. I pulled up Virtual Chess 64 because Protorova was with me when we played that, but I said, he's a big chess person. I said, I want you to play this because I showed it once, and I said, I want to show it again with you in room. And it's cracked that AI of that game, which is really weird as far as how it operates. It is fascinating if you've ever played that. It's actually the
Chess?
Virtual Chess 64. It's by Titus. The people made Superman 64, and it's the best game of theirs on that system. Not that it's very hard with games like Carmageddon and Superman.
Like, is it a good game or just the best game?
I'd say it's a pretty decent game as far as what it's doing because of what it's doing with its engine, which was something that I know they ran against Deep Blue by IBM. The AI of theirs specific as far as how the engine was operating and even the idea of like how it's adjusting dynamically for certain cases if you're doing badly, but then it also becomes really good for no reason even when you put it on this lowest move where it was lowest difficulty, which is like 14 difficulties in that game, by the way, and when you put it up as highest it takes like 5 minutes to make a move because it's on a cartridge size that's 4 megabytes. We're talking Resident Evil 2 where it's on 64 megabytes. This is the smallest cartridge size of the system. So that's how it's doing that number crunch, but it also has the weird case of some of the tutorials. So there's a lot of information in it, but it's also something that it might be a niche audience, but it's not a bad game. It's a good game. It's just that it's bizarre.
I mean, how bad of a game can chess be?
Not bad. I mean, the one weird thing about it is I showed this the second time we played it because I couldn't because of my original tech of it. You get the character Titus the Fox, the mascot of that now defunct company, doing this howling. I'll point you to the video of the last part of Ocarina of Time for that, where we showed that, where he goes, it's, ooh, it's a very weird, it's like, when I first turned it on, when I first played it, when I grew up, I said, what the hell is this? It seemed like it was very bizarre, almost like a horror game, a little bit. So yeah, you're getting scared by Resident Evil 2. I was going, like, semi-freaked out a little bit by Titus the Fox. But I guess the point, going back to that, is that we were able to show that because we were able to finish that one quicker for its final part. This game, we can't really do that because, as I mentioned with PlayStation 3, is that, and we're running off of this, it's going to feed cut. The way the PS3 works as far as its, its resolutions, we'll get the not Nintendo 64 gun. I guess we're talking about N64 that way, and hope there's nothing in this box. Okay, good, except something good. It'll do a feed cut if I go out, even... And it's the way that Sony designed the PS3 as far as that for streaming. So, if we switch a game, the feed would cut, and it would... I don't know if it actually would... I'm trying to remember if it actually have done that for a stream where it feed cut during it, or like split it off. Maybe I should just try that at one point just to see what it's doing, because it's like, oh, we'll go to the menu, we'll show off something else I have, because I have a war chest on PS3. Even the point where I can't show that war chest on PS3 live on show, because when I go into something, it's like, oh, it's going to transition in if you ever turn a television on and you switch like a resolution or something happens, like, and PlayStation does this all the time, it'll pop up a little icon on the top of the screen saying like, oh, this resolution is now this. That's what that's all about, and we got to the end somehow, but it's gonna be just in the middle. But anyway, as we're at 24th floor, so now I have to be grammatically correct. Sigh. But anyway, so for that, I can't even show that without going into a game because it'll switch it and it'll cut off feed. And I was even saying to you when we were doing our test play, I said, our test check earlier, I was saying that I turned the television off for the purpose of that before we did this because I've had this running to charge the controller. But when I turned the television on, it feed cut. I was like, I don't get why it did that. It's not why I have it on. The way I have the tech running, it's not while it's on either. So the PS3 is a very weird beast when it comes to how streaming of it works. Even the point I said, I had to get a splitter where I'm running 3 HDMI cables just to get this looking as beautiful as it does. And with the tech we have and the new laptop I have, I probably should have mentioned that last week. Yeah, we are making this game look beautiful. It looked good before, but it looks really nice now. So it's very weird how that tech stuff... It's weird. I've kind of had to become a tech wonk, really, when it's come to the show, just to be able to show stuff. Even Saturn. I said that was my case with the RetroTink 5X. I said, we can't show Saturn. We couldn't, in some cases, show stuff with PlayStation 100% because it's all 240p resolution, usually on PlayStation, and Saturn. Although some games like Metal Gear Solid were not that way. That game was 480i, I believe. So we were able to play that before I had that tech, but now with the tech, it's fine. Was bizarre as we see the doggy thingy, but yeah, he's dying. So it's weird. I had to try and figure out what's the stuff of this because I said to get the games that people want to see, the games that you want to be in. Oh shit!
All right,
you got this though.
Break north. Avoid hit.
Oh yeah,
see?
You're right. You can.
He just slaps you for opening a chest.
Yeah, he just shoots out his arms at you. It's like, yes, you were talking about, fine, we want to go into this because we haven't mentioned this, and Nikki's going to want to kill me for this. But, the element of you're not being a fan of One Piece specific, but you're saying that, hey, Luffy on that show, he eats the fruit off the bubblegum tree, I believe it is. Right. Which sounds right away as a concept that would not be something for you, but the thought like, hey, he's like Mr. Fantastic. So that's almost what this thing was doing. A little bit.
Dalsim.
Or Dalsim from Street Fighter 3?
2.
2. Okay, I was like, wait a second, I knew he
Necro's
was
in 3.
What?
Necro's in 3, he almost does the same thing.
Okay, yeah, I don't know, want to talk Street Fighter? Fine, if you want to go in your hatred, fine. Not hatred on One Piece, it's a Faustian bargain. If you have to take one, you take One Piece over Red Hot Chili Peppers, I know that.
Don't make me choose. Alright, you know what?
But I don't know if you want
I can see why people like both.
Well,
Red Hot Chili Peppers and One Piece, but
they're not your deal. I get it.
For me.
But then, fine, Street Fighter is for you, so if you want to go into that as well.
I don't know. I just don't like Red Hot Chili Peppers. They seem like dicks.
Well, I know. Fine, we mentioned that after I don't know. Maybe I should put. I think maybe this is where I'm going to put in the edit of our test play, showing the idea of like the copyright question we had on the YouTube upload of the last part. Yeah, in fact, I'll put it about here.
So, sorry. Explain the deal with that.
With what?
With the so it wasn't a copyright strike, or
it was not. It was an in between a copyright strike, which was.
It was like a warning, or what?
Sort of. Actually, you know what? This is gonna start playing the show from last week, but it's fine for the purpose of test audio. Let me open up my 72 tabs here, and yeah, so it's quiet there. Yeah, don't worry, that's normal. Let me show you something briefly. Let me go into my manage videos for the YouTube site. Because yeah, we do put them there. I got this. Fine. That was Guitar Man for what we did for this game for part 3. Let me show you. Where is it? Okay, part 3. Or wait, did they take it off?
What?
Hold on.
Take which off?
I told you when I uploaded part 3 of this game, I got a question, because usually it says restrictions on videos. It says none, copyright, because this is one I got on Guitar Man. I had one on this game for part 3, but it said, Yoko Shimomura has ownership of music in this section, and it was a problem. Actually, let me pull off one other one, because I'm also wondering this, which is... They pulled off the Sonic Jam one, too? Okay, let me explain that, too, because with Sonic Jam, Nocturne and I did that, we showed off one of the commercials for Sonic 1 for Japan, and I got a thing for... Fine, I'll show you this, then I'm glad this happened on the Guitar Man for this reason. It says, copyright protected content found. The owner allows the content to be used on YouTube. That's what I got for Parasite. For the purpose of Guitar Man, it said here, it does status overview. The content ID claim under video does not affect your channel. It's not a copyright strike. It would say specifically if it was a copyright strike, it'd say that, hey, wait a second, you might get a strike against yourself if this is visible or might be not visible in other countries. Have you ever got a case like, hey, there's a video, but it says like it's not viewable in Germany or something? Uh-huh. It's like that. And it says your content identified in the window is listed below. Soft machine content found at 3:18:58 to 3:20:00, which is the title screen music. The opening cinematic music. And it says, okay, impact on video. It says no impact. It also says you have an option to say that trim out this segment, so I could do an edit to take that out, but I was running through that multiple times, like the last half hour of that play, so I can't do that. Replace song so that it gets rid of it. It basically replaces it with something non-copyrighted, but it'll also get rid of our audio as far as our voice. So this might be another reason to do separated voices.
Oh, like different channels, I guess? You can do that?
Yeah, I think so, because there's a setting in the Elgato Game Capture HD that does this. We won't do it this time, but I'll look into that probably tomorrow, because I want to check something for PC stuff, just to see what that's like. How does it save it? And also how the edit for that will work, because that would mean I'd have to just line it up with the video, so it's not going to be off in some way. And you can also mute song, which would also mute all the audio. And also, if you have the rights to this content, you can dispute it. I don't, so I'm not going to do that, but... Okay, that's fun. Okay, so that's funny, because...
So they just unlisted it?
They could do that feasibly. They haven't. None of the shows I've done going back far. I want to go back to one other show in particular. Okay, fine. Okay, so I'll answer your question. They got rid of the one on Parasite for some reason. They had it initially uploaded, but they took it off. They got rid of the Sonic Jam one for some reason, but they took it off. The only other one they had, and this is the first time I ever saw this, was when I played... You ever play Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed?
No. What?
It is a Mario Kart game with Sonic the Hedgehog and other Sega characters. So actually, you'd like that one. That's the second one. They made 3 of them. You'd like that because it has characters from franchises like Golden Axe and Shinobi and Space Channel 5 and Jet Set Radio and Shenmue. And actually, the PC version has characters from Team Fortress and as the football manager. It has Yogg's cast apparently in it. I don't know why that is. It has Danica Patrick in it. It has Wreck-It Ralph. Okay. I'm just...
That's all over the place.
It's all over the place, but it also has characters like Sonic and Tails and things like that for that franchise. But a lot of Sega things, Burning Rangers. They've referenced the Burning Rangers from Sega Saturn. But point is that I got a copyright question on that. That was not because of audio or.
Was it a question? Or...
It was the same case as this. It says like with Guitar Man, not affected, but we found. Graphical content, and it was the Sonic the Hedgehog logo, the modern one they use. That was what they noticed, because I'll look at the video specifically for video and audio content. It's like, hey, do you not own this? That's the only time I've ever seen it, or that was the first time I saw it. Every other time I haven't, and you say, like, what's the fair use concept, because, hey, I'm doing it in a non-commercial context, but hey, certain things I can't avoid. If I play music from, like, fine, your most favorite band in the world, the Red Hot Chili Peppers. My channel's going to be destroyed because they own it. We're going to get hell from Flea or the people you hate in that band. You'd probably say...
It's because they're dicks, that's for what.
I was going to say, you'd probably say that that's a badge of honor for this channel, but my point is that since it's that way, there would be a crackdown. But for other stuff with gaming, we sometimes said this, that it's arbitrary. Sometimes it's like, well, with Yoko Shimomura, she's like, well, would she get the rights to her music? And the answer is, she does, I guess, as far as certain things. For our show, the thought was that I got that question with it, but they said, you know what, yeah, you can still play this. So Yoko Shimomura is nice that way. Remember, as I said, that goes to the context right there. Why else to like Yoko Shimomura? She wouldn't say that, oh, that's the idea. She'd probably look at this and say, oh my god, I love that people are remembering the music I did in Parasite, which is awesome, and other games, and say that they're celebrating this, I get this 100%. So that's kind of what it's been. It's mostly audio stuff, but sometimes that one they picked up on audio or on graphics. So, but I didn't know they got rid of the other two until just now. So thank you very much, Medics, for indicating that. So I don't know. Did you have any questions to that as far as like what else this was about? Because it seemed like I threw a lot of information out there.
Nope.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, it just seems like a lot for someone to think about.
Well, I mean, I told you I did that Dreamcast Racing Showcase, the one I said I was going to do. I did do it for Thanksgiving weekend. We played Crazy Taxi 1 and 2. I muted the music, but the Christian Nerd 64 came through and gave me the links to the music. I put them in the chat as far as how it was. Like, hey, you want to listen to this music? There's nothing saying to me that stopping me from saying that, here's a link to it on YouTube, listen to it. And when it started for Crazy Taxi 1, I did the yeah for The Offspring. So we're getting that element as well. And same with Gran Turismo 2, which I showed on the Dreamcast. You can play it on the Dreamcast with the Bleem disc. I have to show you that because you're like, how is this legal? It is. I have it. It's fascinating.
I remember that Bleem disc.
Oh, you do? Okay, so you know exactly what it is. But I did mute that game too because it opens with my favorite game by the Cardigans. It has songs by the Foo Fighters, Garbage, and other bands. Actually, for part of it, I forgot to mute the music initially, but it started out quiet enough, and I realized, like, oh shit, I have to turn this audio down. So you're right, I have to kind of manage that specific, but also, it's kind of weirdly arbitrary, because I played the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade game, the 360 one that came out that you can't buy anymore, that has the original music from the TV show, that original intro, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I didn't get hit for that somehow. And same with Mexican Flyer in Space Channel 5, which is a licensed case. But Sega apparently owns that, so that was not a case either. And we're back. Yeah, that's the other thing. I'm basically speaking in a future tense, saying that when I edit this during the week, I'll have the footage of what I had before. Because that's what we do. It makes it have more stuff to it. Like, and nothing is going to waste. You were saying, like, hey, I'm teaching you how to cook specifically. Thank you, by the way, for that. I'm teaching you to cook certain things for it. By the way, what was the deliciousness that you made?
Just carbonara.
Carbonara, yeah. So we were getting our Italian on tonight, as far as it. But anyway, for the purpose of that, I mean, thank you.
Did you get the treasure room?
Yeah, we did. I forgot to write in the map. Shit, I got totally lost to that. Right, because we fought the enemy.
Yeah, we went on an adventure before, just to get cooking utensils.
Yes, we did. That is a great case of that for sure. But as I said, when you were saying that, you know, the way to follow that specific. So it was. I'm trying to remember what was the millionth tangent I went off on that Street Fighter thing. That something. I was like, yeah, that's
Chipper, Street Fighter, and One Piece. I don't know. We're just directing you what it to take.
Yeah, I mean, look, it could go any way. I mean, I'm just. I don't know. Look, here's the thing. I don't know. Maybe it's like what is it? You know, when they're saying you're trying too hard. Fine, that's me in a nutshell. But it's also the case.
Like, does anybody understand where I'm coming from with my hate for Red Hot Chili Peppers?
Yes, we had it in part 2. You went in specific.
I mean, that I could. I don't know. Most people I talk to is like they love the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and I'm not doing it just to be contrarian.
No. I get that. But I mean, well, we did that in part 2 because remember, who's that channel you like? The guy you liked? I linked to him in the edit for that part.
Pat Finnerty.
Pat Finnerty, thank you. Because I did when we did that. Because I said, you know, I meant that. I said, you know, you like his stuff. I linked to the video he did, his takedown on Danny, California, because we were talking about that. It was funny, but it was also something to looking at the idea of, okay, why is this? It kind of summed it up really well, but then you summed it up as that you're someone who knows it enough to know that you're not a fan of it. So, no, I get that completely. So, I get the idea of, like, where's the not appeal of it, and honestly, as far as, like, if anybody's gonna not like Red Hot Chili Peppers, you kind of gave a perspective as to why not. And I guess then with One Piece thing, it's like, well, fine, you said it just didn't grab you specific, but then again, also, fine, what other things it might have been.
I mean, pirates are, I don't know.
They're fine, but I mean, I know you said, like,
I
I
don't
like
think
ninjas
they're
better.
fine. They're stuck on the water for the most part.
Well, I mean, I guess so. I mean,
it just.
So I guess the question of what are they gonna do?
A lack of scenery. It makes me think of Waterworld.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So maybe that's the problem. The idea that it seems like it's going to be just one thing. I mean, well, okay, fine. Of what I've seen of One Piece, which really is not a whole lot yet, it was they went to places, they were on islands, so like fine, they differentiate that way, but okay, maybe there's not enough variety in the idea like, hey, the character doesn't grab you, or the characters don't grab you as much. Specific. So, I mean, hey, I get that. Like,
what I saw wasn't awful.
No, I mean,
but just knowing that there's like 1,000-something episodes,
it'd be overwhelming too.
Of like just okay is just not.
You want to put that. Actually, it's funny that, and this is the one thing I'll say, which is that, look, we don't care if you don't like something on the show, you or anybody. If you can go into specifically what that is and make a case of it and put it together, and clearly you can. That makes it sense. I mean, I just mentioned this as far as is that a special trading card?
I don't remember what the ones are. He'll let you know once you find it.
I mean, we'll go back anyway when we hit to the 5 floors from now. But I get that. I mean, actually, going back to one thing, I know that like first said specifically when we played Top Gear on the Super Nintendo. One thing he said that we're talking about RPGs we don't like. He said, I really didn't like Persona 5, and he said it's the case that I didn't get the story the way I got in the other ones, 3 and 4 in particular, I believe it was. You would correct me if that's not right, Electverse. But then also said that I was kind of so surprised I had the reaction. I said, I bought the Royal Edition to say that maybe I'll have a different reaction. It's like, I really tried. I wanted to like this because I love Persona, but I just couldn't.
It's a lot. Well, okay, so the same criticism I had towards One Piece, it kind of also applies to Persona 5, which I really enjoy.
5 specific, or just any?
I've only played 5.
Okay.
It does take a while to get into the meat and potatoes of the game.
That's going to be me, because I bought Persona 4 Golden on Xbox One, and I'm going to be starting to play that eventually. Because, yeah, they just dropped that about a week ago for $20.
But for me, like, the music is just phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I've heard as far as it. Actually, that was what Nikki and Edwack were saying last week, because they said they played the Persona rhythm games, Dancing All Night, I think was 3 and 4, and they said with 4 in particular, they liked the music more than they liked the way the story was operating.
They are arguing with me that the music in 4 is better than in 5, and
from what
I've heard of 5 and for what I've heard of 4, I find that hard to believe.
I don't know yet. So, I mean, because as I said, I have 4 Golden, and I have 5 on PS3. Like, that's the version I have, and I've not played it super extensively. And fine, the other ones I have the remake of the first one on the PSP. I have 2 Eternal Punishment, which I downloaded on this. And I'm gonna get 3 FES. I know, like First said, he'd want to see that one specific, and he said that's the best one, and especially since the Persona 3 Portable that just came out is based off that PSP edition that changes stuff. I think FES is the way to go. And honestly, FES is not a case where it costs like $500 the way that Persona 1 and 2 on the PlayStation 1 do.
I think 5 just has like a nice production quality to the soundtrack.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I got of what
didn't have.
Of what I played of it. That's kind of what I got as far as the way it presented. But it was also something I mentioned. I said it's something that kind of made me realize, okay, fine, because I'm a big one on Catherine. I don't know if you ever played that.
No.
I adore that game, although it's not an RPG specifically. It's more of like a puzzle game with a dating simulator, kind of, sort of, but not completely. And it's something that I kind of, that style, that it's the same people who made Persona who made that, as far as the same Atlas team. But it's something that I definitely got into, like, that style of how it was operating, to the point when I first played Persona 5 when I bought it, because I said I need the physical collection on PS3 increased. I said, I kind of get it by the same people, and wait a second, you went back?
How did I get back here?
Wait a minute. Okay, well, let's see. Did you go up? I don't think you went up, did you?
I came from up.
You came from up, so it connected from something. Oh!
Did I miss something?
Okay, so this is what I have. I don't know if this is right, and then we went to elevator. I think it was...
So where's the entrance?
Entrance is right here. This is where you are. That's where you came from. It went down here, so basically you go up there, and you go to the left.
Where's the last branch?
This was this branch. That was the branch you were at last.
Yeah, that's where I came from.
You went up. So hold on, here's a question. If you go up and you're going to be here, you find another branch. Maybe, unless I missed something. I think. Okay, no, you curved. So let's see. Alright, so where'd the curve? Maybe I missed something. So let's see. Go back this way. Oh
shit.
That's either way. I'm trying to get a sense, like, wait, you came from the top, but you went around that way. So it looks like you made a big circle. But it seems like this is one area that was going off that way that you didn't go, that I'm realizing. Here's the other thing. Yeah, there is the Parasite Eve game going on here that we are paying attention to, for sure. While going off on these other things specific. Fine, I am. It's like, You didn't sign. Fine. Okay, I could say you did sign up for this when you came on the show, but also the case of fine, it's whatever. It's like you're able to manage this game specifically for it, so that's a good case of it. Okay, so then we made the curve. Curve that way. I was trying to see what that was, because how did we get here? Okay, that was that curve. Because I think it must go there. So hang on. There's a curve again to the right. Okay. That's straight again. We'll assume it's
I feel like we're going too far back in the wrong direction.
I don't. Okay, so yeah, okay. Well, here's the other thing. We're also showing the struggle of what Chrysler Building is like. Although honestly, we've been doing okay with it so far. I mean, yeah, I think
I don't remember a divergent path in
a
while.
Hang on. Yeah, maybe you're right. I mean, fine. This is gonna be right as far as where it's going. You're saying like, hey, where to go? Because we didn't find the treasure room. We just gotta find our way out of here. And good news is that yeah, the enemies are gonna be not hurting us much. Although, I guess you probably want to get yourself leveled up pretty much.
Yeah, I'm not getting much experience at this point.
I was gonna say when we get to the top of it, isn't it gonna be a case where?
Yeah, we're gonna get more later. But
well, we're gonna get more later, but also that the enemies are gonna be hurting more enough so that you will have to be ready for that with even how. Okay, so curve there.
Yeah.
So where did we go? It's like, wait a second.
What is all this?
I thought, okay, yeah. After you got the treasure room, I think it went off that way. But then I was like, wait a second, how do you get here again? Yeah, but yeah, they're whipping and they're not doing any damage. Actually, questioning that, I want to ask you. I don't know if you know the answer to this. When you get hit for no damage like that because your defense is so high, which the reason is why that is.
I still think you lose the BP.
Oh yeah, that was my. Thank you. You took it right out of my mouth. Do you lose? Okay, there's the treasure room. So
we did get the treasure room, right?
We may as well go in again just to make sure. Unless we went to the next floor. Hang on. Yeah, we did. Okay.
I think I should have just made a left.
No, hold on. Well, hey, this is right now, so it's like, yeah, keep going this way. Okay, so then we're at...
Did you get that?
Fine, we're gonna do it this way. You said the maps could sometimes just not make sense as far as it, so I get that. Okay, so that's down that way, but hey, this is right now. If nothing else, will make a funny thing for the edit. Specifically. There's the elevator.
Did we have that marked before?
I thought I had it marked before. Maybe I was looking at something else. So there, it's marked now. This is right. There's this, which is going up or down. You're going up. Let's see here. We got up and yeah, might be a good sign potentially. Yeah, we did it. Okay, there we go. We got there eventually. I don't know how that happened. I'm gonna be fascinated just looking back on the video for it. And we're starting a new flip over the page. This is the 26th floor now, I think. Unless maybe that was it, but you're just going straight. And then at fork. Okay. Yes, it's the case of, yeah, I do have to pay. Fine. I am paying attention. That's the other thing. I think I am looking as far as how it is. I mean, okay, fine. I'll ask you this. I don't know if this is going to be a case of, do you think, like, oh, is this a case of, like, being bad with directions as far as how it operates? But remember, old day of map case. Just take your old maps out, start, going down the road. Yeah, this MapQuest stuff and this GPS stuff, yeah, we don't need this. Yeah, you also don't need to stop and ask for directions. We can't stop and ask for directions, otherwise we're going to get killed in the case of this. Like, these snakes and the things in the hospital that were, like, doing the poison stuff, I believe. You don't have, yeah, but it's been so much as far as the way the clip is. Yeah, it's a 60+ bullet clip, which is great that we've gotten to that case. It also shows that growth of Aya that way. It's like, hey, we start out with little, but now we're ready to go. Is it the only element is just running the map? I guess as far as this going to one thing, it is always random pull when first strike happens. I think, yes.
Right. I think it's a fairly decent chance.
It's been a lot usually when I've been doing stuff as far as the prep for this, but then also sometimes it just doesn't. Like when it doesn't, it's like even worse because fine, we ran without it for most of this game, but then when you have it, it goes, oh man, I really want this. And, you know, maybe the other thing is that, hey, when you have multiple directions that are going down until you have, you know, a fork in the road, just keep drawing and they go short. There's that.
All right.
There's dead ends.
Dead ends. Dead ends make me feel better.
All right, so it's either going up there or going back up around to go up that way.
I just hate infinite possibilities of forks.
No, I get that.
What were we talking about?
What were we talking about? I guess it's a better question. We're talking about Resident Evil. We're talking about, this franchise. We're talking about Final Fantasy. I know there's Street Fighter specific. We've sort of talked Fine, we played a little bit of Street Fighter 2.
Well, we were talking about music, right?
Talking about music.
Oh, Persona. Okay.
Persona as well, yeah. There's Treasure Room, perfect.
Oh, so listening to one track in Persona 5, for some reason, it made me recall. You ever play Spider-Man and X-Men Arcade's Revenge?
I haven't played it, but I know of it.
Such an awful game, but the music is actually rather good in that game.
Do you want to call that for a potential
No, I don't want to play it. It's an awful game.
Can I play it?
You can play
For
it,
the show?
but I'm not gonna be here for it because it's an awful game.
I was gonna say this, because I did say this at some point, which is that I think at some point I want to try and pay you in food and booze or something for the purpose of one of the 3D Sonic games.
Oh no!
Just because, but I don't know, like.
You're gonna have to entrap me with something more than that.
Yeah, unfortunately, given how your cooking elements are concerned, like I can't do that. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, so I don't know. Okay, my point is that I was trying to think just because of like, because sometimes that can be a funny reaction too. The idea like, oh, how this is. Although actually, as we're talking off screen, there's the new one, the Sonic Frontiers, that does run better than the Pokemon game that came out that year. I liked what I played of it so far. It's kind of more open world, and it's not like Sonic Lost World where it kind of pulled off of Super Mario Galaxy and it was not good. And talk about story problems, oh my god, the story of that game is awful. It makes Sonic 06's story look like Persona 5 or Persona 4 or whichever Persona you really like. Fine, you had 5, like Persona 3 and 4, and Wakaniki with 4 and 5, I think. However, take your pick. It's horrible as far as story. But this one is pretty good as far as how it was, and we got the treasure room here at the end of it, so yeah, good job, boom.
Yeah, I guess my whole point was, like, the whole soundtrack, like, it deserved a better game.
Sure, and I mean, we've been in that case too, playing a game where the sound is pretty good, and you like what the soundtrack is, but you wish the game was better. And, I mean, honestly, now I'm realizing this, we have not done enough with Marvel. Okay, fine. We've sort of done stuff with Marvel, sort of, kind of, a little bit, because we did have, as far as a brief look, and there's the treasure room right there, perfect. We did take a look at Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
Also a great soundtrack.
Oh yeah, another one. It's amazing. So I was thinking as far as the Marvel stuff, we have not touched a lot of the Marvel stuff, I think, on the show. I do want to do Spider-Man on the Dreamcast specifically, as far as it. If there's any Marvel game you want to touch, even that one, just to have a good laugh out of it.
Well,
speaking
of Maximum Carnage.
Oh yeah,
made by the same people who did Spider-Man X-Men. It's an infinitely superior game.
Right. I remember hearing that. It's also a case of us being able to skirt the licensed music case. And I think you know why in that game, yes?
Because of Mob Rules?
Yes. Mob Rules by Black Sabbath is on the soundtrack. And, yeah, I don't know if they're going to pick that up specific. So, like, that's the way we can listen to that. And also why it's not getting re-released. But, yeah. I've heard that game's awesome. I've actually not played it. And there's
was that, like, a thing they did without permission?
I think they did have permission. I think they were able to get the license on it. I don't remember, because here's the other thing about that game. It's not like, I'm not aware of this, and Chad, if you know, if I'm wrong about this, feel free to correct me. It's not like Revenge of Shinobi on the Sega Genesis. I don't know what your familiarity is with that game specific.
I know that Batman was in one of the games.
Yeah, it was that one. It was Batman, it was Godzilla, it was Spider-Man, it was Rambo, and it was the Terminator. And here's the deal. Sega did not have the licenses for any of those things except for Spider-Man later. So the first runs of the game have them. There are other revisions, they don't have them because of that, because they were getting sued. They got the Spider-Man license then for their Genesis and Sega CD and Game Gear Spider-Man games in that era. They then said, okay, fine, here's the licensing at the intro of the game when you first turn it on. It says, Spider-Man trademark of Marvel. So then he was actually in it. So then the other ones, they just changed the sprites.
Like Japan just not care?
Well, we brought this up before, which is that in a lot of ways, Japan doesn't always have the same copyright. The laws might be the word.
Which way was I?
You went left. You went right already. That was the treasure room is so going up. I don't know if it was that, but sometimes the question of well, either they're not caring, or the thought that the way the laws of that are going to be specific. I mean, we're talking off screen and that, and you'll see the edit.
Certainly, China doesn't care.
I guess yeah. As far as like the bootlegging perspective of things, and hey, there's a lot of bootlegging games. You're talking the Lion King. There's a Lion King like ROM hack thing from Japan, well, from China as well. As far as it, where it's this NES game where when you get a game over, there's this animation of.
Am I going up or down?
You're going up. And I'm going to tell you this now. Yeah, first go up, but yeah, there's this weird thing when you get a game over on this. Simba puts a rope around his neck and hangs himself.
Wait.
Yes, it does exist. It's not official, but I don't even know how to talk about that game. But
how does he even tie a rope?
He doesn't tie a rope. Rope's this there, and he gets on a chair or something. I don't know. I'm gonna have to show you what this is. You're like, what the hell are they doing to this? But I said it was a bootleg game. There's also this bootleg game of the Titanic that was on NES specific. I think it's maybe sort of connected with the movie a little bit, maybe kind of. You went down, or you're going down specific. That's the idea of like the bootlegging game concept. In that case, I think they call it like Lion King 7 or something. I showed the Crochet Nerd 64 this. He was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, that's the right reaction, number one. I mean, all the other weird stuff we're talking about tonight, as far as things like, does this actually exist? This does exist, but it's not something that was officially made as far as something, fine, it's like the Crazy Bus thing, which was basically just a design project, but I guess that's how they circumvented the idea of the copyright, or the idea of like, fine, because from what I understand, the counterfeit market as far as China for gaming and other parts of the world are kind of legion, and it's kind of, in some cases, they're also trying to get around certain things with laws. Actually, a very interesting one is actually with Brazil.
What, Brazil?
Brazil is a case where they have a very high import tax, but what happened was that Sega had the Sega Master System over there. There was a company called Tectoy that they basically made their own Sega Master System cases, and Sega Master System was on the market for like almost 25, 30 years uncontested, even by Nintendo, because they were making stuff by themselves there, like an arm of Sega, fine, of that, and for the point where, like, when PlayStation 4 and 5 came out, they cost like thousands of dollars for them because of the way the import taxes were, but because of the fact that like the Sega Master System was able to still cost $50 and they're just promoting it over there, building it specifically over there, that was something that they were to kind of hold on to that. So, but that was a legal case, or that was something they were doing legally. It was not like the Lion King 7 or whatever that was called. I'll have the name of what it's actually called below. But it was interesting, the idea that how other countries are kind of handling certain things with gaming, and also the idea of how to get around certain things. Even to the point where, because there's a lot of games that were on Game Gear that they then just did a Master System port to that we never saw, and even Europe never saw it, where Europe was a huge one for the Sega Master System. Not like here, where NES was the rule in the roost specifically, and Sega Master System had a little bit of a foothold, sort of, but not like NES. NES was huge, but in Europe and in Brazil especially, yeah, nobody cared about NES compared to, fine, Europe they did, but in Brazil, it was all Sega Master System, but they did their own ports of stuff from Game Gear to that, even to the point where they made a Genesis version of Duke Nukem 3D. Amazingly. I don't know how that happened, But, so, it's kind of fascinating when you get in a case like that. So, like, A, is this stuff real? And B, how are they doing that? And how is it maybe connecting to something that, as we mentioned, might have to do with them trying to get around something. Or sometimes not in a case with, like, Revenge Shinobi, them not, I guess, not caring or not real. Fine, I guess they didn't care. They said, oh, nobody's gonna touch us with this, but, well, they did. Specific. I guess maybe also because it came to the US, because in the US, there's way more, I don't know, strict stuff as far as that specifically for it. Okay, and that's a dead end. Okay, that does make sense as far as the way the map's operating, I think. But, and we didn't go right from the top up here. But, yeah, so that could be an interesting thing going about it as well. Okay, yeah, right. I feel like I maybe just am overloading so much things for that, and there is the elevator. You know what, I'm just going to move this out of the way. Right, the elevator here. I'm going to be curious how many, there's the treasure room. I'm going to be curious how many rights of the pen are going to come off on the mic. Not necessarily writing it loudly. Alright, there we go. Uh-oh.
Damn, a monster.
That's the right reaction.
Wait, can I... If I do this...
Barrier? Yeah, you'll be safe. Because all it does is... Perfect. Okay, so that's what they designed the barrier for. Just like when you use barrier, you use it when the enemy gets a first run and there's 3 or 5. Alright, so that's where you use barrier, I guess.
Maybe I could just liberate it next time.
Yeah, that's true. Either or, well, although, yeah, right, because you were, well, here's a question. I think every time you've gotten hit in one of those things, you did have first strike go off, yes? It's not like it never went off. Oh, no, maybe the first time it didn't go off.
I don't remember.
That's where we have video evidence. That's where we'll indicate, or fine, I'll indicate as far as the edit. Or, fine, you'll be watching the video, you'll be like, oh yeah, this is what it was. In fact, for that reason, I'll tell you, I'm kind of just going to be interested just to watch this video we're doing. Just because of the fact that I've been doing the map stuff, but also the fact that, you know, I'll get a sense of what's this looking like. It'll be a different look as far as that. Yeah, we're going good as far as what we're seeing here. I mean, we're not even 2 hours in, and we have a few stuff ready to go.
What floor is this?
This is the 28th. We're going to the 29th next.
So about getting close to about an hour per floor.
Yeah, which is not bad. And we have a good amount done already. So 29th. Start, just going straight. For that. So yeah, is there anything else you want to go off on? You, chat, or anybody? Yeah, do it. I don't know if you want to go into stuff with Street Fighter, because as I said, we sort of did Street Fighter a little bit with Street Fighter 2 showing off in the Fighting Showcase. Showed the Marvel vs. Capcom game, or 2 specific in the Fighting Showcase. I have Ultimate 3 on Xbox One and 1 on Dreamcast for the show. And other stuff with Spider-Man I want to show, and other stuff Marvel. And we could show that that Arcade's Revenge if you want to reckon with. It's like, oh Jesus, I hate this game. Let's go into why.
You know, so back then, that was like the era of like the Fox X-Men and the Spider-Man cartoon.
Oh yeah, all good ones. We mentioned that on the show before.
Right. So I was expecting something along those lines of like, you know, look at least.
Well, there was the one game of Spider-Man that was based on the animated show, I think, yes? There was like one that was explicitly based on it. The one, I don't think Arcade's Revenge was.
No. So, first of all, like the X-Men costumes, they were not like the Fox cartoons at all.
Right.
It was more based off, like, I guess, the older stuff. Like the Wolverine costume was like brown and yellow, orange, or beige.
That's the Wolverine game
and
on
like,
NES that does
Cyclops
that too.
was like had like a hoodie on his face.
Which is kind of bizarre that way, but you're right. That just goes to how iconic that Fox series was. I mean, anytime I hear that theme of that, I hear the
that's just
it hits you right.
Internalized.
Hits you right in the heart, doesn't it? Actually, no, we did sort of show X-Men a little bit because we did.
And they did play some of those chords in Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness.
Oh yeah, I've not seen that film specific. Sam Raimi made that, yes.
Yes. You know what? I actually enjoyed it. You know, a lot of people were hating on it, but
were they?
I think so.
I mean, it's either that or because I haven't seen many of the Marvel stuff. In fact, the Oscar nominations came out this past weekend, and I only saw Really only one thing. Fine, of the major Best Picture nominees, I only saw one of them, which is The Banshees of Inisherin, which I loved, but most of the people I know actually hated it. But I didn't see much of the Marvel stuff. I didn't see Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, though it's on Disney Plus.
You know what?
Week.
I've been like trying to take a step back from all the Marvel stuff. It's just oversaturation at this point.
Maybe because the people said that. I mean, do you think maybe that's where some of that's coming from? Because I know people didn't like the fourth Thor film. I didn't even like the third one.
I thought it was rather over. It just, like you said, like narratively, it felt forced and out of place.
I thought the third one was forced and out of place.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant.
But people loved the third one. Like they loved that.
I mean,
like,
it was definitely better than the second movie.
I didn't see. Actually, that's the first two Thor movies. I didn't see those.
It's like a lot of the jokes. It just kind of fell flat on me. I don't know.
Yeah, I get.
And they kind of doubled down on that, and like now, like people like are realizing that it doesn't make a good movie if they just don't balance it right.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's what it is potentially. I mean, I don't know. Maybe in my cases, I've never really been a big fan of Taika Waititi stuff specifically because that first Thor movie he made, the third one, which was Thor Ragnarok. It was,
right.
And I was also one who was not big on Jojo Rabbit whatsoever. I don't care. It was up for Best Picture that year. I really didn't like that myself.
I didn't like him in Free Guy.
I didn't see Free Guy. That was the Ryan Reynolds picture,
right?
A couple of years
but he was
ago, right?
It.
Oh yeah, you're right. He was. I remember seeing him in the commercials because at first, for some reason, I thought that was Robert Downey Jr., but it's not. And yeah,
like everyone was like, "Oh, Thor Ragnarok's like the best," and like, I mean, it's all right.
I went the day it came out. I said I went to see Only the Brave, which is about the guy who made Top Gun Maverick, which I think we've mentioned Top Gun every part of this show or every part of this game to some capacity or another. I love that movie. It's like that movie's a case of heroism being looked at differently. It's not a fair comparison. Like I like that. Like I wish people went to that. Although it came out when there was wildfires in California, and people said they probably didn't want to see that, even though it was terrific. But I get that as well. But you're right. Maybe there's an idea saturation point potentially, or I don't know. Maybe it's just a thought that. And people said this. Do people want to go to the movies anymore?
Wait, what is this? Hold on.
Type 64.
Oh.
Ooh, we want that.
We definitely want that.
I think yes.
That's I should have put that on a while ago.
Well, actually, did we do the BP, or we want to hold off on that?
Oh
no, we did. You sort of did sort of it so far, I believe. Yes. But never mind.
I'm definitely gonna take this off.
Okay.
I mean, if we want to preserve it with the super tool, but I don't.
Do we want to?
We don't
think
really
so.
need to.
I don't know if we need to. Do we need to preserve most of anything with that? Unless it's like, hey, it has a bunch of things we want to take off.
Nah.
Okay.
We'll just take.
Yeah, Type 64.
Goodbye.
All right, bye Type 64. Yeah, we're in PlayStation town here. Yeah, you're not welcome here now. Well, fine. Okay, fine. That's not a take against Nintendo 64. It's just the fact that fine, we're on PlayStation this way. So that's where we're running. Oh, actually, it's funny you mentioned that. This is actually the longest stream of stuff we've been doing on PlayStation in a while for the show.
Oh, really?
Everything we've done this month except for. Fine, the Nintendo 64 game, Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon, has been a PlayStation game. PlayStation 2. No, it's, PlayStation 2 for the past 2 weeks, and then PS1 through PS3 this week. Which I guess is filling that gaping hole. Not that, I think I mentioned this before, not that we haven't played stuff on PlayStation, but just a case of, it seems like maybe I'm a little more limited for certain things, but hey, the world's our oyster as far as how it is, and...
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. I was like, okay, good. So, okay, this is going to be easy, because just to go back to where it is and just go to the right. I guess we've also getting lucky as far as some of the floors. It's really only 25, 6, 25. That was the one we had the most potential trouble with. Not necessarily that it was bad necessarily, just things like, wait, where are we going? But we found our way. We are making good stuff. I mean, but is that anything you want to see as far as like some of those games, as far as like Marvel and things, or other stuff you want to go into? Yeah, we can definitely do that. Because that's the other thing that I found this fascinating. Because I told you, and we'll go into this on schedule later. I have the next couple months of the show all set. And people saying, hey, they want to be in on this. You said you want to be on this, and well, fine. We've been playing this game as far as it, but for the game itself and other stuff, I know that you want to be involved. So it's been interesting, kind of having to schedule that now. But I found it kind of fascinating, the idea of just kind of keeping the show going, keeping it going strong, which is what we've been doing.
Maybe do like a Marvel Codex and hit up various games.
Yeah, you know what? That also might be an idea potentially of because one show I do is I do the Thanksgiving weekend showcase. The Saturday after Thanksgiving, we take a look at a bunch of games specific to that. We could do something like that. I just got to think about what I've got as far as Marvel stuff. And then the other thing is to go on one thing, which is the showcase I did with the fighting stuff. That doesn't mean that, because we looked at there, it's done. We can't look at it again. We absolutely can. And some of those things could get a dedicated show. I can imagine Marvel vs. Capcom 2 getting a dedicated show because it deserves it. So, something like that. Yeah, that's a good idea. I could curate a couple things. We want to look at let me think about this. Of what's on Super Nintendo, because you played Arcade's Revenge was on both systems, was it not?
Yeah.
What'd you play it on?
Super Nintendo.
Okay.
So X-Men on the Genesis is actually a good game.
Yeah. Did you play Clone Wars? I heard that one's really good.
People like the first one better, but I actually enjoyed Clone Wars. Mostly because it didn't like penalize you for using your. There was no resource meter for your special powers, so you got to like use it more often.
It also didn't have that reset button thing that the first one did. Although for our we can do that on our show now because of the tech. We're just going right. We're fine. That's down where the start is. We can do it. Like if we had a case of like the feed cutting, that would be a problem. But because of that RetroTink 5X, we're gonna be fine.
Yeah. So I actually play that on my cousin. He owned something that let him play pirated Genesis games at that point in time. But unfortunately, you couldn't use the reset button. So once we got to that point, we were just like, oh, we can't play the game anymore.
Was that because I know people said that? Are you familiar with the Sega Nomad?
It's the handheld, right?
It's a handheld game, or it's a handheld Sega Genesis. You put cartridge into that. That doesn't have reset buttons. If you're playing on that, yeah, you're screwed potentially. But yeah, I mean. Yeah, I do. That's the one thing I do remember specifically about that, just because I've heard of it. But I've heard it's pretty good. I've heard both of them are really good. What?
That was a cruel thing to do.
Would you know necessarily to do it if you didn't?
I mean, who in their right mind would like hit a reset button on a game that you can't save, and like you're on the very end of the game?
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know. I'm trying to think. I don't know if there's any other game I can think of that does something like that. Chad, if you know,
like. If you, like, it didn't tell you to, I don't know.
It does. I've heard that.
It sort of tells you to, but like,
would you trust it? Well, you mentioned not being huge on Eternal Darkness, and Eternal Darkness, what that does, it does the thing about saying your save memory card got wiped.
Right.
And that, like, yeah, that would be one reason to hate the game, saying, like, how dare you give me that scare of my life that way. So, in this case, it would be a case of, like, why would you necessarily do that for the purpose of how something's going to operate? It's just a weird design thing, but you're also saying that, hey, you'll take that over Arcade's Revenge as far as a case of that.
Right.
And just to go to that, as far as stuff, I could, like, try and figure
that
stuff.
And the Fox, it uses the Fox X-Men costumes.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, yeah, you're right, it does. Because, yeah, because
Wolverine's in his yellow and blue costume.
Which just kind of feels right, honestly, now I think about that. And I didn't necessarily watch the Fox show that much, but I saw it years later. In that case, it just kind of feels right. We did play the X-Men arcade game, the demo of it, because I was an idiot. I didn't download the 360 PS3 version when that was around. They delisted it.
So you didn't grow up on the Fox X-Men?
I saw it a little bit. I didn't watch it massively specific, but then I came to it a bit later.
I don't know. To me, it still holds up.
Oh, yeah, it does. I mean, it's honestly, of the early comic shows that I remember being familiar with, most, actually, I'd say Batman Animated Series really is kind of the one that I kind of got into. Specifically, I was kind of in concurrency with...
I definitely like the Batman Animated Series, but...
It's different, though, than how X-Men is. I agree with that.
X-Men had, like, an ongoing storyline, and I think that was, like, the first thing that actually really did that.
Yeah, I mean, outside of, like, anime, in a lot of cases, we're talking One Piece. One Piece is something like that as one example, but there's stuff like Dragon Ball Z, like Sailor Moon, like, other stuff that would do things like that. But with X-Men, you're right, it is kind of ambitious to say that we're going to tell a story this way and have it go from episode to episode that you want to keep watching. It's done well enough that you definitely want to do that, so it makes it very unique.
Right, and just the voice acting is just...
Oh yeah, the voice acting is awesome.
Point.
And I think, I'm trying to remember, I don't think that, you ever played that Konami X-Men arcade game?
Yes.
I don't remember if that had voices from the TV show. I don't know if it did.
I want to say no.
Which I think so. It's interesting that XBLA PSN version that you can't buy anymore. So I'm hoping for another re-release that's not the Arcade 1-Up unit.
I know
they changed the voice acting. In
some characters in Marvel vs. Capcom use the same voice actors.
Oh yeah, I think you're right. They might have used Wolverine's voice actor, I think.
Which is probably the most important one to me.
Yeah, I mean, let's go, Bob. It's like, that is it. I'll have the name of who that is down here.
Cal Dodd.
What?
His name is Cal Dodd.
Oh, perfect, thank you. Yeah, this one's for you. I'll also put a tag in the video saying, like, Cal Dodd. Who's it?
Cal Dodd, D-O-D-D.
Cal Dodd, alright. Cal Dodd, this one's for you.
This one's for you, Morph.
That's awesome. Okay, there you go. Alright, fine, I know exactly what we need to have you in for. If they do a re-release of that X-Men Arcade thing, yeah, you bet your ass I'm gonna buy it right away. I'm not gonna let that get away. We did sort of look at it for the show, as far as like when I looked at the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game, and then I looked at the Simpsons demo, and then the other one, because I didn't buy them like an idiot. But they re-released the Turtles stuff, maybe they can re-release X-Men and Simpsons, and I would totally go nuts for both of those. Or if you ever go to MagFest, in that case, you always walk around and hear people doing the Colossus yell from that game, which we did that when we played it, and I always mentioned that was a part. It's a huge, because the backstory of that, just to let you know if you're not aware, is that one of the first years they had that convention, which is out of the National Harbor in Maryland, isn't
that where? Is it Boston? No, I mean not Boston.
That's PAX East. PAX East is it's a little outside of Washington D.C., kind of, and we're at the top. Perfect. So boss time. In fact, you fight him, and then I'll go into elements of that. Oh, I don't think we've seen this thing before.
Have we? It's a centipede.
Oh, well, we're right from the subway. Okay, yeah, I should remember. Yeah, and it's doing no damage to you.
Aha.
Find very little. Actually, when I did the run through again for everything.
What am I doing?
You're killing it. It doesn't matter. You fight. I was gonna say you don't need it, but it's like, well, you're using it fine, without a problem.
And I get hit right after you. Can I just be silly and?
Oh yeah, darkness. Yeah, to medic him. Actually, did.
Oh wait, no. Oh, he's splitting. I can wait.
Okay.
Am I still good?
Oh yeah, you are. Okay,
I wonder how that works.
Oh, actually, well, okay, fine. Because remember, it's giving you the second strike, or the second attack is called second strike, whatever it is. But actually, we found this out when we were doing our audio check earlier, which is because I asked you and you knew the answer, which is that when you're running, it's double action is what it's called. When you're running double action, if you just want to do one action, you do the first thing and then you hit the square button.
Yep.
And you can just do that on its own. So in that case, like, fine, I don't want to necessarily go in a case like that. Well, in this case, yeah, just medic it out. Actually, I don't remember if it darknessed you when we fought this thing before. Or if it did, I'll have to go back on the part. I think it was part 2 we did that, I believe.
I don't remember. Definitely poison.
Okay, but yeah, you're set and got the third pressure piece. You know what that means? Downstairs to go save and do.
It's good because we're running out of inventory space. Are we close to the elevator?
Yes, it's just go left.
Okay.
So maybe I'm getting a little better on these maps, maybe. But you go back quickly on that thing with the MagFest deal. The machine was broken the year that one of the years they did that. I think one of the first ones. It just kept doing that Colossus roar over and over again. And so you go to the hallways there, and they start, just doing the yell of that. And people sometimes get annoyed by that, but I said, like, fine, it's a part of this experience, and hey, it shows that love of X-Men. And hey, the experience of playing X-Men, particularly that 6-player element of it, because they have the 6-player cabinet there, specific. And actually, that XBLA PS3 version is the only one that has 6-player. I think it was only on PS3 it had 6-player, because of the way that the 360 syncs controllers. Well, fine, no, online it had it on 360 for that.
How did it play with 6 players? Like, was it?
It's beat 'em up.
Was it like a clusterfuck?
No, it's great because what they do is, and I'll have a picture of the cabinet. It's basically this really wide screen, so and they pretty much were like doing an anamorphic widescreen in a case where, at a time when you did not see that in video games, that might, when you really think about it, that might be the first like widescreen game specific for it. So it's not. You always have enough space, even when we're playing with 6 people. And it's not like some other games where you will hurt the other player. So it actually works really well.
Yeah, that's my biggest complaint with Shredder's Revenge.
Playing
with more than 3 people just makes the game not enjoyable.
Does it also have, like, you hurt the other player with it?
No, but, like, everyone's green. Well, not everyone, but...
Fine, not
it's
Splinter
hard,
and
like, even
April.
though, like, they have their bandanas, it's kind of hard to distinguish where you are on the screen.
Because you have so many people going.
Right.
I mean, I don't know, because there's one thing, going back to other stuff, I mean... Because I know with Super Smash Brothers for Wii U, and then I think Ultimate does this as well, there is 8-player support for that, but I don't know if that's a case where you think that's too much when you get to that case. So if there's too many players in a game like that it can be hard to keep your bearings. But actually, with X-Men, honestly, it's not that hard to do it. Oh, this is the one-of-a-kind card?
I don't know. I don't know why he says that.
Or he's pulling from Mario saying Mamma Mia. But I guess also it says rare collection, so fine, that's the other one. PPKS. One card, you're a babe. Well, yeah, that's one way of putting it.
I don't know why that's any different. So I'm
Here's
just going to store it for now.
Well, hold on. What does it say as far as rare collection? Because it said down there what that was. Maybe you look at what they are. So is what you got?
I think it only happens after you hand it in.
Wait, you didn't hand it in?
No. So I don't know. We have to look that up. Which ones are actually the ones that give you infinite super tools?
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head what it is. So, Chad, if you know, or I don't know, do you want me to?
You can look it up. Yes.
Do I have what I can do to look that up here? Well.
All right, I'm throwing out some of these trading cards because we're not going to need it.
All right, fine. Yeah, I did. It's like, yeah, I usually not running this, but since you're playing the game, I think I can manage this. So, all right, fine. Let's see. So
we're not in a rush.
No, it's fine. So for the case of this, it's basically what rare trading card gives you.
The infinite tools.
Okay, infinite super tools. Is it super tools usually they run for this? I guess. Well, we'll find out. I'll find out in just a second. Okay, so you have to give him 14 or more and ask him to show you, and he'll give you the super toolkit. So yeah, you basically collect as many of those things as you just give him every one. Although apparently there's something saying that there's a guide you only need to get 7 as long as you use each card twice. So you need 4. Okay, no. Apparently, yeah. I'm basically looking at a message board argument on this, saying, quote, by Mr. or Mrs. Shotgunova, saying, you need 10 rare trading cards to get the toolkit, all 14 to get the super one. Anyone who says differently is wrong.
Do you actually have to hand them in, or can you just...
I guess so. I mean, you handed in the other ones, didn't you?
No, I just put it in here.
How many do you have? We have 5 of them?
Yep.
Okay, so I guess when we get more of them, we can give them 10. We'll get the infinite tool case, and then all 14, apparently, that's when that happens. Okay. That's what I'm seeing. As far as the lookup. Unless, let's see, yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's also what the Parasite Wiki is saying with, okay, I didn't know Wayne had his last name, Wayne Garcia. Okay. Bless you.
Thank you.
Okay, so, yeah, there are 14 rare ones in them. They're all scattered in the Chrysler Building. Basically, give them to them. They'll work like the mod permits or blank trading cards. So we get 2 modifications instead of 1. If you give them around 9 to 12, selecting rare trade card collection will have him give you a toolkit. Gives you unlimited tools. If you give them all 14, you get a super toolkit, so you have infinite super tools.
Okay, so the rare ones at a base gives you more than 1.
Yeah. So there you go. So yeah, we figured out the answer as far as how it operated.
For some reason, I thought it was like one specific card that lets you do that.
Well, it's either way, really, because as I said, I didn't know necessarily what it was, because I even asked you, said, what's that rare trading card? And you said rightly, it's something going on in the Chrysler Building. So this is the other reason you go to the Chrysler Building, try and get as many as you can. So at that point, you're never going to get in case of, hey, you know, trading off stuff with super tools, because you don't get many of them in the game. And we mentioned, I think, on the second part of the game, you get into cases where you could feasibly farm them, but it takes so long that you probably won't need to. And for playing through the main game without doing this, you don't have to. But if you're going to be doing Chrysler Building, that might be the time to do it. But even then, you have an easier way. Basically, just go through the whole thing, find them all, and as long as you don't miss a treasure room, you're probably not going to miss them. I mean, you're not going to probably not miss them. You're going to flat out not miss them, because that's the only places where they're items, I believe, yes?
Yep.
So yeah, there you go. That is your answer. That is your case of rare trading cards. Alright, so yeah, in that case, I will run this. Okay, so... yeah, you've earned a good break. Yeah, we're not going to Carnegie Hall. I have to go to Chrysler Building, hopefully not get our ass killed. Alrighty. Let's have a run. Okay. Alright, so up we go, and hopefully I won't get our asses killed like I did last time. See, this is the problem. Medics always plays this game like a boss, and then I take over, and then that's where things get hairy. It's like, wait, I'm gonna be in trouble. But yeah, look, we got support as far as our chat. We got support as far as everybody else. Also, okay, no, we're going to the 30th floor. Yeah, we're almost halfway through this, so actually this is not going bad whatsoever. There you go, bing, ding. I always think the Pokemon thing, whenever that happens, was like, yeah, even the Sylph Company in the first generation game was better than this, as far as, like, what was that looking like. Also, yeah, it's right off here. Perfect. Okay. Also, let's just make sure what we got as far as our items before we start. Okay, so, yeah, we have 9 of these. I mean, I guess we can wait till the next level up, specifically, to run this, I guess. I think we're all set. I mean, as I said, it looks like it's going to be okay. It's just when we get into treasure rooms, that's where I'm getting nervous, when I see that damn monster. But
right,
I'm going
thinking
with it.
over the cartography for a bit.
Alright, let's swap. Oh, wait, hold on. You want to... oh, no, you're not swapping. You get a better... actually, you know what? Fine. Take... yeah, either way, that one or the fancy pen. But it's a pen. Either way. We're on the 31th... well, is it... no, 30th... wait, is that 30th floor or 31st floor? 31th floor. I gotta say it right. Got myself in the trap.
31.
41. Okay, I like that. Okay, so we're just going straight. Yeah, feel free to just drive. Oh, fine. Okay, good. I'm not nervous about this. Just kill whatever's here. Alright. Get some medicine. Yeah, fine. I fought.
We don't need any.
I was gonna say I fought my drug habit last 2 times. I'll tell you, maybe. Oh, let's go into that then. I think maybe the reason I was doing that is because I was so nervous about getting myself killed. Just going to the right and going downwards. Yeah, fork in the road. Let's see. I'm going down. Let's see what happens. Actually, wait. This music. Okay, now we heard this when we're in.
This is Soho music.
Soho? Oh, down again and a turn. Just keep going down, going all the way. Yeah, it feels like that was forever ago as far as when we were in Soho.
Yeah, I like to spread out my balls between them in case you killed some.
Yeah, because that's the other thing. I don't know if we actually went into that specifically, but when you have bullets going, as soon as you get a killing blow, it stops your shots. So if that's the case, I think you'd have to basically aim on something else for the second attack specifically. Was it second command?
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Now I've got to remember the lingo. Oh shit. Let's go down. I'm gonna assume this is a dead end. Good.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good case. Yeah, see, I don't know. I guess when you're coming in here, the most nervous you get is when you see that there's a fork in the road that's 4 on the side and 1 on the right. Looks like we got ourselves lost again.
Nope, not a dead end.
So, is it weird that I kind of hoped it was, to a certain extent?
When there's too many branching paths, I kind of just hope it closes off.
Okay, perfect. I was like, I'm just waiting for that to happen, because that's what I was realizing too. You know, let's take ammo. Not that we really have a problem with ammo. But I was realizing that since we were able to shoot in multiple directions, that's because of the burst, I believe, is not.
Right.
And one other thing, the bursts don't stack, do they? If you like put more than one on, I don't know why you necessarily feel like you need to. Okay, that's a dead end.
No, they won't let you put more than one on.
Okay. They actually say like, hey, you can't put this on.
Right. I mean, so there's 3 of them that are mutually exclusive. So I think there's like 1.5 rate of fire, burst, and I forgot what the other one, attack all.
Okay.
So putting one on will get rid of the other. So
All right.
I'm assuming burst will just overwrite itself.
All right, let's see what's up. Oh, another
Okay,
turn.
right was probably will bring you back, so I would go up here.
Okay. Yeah, it's the idea of it being connected. Unless it goes over.
Unless the treasure room's in between there.
It might be. We'll see what's going on. Fine. We'll keep going straight this way. Another curve. I mean, here's another question. Do we know? I know they're randomly generated, but I guess they get more complicated as you go up and... Well, okay, this is the end, I think. Oh, no, it's not. It's a dead end. I guess you kind of can tell just by how it looks, but I think... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm kind of used to what it's looking like now. Yeah, this is the first floor. Yeah, we've got ways ahead of us. Fine, we'll go up and see what's going on. I get the sense I'm going to have to retrace some steps pretty massively on this. Oh, fine. There's the end. The end is right here. So that's good. But that's going to be the question of finding where the treasure room is. Alright, so this will not be too bad. I guess just getting back. So, yeah.
Oops, I missed a room here. But you...
Where'd you miss?
I know I missed drawing. It's alright.
Fine. Look, I ran into that too, but you're probably doing better than I am as far as how it is. Alright, there's the elevator. I do like this idea of how to handle this,
Okay,
but...
so go down.
I was gonna say, this looks like somewhere we've been before. Maybe.
And then go right.
Okay. But first we have things to kill. I do love how easy it is for them to die, so I'm down with that.
Okay.
I like the detail we're seeing more of the goop on the ground. It probably is going to be completely covered. Although, wait a minute, we'll have to see this, because story-wise... wait, up...
So go up.
Okay.
Wait, hold on, I'm lost. Oh, go up anyway.
Yeah, we'll go up, alright.
And then go left.
Okay, so this is back where we are, I think. So this is looped. I think? Yeah, it did. Perfect. Okay, so at least we know. So we went up and there was nothing. Oh, no, the up was the end, right?
So go up again.
Oh, okay, sorry, let me go back.
It seems like it looped.
It looped the one way, but I mean...
I think we hit everything.
I think at the beginning we missed something, didn't we? And up here was the end, I think,
Yeah,
right?
okay. So
I went right, right? I went right. Right is the dead end.
right is the dead end.
Up is the end.
I
think it was early.
We explored everything, I think.
I think it was at the beginning. I must have missed something. In fact, I think... Let's find out. So, okay, this is going to loop. So, basically, at this point, it's worth just going down, going left. I think I went this way and it was dead ends.
Yeah, they're both dead ends.
They both were dead ends. So I went this. At least we'll get to kill things as we go along. And I think at the beginning, there was one other path I don't think we took.
Oh, was there?
I think. Yeah, I had to try and target where is not that. Oh shit. Well, fine. Yeah, your slow is not going to scare me now. It scared me crazily at the beginning of the game, but now no problem. Yeah, I think it was probably something at the beginning, because I do remember seeing...
Okay, I must have missed something.
I don't know, I mean...
Yeah, it's definitely head towards the beginning then.
Yeah, you're right, it was worth grinding that junk for. That's absolutely was a good idea.
We're seeing more crits now, too.
Yeah, you're right. Although, then again, I get the sense...
Go up.
Okay. I'm getting the sense that we tend to see a decent amount of those when it came to this. Specific. Okay, that was, not dead end.
Okay. This one, go right here.
Okay. I was trying to think... Actually, wait. Question is, the treasure rooms are always basically on a, horizontal plane like this. In fact, there it is. Perfect. Because there's not a case where it isn't. Because otherwise you wouldn't be able to see it. Okay. Yeah, I get my fun in here, but there are a lot of items. A RT card, so there's one of them. There's the MP5A5. Another... Wait. They're more of the same one?
I think it was different.
SP Armor 1.
I don't remember what the really good armor is. I think it's the SP Armor 2.
Okay, I mean, it's... Here's a question, because I know you mentioned on... I think it was the last part, or was the second part, one of those. You said something about... What was it? You said that there's going to be a case where we're going to want to build up on the armor we have and then trade something else. Is that... Or are we just sticking with this one the rest of the game unless we get that better... right, you said it's in here. Right, is the better armor...
Right, so the thing with armor is we want to have as many slots as possible. Go right.
Okay. Right, because there's other ones that have more. Is that what it was?
Right.
Because the gun is the most slots because of the one we got, but the armor doesn't have that yet. And basically at that point...
I think there's only one armor that has, like, 6 slots on it.
Wait, hold on. No, wait, no, it wasn't up, was it?
It is.
Oh, it is up. Okay.
So, yeah, that armor is, like, de facto the best armor in the game.
Which I guess we'll find somewhere. I don't know if it's... it is...
Probably not until later.
Here's a question. The items are not... let's go to you. The items aren't set. Are they set in here?
I think they're set per 10 floors.
Okay. Because it's just the location where they are is different.
Like, between those 10 floors, they can be different. You can go up.
Okay.
But... At least to me, I think that's what happens.
Okay.
It wouldn't make sense for it to have, like, the best stuff on the first 10 floors.
Right. I mean, I'm just trying... But it made me think that, hey, if everything is randomly generated, the items would be... No, they can't be, because otherwise how would you get... certain things like the super tool item. Alright, we'll see how this one turns out on 32nd floor. So far good in terms of it being just something simple. Yeah, I guess these are the ones where it's good, like we get a straight path. Perfect. Okay, he moved right in the way of my line of sight. So, you know, let's take the ammo. Not that we're gonna have a need for ammo, really, but...
Yeah, I only do it every so often.
Yeah, may as well. Because I already sort of maxed it out, as I mentioned to you, as far as how the setup of this was going. Yeah, so far I like kind of going just in the straight line this way. Yeah, anything else you want to go into for this, feel free. And chat as well, because this is open mic night. On this program, which it technically always is, in the sense that, you know, that's what we really do on this. Alright, there you go. Like, yeah, I was like, the one time I was like, I'm gonna take water for this. Like, nah, we're gonna. As if nothing else, it's also something to get this, keep this going. I mean, as I said, I think we found a case of that, and there's the elevator, thankfully. And treasure room's right there. Okay, so yeah, we're getting way better luck on this floor. Unless we get in here and there's another item. Okay, another enemy. Okay, I'll find me. This enemy I'll take. I don't know, maybe I'm just so damn nervous after what happened last time. I said, I don't want to get our asses killed again.
Just breathe. It'll be fine.
Yeah, you're right. It's fine. I guess here's the other thing, because we were talking about this as well, which is that of really hard games to play for the show, but also the idea of like, when do you feel nervous? Oh shit, speaking of which, if I were doing what you did, I'm just rapidly hitting that triangle button. Perfect. We were doing what you do.
Try liberate it and see if it dies.
You know what the hell, let's do it. Wait, don't you have a delay when you do? No, you don't. You don't have a delay on any of this stuff. And in case that doesn't kill it, we're going to shoot him. Yeah, never felt so good to have liberation. Also, flashing light warning probably on this. Not as many as Guitar Man or Wizard of War, W-O-R, by the way. But, still. Yeah, this thing's not living from that. Yes?
Hope not.
Okay. Okay, so that's the easy way to go. That felt very satisfying after last time me getting... Wait, hold on, question. What I died to, it was the box. Wait, was it that?
It might have been.
I think it's like... This is like
I mean, they all look the same.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, either way, like, they're nervous. Okay, so that's no, just to find the exit. I'm going up. It usually is gonna be... Well, fine, it's usually gonna be up, unless we get into a dead end here. Good. It's like I was waiting for that as far as how they're gonna walk in my direction. Okay, actually, you know, I guess that's good as far as it'll... Actually, no, I don't think one other thing. As far as those enemies in the treasure room... And I think that's the end. Perfect. Okay. I don't think we run onto them every floor. Here's the other thing. Is it random when they appear?
I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I'll look into an answer. We'll have an answer. That's the other thing. We're going to get the answers to it. Actually goes to one thing I've noticed. I guess this might be a potential idea, this, for going into this. Have you seen this sort of... What is it? It's kind of, I guess, a little bit of a sort of trend I'm seeing as far as people talking about, quote, useless facts of games on Twitter.
What is that?
But I was thinking, like, wait, to which it made me think, like, I don't know what they're necessarily going into as far as useless elements of games, but I'm saying, like, well... Look, we don't go into useless information in the show. We're getting the answers that people want, damn it. That we want or the chat wants, because chat sometimes asks questions, and I said, I don't know, let's find out. Let's find the answer. But, I said, yeah, they're getting on our wavelength. They're saying that, okay, fine, they're realizing what we do without realizing what we do. So, we've been answering those questions, even certain things, because it's always sometimes a thing of, I guess I'll ask this, chat will ask this, you'll ask this, other guests I've had will ask certain things. What's going on? In fact, actually, I'm gonna go to the right. The Grashaniard64 said this when we have been going through Shadow Hearts. Part 3 of that game, the big intermission cutscene we see at the end of that, I asked a very specific question, like, how does the next scene happen as far as how the characters get away from that section? And even he said, you know, I don't really know as far as what that is. First, like, wait, did I... Okay, that was interesting. You saw that. It didn't... The shockwave didn't even do anything to me. I didn't even go, ugh, even when I took no damage.
Yeah, you weren't inflicted by a status effect either, so...
Unless... There's nothing as far as the armor we have that's gonna fix that, right?
It reduces the chance, probably? I don't know. Actually, I forgot what was on there, to be honest.
Let me see where the end is. Oh, shit, we're going this way. I'm going right. Yeah, when we get to the end of this... Or the dead end, you know, fuck it, let's look at it now.
Oh, yeah, we'll
okay, so medicine will slow, poison resistance, and HP max increase, and then...
So...
Okay.
Yeah, that's why we want more slots, is to fit all those other protective stuff on there.
Yeah, good idea. My time. We'll go left. Hopefully I didn't go too off. It's funny, we found everything really quickly as far as the treasure room and all that.
I don't think we found a treasure here.
We did. Oh, did we? Oh, hold on. We were on the last floor. We got up to this one.
This might be the exit, though.
That is the exit. Okay. So we didn't find it?
Nope.
Okay. No, I was thinking the last floor. That was what it was.
Found the elevator.
Yeah, we found the elevator. We found the... Yeah, that's right. The elevator in the end, so... Now going to that. Okay, so I'll go down. It'd be great if it's just going to be right around the corner. Although honestly, as I said, I think we've gotten pretty good luck for certain things. As far as where we've been going. Alright. Alright, so that'll also be good to be able to retrace steps. Okay, but also the other case is that, yeah, if we run into that case of an enemy in this thing again, I'm not gonna have... Easy way thing. Okay, MP44. And... Uh-oh. So much for me saying there's not gonna be one on this floor, but just keep hitting that triangle button. Oh shit, I didn't have it. That's the one time that didn't go off.
Just kill it. Shoot it, I think.
Yeah, fine. It's dying. Oh shit. I'll tell you.
Fine, we're here.
Yeah, I'll just heal. That's a good point. Yeah, I know, it's making me scared after what happened last time, still. Like, I guess it had that much of an effect on me as far as it... And... Okay. I don't know if that was a good idea to do that.
Yeah.
Either that or use the item, but... I don't know.
Yeah, next time we run a battle, we can stall a little bit.
How much we have, Fine, we have a medicine 4 and revives. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Alright. Not that I'm necessarily nervous about that, but just as the idea of like, hey, I don't know, maybe because I felt bad of it dying last time, really. You were gonna say?
Yeah, let's stall before you kill him a little bit, just so you can get a little chance to regenerate your Parasite energy.
Okay. Oh, fine, in that case I probably should have stalled, and that next enemy will do it.
You know what? We should... Now that we have that medicine 3, we probably didn't need to use that. It's alright.
It's fine, we'll build it up again, because we do run into enough battles for this, so I'll just take it easy on the next one. Or else on the next 4 when we get there, which is not going to be far, because it's to go up and left, and we got it.
I draw my maps a lot smaller than yours.
Which is probably a good idea, because how many pages have I gone through? Like 4?
Right. Captain Planet would not be happy with you.
Yeah, I know. There is a game based on Captain Planet 2 we can play. Fine, there's 2. There's one on Genesis that was only... Fine, Mega Drive technically was only in Europe, and apparently it's so horrible that we didn't get it. And then there's that NES one, which I hear is insanely hard. I've heard it's not very good either. But, yeah, I'm morally obligated to mention that whenever there's something based on something, there probably is a game, and we'll talk about it. We probably should, because I think we brought that show up enough at some point, but I don't know if it costs a lot of money. I think it was Mindscape released an NES game, and I know on NES it was a question of, are you feeling good when you got a Mindscape game? Let's go to the left. Maybe there's a room there. Oh yeah, okay, great, I willed it to existence. That's the Crusader 64's perspective, where he says something as a joke, and it always ends up turning up what actually happens. Did you love that?
We need more of that happening.
We do. Well, we definitely need more of that happening, too. So, you know, before we go into that, let's the last thing be a, battle. Again. Okay, no, it's not perfect. Critical vid. Oh, wait, did I not use that?
Nope.
I thought I did. I thought I hit X. Actually, I think you also had that case where I think you thought you used something and then you didn't. Oh, there's another one? Okay. Okay. That...
We don't care about weapons anymore.
We don't care about that
They're just fodders.
Okay.
There's no weapon in the Chrysler Building that we're ever going to replace ours with.
Because we went through the junk grind. If you didn't, though, is there something here that would be a good idea to use? Well, I'm also going to try and recover... Well...
You know what? I would kill. These are little...
Yeah, so you get...
At least kill 2 of them.
There you go, all 3. I was able to stall a little bit to get ourselves up with Parasite energy. Yeah, we were saying before about... Fine. Stalling for that, and then this. Was there something else you were mentioning? Just a second ago.
I brain farted and I forgot.
Yeah, it's alright. Okay, so we're at this case. Wait, was I here already?
No.
Let's go left. Yeah, maybe we'll get lucky going up here. Actually, one thing, going back to what you said on Parasite 2, because I guess I was just reminded of this now. So it does run Resident Evil, like, heavily. Is it a case like that one where you have cases where the camera angle is weird? Because I know it seems like it's a static camera angle for certain cases. In some ways, for what I played of it so far, which is mainly
honestly, I got nowhere in that game.
Okay. And yeah, there we go. I willed it to existence, so that was our lucky floor.
Your intuition is on point on that floor.
For once, yeah, I'm glad about that.
Alright. 35th floor.
Okay, so yeah, 34th floor is the lucky one, so let's see. We can get going on number 35. Let's go to the right. And just a nice curve. Yeah, it's pretty simple as far as this. Alright, this is what I'm liking to see, just because if I'm going the wrong way, it means that we'll be fine. I'm going left because I want to see if there's a room here. Actually, no, I think now I'm realizing maybe that's what you want to do when you get a case of going a direction like that. See, there's a treasure room right. Okay, I'll tell you what, I think
You're learning the algorithm.
I think so. I mean, I was saying that with Virtual Chess 64. I said, understanding how is that engine running, because it is kind of a fascinating thing to try and figure that as we get into more range.
Yeah, I guess
same with this one.
You can only have a treasure room on the horizontal floor.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. Because I don't even where they put the thing for that. All right, there's the Maverick, which is a shotgun. It looks like from what I'm seeing. But I guess okay, that was the other thing I was going to ask. If you don't get the junk to get the weapon, the really good weapon we've got, what do you want to? What is there anything here you'd want to take over other stuff in the game?
Honestly, I don't know. I've never not gotten the junk.
Okay, I'm glad we didn't get the junk or we did get the junk, I should say, for this, just because I think it kind of helps. It's kind of the full experience, as I think there's a dead end. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I am learning the algorithm. Damn.
Right. You can see how the camera pans a little bit.
Which is good to get that sense. So in that case, you can sort of adjust. Because I guess the question you said when you played this, you did draw maps out for this.
I did not.
You didn't. Okay.
Yeah, so it got a little frustrating, like, after being in here for so long, like, it's easy to get lost.
How long were you in here, do you remember?
Quite a while.
Okay.
But it's been such a long time ago.
Okay. Yeah, because I do want to try and get through this specifically. I mean, fine, I'll go on one thing, because as I told you, I said I don't have an open show until June. I was like, wait, I don't want to necessarily leave this until June, if I can avoid it.
Right.
Or I might, you know what I might do?
I mean, we were so close to where we want to be.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, that's...
Oh, okay, I guess we have to go all the way back to the beginning.
But it's a straight shot, so I don't mind it. It's probably the best case we could hope for, really, for this. But as I said, we want to get that set, because, like, hey, to hold this, but obviously, scheduling all that, make that part of that way. That being said, we can also go in the case of, when we want to schedule all this stuff that you want to do. I mean, Streets of Rage 3, I guess that would probably be the next thing you want to run for this, as far as the show. Or is there anything else you want to be involved in? I know we'll talk on the Christianity 64 and you for Olivia too. I know he wants to do that at some point. That probably will be a next year thing. I will say that right now.
Yeah, that is like a very long game.
How long is that? I'll go up.
I mean, it's like standard Final Fantasy length.
Okay, I mean, but then again, we've played, as far as the RPGs we've played, we haven't necessarily, let me think about this. The longest one we'll play is Shadow Hearts, because it's probably going to be 7 parts. Yeah, or maybe 6, I don't know.
How many hours have you put in?
For Shadow Hearts, we put in, let me think about this. Except for the last part, we put 5 hours each, so it's been 21 hours so far on that one.
Okay.
Alright, there we go, we are at the exit. Because actually, yeah, that I think is the longest game we've done so far, and I guess with, yeah, because, I mean, that's the thing, we've also been trying to figure out, fine, let's talk about something else for this, because it's something I've been kind of toying around in my mind, which is that, I mentioned how the long-form games go. I'll go right again. It looks like it's the same setup as the last one. But when it comes to that, I've sometimes toyed with this idea, and this is something I'm going to get into on the schedule at the end of the program tonight. The idea of doing more shows than just one. So what I might do for certain games run really long, because people said, hey, these games run insanely long, that people might want to be involved in or do. Maybe the thought should be that I should do 2 sessions of it, a little bit, and as far because I've mentioned this before, and like we had last week as we found the treasure room. Edwack and Nikki, they do Friday nights as far as the way their show operates or how their schedule is going to work, usually with a couple exceptions, but. For that, I said, okay, fine. Maybe for something like that, I should do 2 shows in a week. So like 2 nights for a game. Like, I don't know. If we're gonna do like whatever the Persona game's like 4 or something, because it's insanely long. I know that to kind of maximize the play that way, or actually what? Anything getting me shutting up? It's damn a monster. Yeah, we are gonna
liberate.
Do we want to liberate every time? We can. You're right.
As long as we kill it.
You're right, fine. It'll die. So, okay. So, what I was going to say is actually, because in 2 months, we're going to have some of the shows with Protorova on, and we're actually changing the schedule up. That's going to be the afternoon for those shows. At least the Game Dev Tycoon show, I know we're going to do that because we have Blood Spice Moon who's going to make her debut on the program with him and I for that one. But I think with Lunar, because he's going to be doing Lunar Silver Star Story Complete, he was kind of toying with that idea as far as being earlier in the day, but also the case that... Sorry, what?
Kind of looks like Zero Suit Samus when she transforms.
Yeah, she does. I'll have a picture of Zero Suit Samus there to indicate we're taking this. But he was saying that, okay, fine, she doesn't necessarily stay up late, and you were even saying this, like, hey, I don't necessarily get into a case like what it's... Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything in here. As far as the late show, and Lifer said this as well. He said, like, hey, I don't know if I can stay up that late, or Chasm 22, when he's going to be on for Guardian Heroes. So for that, like, well, okay, maybe that's what I should do. Maybe do something more, especially for a game that's really long like that. Do either like multi-nights for a week.
Right, you can do like your solo plays, or we can like take turns streaming. So if it's like Lufia, me and Crochet Nerd we don't have to be on the same time.
You can though. I mean, it might be one of those cases you might want that, but we can obviously figure the schedule out. So I mean. Because that's also the case of, let's go up. I think we're going to be...
I hope that's a dead end, because you're running into a wall, according to my map. Oh, no.
Oh, this is somewhere we came before, right? I'm going back down, going left. Yeah, because I know Nocturne said at some point she wants to do Tales of Vesperia, and I know that runs long. She even said that, specifically, like, I know it runs long. She also wants to... This is going to be a dead end. Okay, it is. At some point, she wants to do another Square game, Nier Automata. I don't know if you... I think I asked you if you played that, but I think you said no. But she said she wants to do that at some point because she loves that game in particular. But it's also one she's like, I don't know how long it's going to run. I said, above anything else with the show, as I said, we'll have the games that run long, and it will also vary it up as far as the stuff we're doing. So, hey, if I get to a case like something like that, and I think it's worth doing that, we can do that. Or if, I said, for certain guests, they need a certain time for that, we can adjust it. And it might be an easier case, too, because some people's like, hey, I don't know if I can stay up that late, as they're going to go up.
Oh my gosh.
Here.
This is, defies the building physics.
It's fine, we've got the edge. Yeah, we don't have to care about that. I know, maybe it was, as far as what DollyFinn was saying, that that's the Chrysler Building in a nutshell. We're on floor 37?
Yep.
Okay. So we're gonna play with the schedule around a little bit as far as certain things, as far as time for that. But as I said, I will give you an advance notice of all of that for sure. In fact, I'm gonna go into the next 4 months of the show at the end of tonight's program. I'm gonna say that right now. So, because we already have it, fine, more or less we have it all set. It's just the idea of scheduling for certain things. Okay, so I guess DollyFinn, you're liking the idea of what I'm thinking, or what I'm saying as far as some of the ideas that, I've kind of been spitballing this around actually, because I was talking with Protorova about that, because I said I want to schedule out, when we're doing Game Dev Tycoon next, 2 months from now, I should say. And he said the idea of doing it earlier is with a new guest as far as Blood Spice Moon. Yeah, she's definitely one who's going to be interested in this. It seems like she was on the chat silently, specifically as far as the Ocarina of Time play, saying, "quote that man can talk." As far as me, which that's the point of the show. This is the discussion program, so I have to really. But so we're getting whipped and
Spanked.
Yeah, spanked. But ow, it'll probably be that way if it was one of the sequels to this game. But anyway, as I said, for that, it kind of made me think about, okay, what's the look of the show is, because, I'll go on this as well. When I first started doing this, 3 years ago in July. I actually had it on Saturday nights at 8 p.m. And I did Halo in one sitting of 5 hours and 50 minutes. But then, and I limited to 5 hours. I've since broken that rule, saying like, no, fine, we can do longer stuff. We need to do it, or feel like we're up to it. As of another monster, no.
I don't think you have enough energy for Liberate.
I don't care about Liberate. I just want to. Oh shit! I also don't have enough to go in the menu. Shit.
Just shoot it.
I don't want to just shoot it. I want to. You know what? I'll tell you what I'm doing. I think I should hate. Well.
I would just shoot it. You're gonna have to shoot it anyway.
Okay, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna...
If you just shoot it, you'll die.
I don't know, maybe I'm just nervous to do that. Fine. Yeah, you're right. Okay, fine. I'll listen to you as far as how it's operating. Yeah, but, yeah, when I first started the show, I started at 8 p.m. on Saturdays, and then I moved it up to 7. And then I said, okay, fine, we'll do Fridays, because I had cases... What?
Don't forget to heal.
Oh, yeah, like, we're safe in front of that, because there's never an enemy inside of this. Yeah, we're gonna take my medicine. I fell off the truck a little bit. Briefly, it's like, oh, I need it. No, fine. In this case, I do need it, so it's safe to do that. I think what I'll do is, you know, I'll tell you what I'll do. Let's use the tiny heal, because then I'll be able to maximize my parasitic energy, specific. But as I said, I've kind of played around with certain things. Actually, one thing I did not ask Edwek and Nikki, I should have, but I didn't. The idea of, as I said, another night for show, because if they're doing Fridays, I can do something Saturday, but I also don't want to step on their plays, like, because we do have a date, by the way, of when Nikki's going to be doing Freddy Fish, Case of the Missing Kelp Seeds, and Freddy Fish, Case of the Haunted Schoolhouse.
When's that?
That is going to be on St. Patrick's Day, actually, for it. I'll go more as far as on the schedule, but the point is that it's one of those cases where, yeah, they'll do that, but I don't want to necessarily get into a case where, fine, I'll do it twice a day, and people are like, oh, we don't care about what she's playing, and we'll just see what I'm gonna play as far as that. But I can talk to them about that specific, but it's been kind of a question as far as handling. I mean, as I said, it's weird. This is not something I get paid to do, as I've mentioned, I think a couple of times before, as we hit another dead end. But something that I have a day job that feasibly runs this program on top of everything else as far as the necessities and all that. But something that, hey, I'll keep doing this as far as how it's operating, and for reasons that it would make sense to do that, that might be good. Actually, going back to the Lunar thing, because Proto was saying this to me specific, he was saying if we're starting earlier in the day, he could rationalize like a 6-hour run each time of that. And that game is about, I think he said it's about 30 hours. He's the one controlling that, but the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to for practice, I'll also play along by playing the PSP version that I have.
Which game is this?
Lunar Silver Star Story Complete.
What is that?
Or it's an RPG. Or Lunar the Silver Star was on the Sega CD initially. They did a remake on the Sega Saturn in Japan, and here on the PlayStation, and Japan for PlayStation as well. Then they remade it again on the Game Boy Advance, where it was Lunar Legend. And they remade it again on mobile, which I think was ported the advanced version, now I'm thinking about it. And they remade it once more on the PSP as Lunar Silver Star Harmony, which is the version I have, because it's the only one that's not an arm and a leg to pick up. It's you'd love that game, actually. It's Game Art, the people who made Grandia, who made it.
Okay.
It was before they made Grandia, actually. And they also made Elise Dragoon on the Sega Genesis, which is a pretty interesting one, too. Not an RPG, it's kind of like a side-scrolling fantasy shooter, sort of, kind of, a little bit, with some RPG elements. That was an early one of Game Art's developing. It's a really cool game as far as how it was. I have the second Lunar game, Eternal Blue, complete for the PlayStation. I was able to find that for less than I thought I would have to pay for it. And I'll go right. Did we find the treasure room here yet? I don't think we did. Yeah, I didn't think we did. You know what, fine, we're not going to go that way yet. I'm going backwards. I want to see if the treasure room's over on the left.
Good thing.
But, yeah, for that, he followed the idea of doing it earlier, and maybe he said, like, between 2 and 6, or 2 and 8 p.m. I said, okay, wait, he might want to do 6-hour runs. So I said, I coordinated out 6 months for that game. It might potentially be 5 months for that, potentially, because I have to figure out what some of the other RPGs we're going to do after the stuff we have this year, because the other ones we have on tap, as I will go down, are the End of Shadow Hearts, which I think is April, Start of Lunar, which is April as well, Gemini 96, he's going to be in for Earthbound. We actually started doing stuff for that earlier this year. earlier this week, I should say. Yeah, 2 days ago, actually. As far as lunch break, I work with him specific as well. And there's the end, but we're not going back there yet.
Yeah, I think we gotta go back to the entrance and make
another turn. Okay.
Yep.
That's fine. So, and after that, I guess then, as far as the other RPGs, that's kind of up, because you mentioned Luffy 2. I know Paper Mario is up for grabs as far as Crusader 64 wanted to do that. Or he called dibs on that one, I should say. I have to do Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, which nobody wants to touch. Even fans of the franchise don't want to touch it feasibly. Because
you have to do it.
I do have to do it because by the time we get to Kingdom Hearts 2, I want the story to make sense. And also is going to be me being able to play the intro.
Well, then you're playing the wrong kind of game if you want the story to make sense.
The first one made sense. And Alecverse actually said specifically about, are you familiar with the BlazBlue games?
Yes.
He said the story in that gets complicated enough it almost makes Kingdom Hearts make sense. And he loves Kingdom Hearts specific, but even he'll say like, no, this game twists itself around. But the first one's pretty straightforward. So like, we played the first one. It was straightforward as far as how it operated. It's just when we get to 2 Chain of Memories, because it's technically the second game. Like, I didn't play Chain of Memories when it first came out. I said, I just need to play the second one. No, I do. I did need to play it. And Chain of Memories also plays totally different. It's card combat, basically.
Okay.
Oh, I did that get your attention that way? Because I know you sometimes are ones
shit.
about what?
No, I just don't want to admit I want to play a Kingdom Hearts game.
Well, you said the first. Fine, you said off screen the first one, as far as maybe giving it another shot. But I mean, because the weird thing about that is that it's kind of, you go into this castle and you're kind of losing memories of things that happened in the first game. But you run on cards, so you basically have a deck that's running. And basically everything is tied to that, your magic, your attacks, and other stuff. Although, the thing is, they're technically 2 versions of this, because it was on Game Boy Advance, and they did a revamp of it on PS2, which was fully 3D. What I understand, it's better on the PS2, and that's the HD version that I'd be running on the Xbox One, because they have the collections that have all of them. And I have 3 on that as well. But it's something that is, from what I've understood, easy to break if you know what you're doing, particularly if you're running sleights. Which is, sleights where you're basically pulling a 0 out for, like, stopping everything of the opponent. But it's also something that it's based upon that. In a lot of cases, you're also playing over stuff that was in the first game. And definitely it's a game we have to play twice because there are different story campaigns for Riku and Sora. And as I said, also, Kingdom Hearts 2, the opening of Kingdom Hearts 2 hinges on you having played that game. When I first played Kingdom Hearts 2, I was like, this is on Game Boy Advance, it's on the system. I said, I don't need this. I don't need to play that. Yeah, I did need to play that, because then at the beginning I said, wait a second, where's Sora? He's not here. There's someone named Roxas. This is what Nikki was saying when we were on the second part of this game. I said, who is this? Why are we in this town? Why are we looking for ice cream? Why are we trying to, do not Tony Hawk's Pro Skater stuff to make money to go on the train? Where is Goofy and Donald? Where is the letter of Pluto that we were chasing at the end of the first game, specific? I was like, what happened here? And then we get to the end of that. I was like, fine. Then we finally get the answer, and I was like, okay, that's cool. Oh, eventually, and fine, it gets better because at that point, like, I was able to follow it. But I said, I didn't play Chain of Memories. If I played Chain of Memories, I'd have known how the story operated. But I said, I didn't think I needed to. I thought that, fine, 1 and 2 just go in line with number. But no, you don't. You can't. However, Kingdom Hearts, you can't do that. You have to basically play every single one, which I guess is maybe the reason why, even though I have a bunch of these things, I had to make sure that I'm playing them in each specific order so I can follow the plot.
I don't know. I feel like most of the latest Squaresoft games, like, they just can't properly tell a story.
You mentioned that. Was it just because of the Final Fantasy 13 stuff or other stuff you played?
I mean, Final Fantasy 13 and Final Fantasy 15 is like basically an unfinished game.
Because of the fact they added the extra DLC on 15.
DLC, like, you have to like watch a movie, you have to like watch an anime to get like every bits of the story in the beginning in order for it to make sense. And like towards the end of the game, they just like, oh, we ran out of development time. Let's just
shift the game, which is weird because that game was in development for a while. So I don't know why that happened that way. Because that was in development, I think, technically since.
I mean, it used to be a Final Fantasy 13 title.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was in development for like 11 years, I think, until it came out. Yes, it was a while. It was 2006 when they unveiled
the
that.
game started off great. and it just completely like you could tell like they just stopped working on it.
I mean, what do you think? Are you waiting on 16? Are you excited on 16 though? That's out in June. I liked what I saw of it, but no, I'm
not. All right.
I don't have the console for it.
Unpopular opinion, but I did not like Final Fantasy 14. Everyone loves the story on it, but
is there story on Final Fantasy 14? Is the MMO or one of the MMOs? That and 11.
There is a story, but the way it's delivered to you, it's done through mostly cutscenes and.
They go right on this one. Okay.
But like the problem is like there's like so much dialogue in the game that they make a cutscene for. Like if you just watch cutscenes in the game, like you could spend like hours just watching cutscenes and not play the game at all.
That's interesting because that's a massively multiplayer online RPG, and I'm not aware of ones that have like a story to that degree as far as telling it as a cutscene.
Like even like a simple conversation is a cutscene. So like if you want to actually play the combat mechanics of the game, like you're gonna either have to skip the cutscene or just accept that you're like the only thing you're gonna be doing that night is just watching cutscenes. And for me, like I did not want to deal with that.
I was gonna say that would be an interesting one as far as a show because like, hey, if anybody ever wanted to see something like that, well, first off, it'd probably be it would probably like 20 years it would take for us to play through this game. Number one, number two, how do we show all of the stuff with the story? And if you're saying it's vital, because actually I did not know that it was that degree that it was.
So there's all right. When the game first launched, it was like a total disaster, right? So they essentially restarted the game and called it A Realm Reborn.
A what?
A Realm Reborn. That's like the name of the relaunch of the game.
Oh, okay. I've never heard that term. But thank you for anything.
That's like. But that story itself, it's very, I don't know, bland. Like.
Okay.
The story gets better as you go on, but for me, like the characters, like they all like speak in this old English kind of thing. So like just reading it just comes off
weird. I mean, well then again, I know Final Fantasy's done that before, and fine, 16 is doing that. It's the same people who made
exactly, and that's why I'm bringing up 14.
And actually, that makes sense then because Chasm22, he's a big one on 14, but he said specific that, which is that it has the style with the same people who made it. Like that makes sense now. I was like, okay. But I also didn't know that the story on 14 even went to that degree. I thought, well, it's a massive multiplayer game. Would it have it to that degree, or how would it tell that? Which is unique when I think about that as far as that kind of a game. But hey, if you're not into it, then
it just like reading the characters talk like that. It just comes off like as a sameness to like every character. Like I don't know. It just. I'm not a fan of it.
Did 11 ever do anything like that as far as how it told a story? Did it? I don't know. Did 11 tell a story that way?
I'm not so sure. I never touched 11.
It's weird because it was on PS2. You needed to have the hard drive to play it, which was like $100. Right. It was on 360. It was one of the only games on 360 initially that they said, yeah, you don't need a gold account to play this, but the way that was operating, even with Xbox Live in existence, you had to jump through so many hoops as far as the setup of it. And it was an early one on 360. It was like only a couple months after it came out, and people say like, no, just play it on the PC if you can play it at all. There's the treasure room. But I don't know what that went into on story, so that was also a question of me thinking that, okay, with all the games this franchise, how's that operate?
Like after like the second or third expansion, like the story got a lot better.
Okay.
The problem is that I skipped so many cutscenes in that game where like now I don't know who any of these characters are.
Gotcha.
Because I just didn't care anymore.
Oh, I didn't use the bullet cap. Let me use that so I can get this out. I forgot I had. Do I have anything else I can run? Just that, and we'll. Oh wait, I didn't. Okay, that's what happened. Okay, that's what's happened. Why I've been missing that. There's a full recover, which I don't know. Here's my question. I want to see something else. If there's an enemy in that, would it be putting anything? You know, let's put.
I would just use a tool to put more stats on your weapon.
Good idea. Yeah, let's do it. Sorry, yeah, go on what you're saying on that.
That's basically my whole rant about that game.
Well, it's not a rant. It's more of an explanation as far as like, wait a second, what is it about that Okay, question. This thing. What is that?
I would not.
I just want to see what this is. It's use cure to remove status.
So it's like, auto medicine. But with like status ailments.
Oh, okay. I think, what do we want to get rid of? Just the Kevlar?
I would not touch the armor. I would do the weapon because I don't know which armor is important yet.
Okay, so let's just run out. Well, I probably should unload. Well, does it matter if I unload these things? Let's get rid of the Maverick. Let's put the Maverick into this. Let's move. That's fine, yes. It's not much, but...
Yeah.
Okay. And then fine, let's see about another one. Let's see the PSG one. Actually, wait, what does it even have on it that's... It's not even worth it.
No.
Wait, oh wait, yeah, just see what's in this tool. Okay.
Alright, we'll stick with that.
I think I'm almost near the top of this, aren't I? Where am I at? As far as floor.
This is 39.
Okay, we have a... Yeah, I have a boss on the next one. So, yeah, that should be set that way. I just have to find... Wait, I found the end of this already, didn't I?
Yeah, so just working your way back.
Wait, I have to go back the other way. Right? I came from the right or the left?
You're going the right way.
I am. Okay, good. Yeah, see, that's what helps as far as running a case like this, for sure, so... Okay, so yeah, that's good. Actually... No, we'll find when we get there. As far as how it handles the fact that it's 77 floors, so you're not going to have a full 10 when you get to the 70th, yes?
Right, so we have...
Yeah, we're going to come up to 40, and then it's 50, 60, 70, so actually that's not bad as far as how it is. Which way to go?
Right.
Right, okay, thank you. Yeah, so I mean, actually, here's the other thing, because I know there's a game of Squares, going back to the Square story thing. Oh, okay, two things. One, Tetsuya Nomura was involved with Final Fantasy 15, I know. I think, yes. And he was involved in the character design of this game, actually. So maybe it's something about the way he does that. And even people said that, it's like, hey, Nomura's a weird one when it's come to Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy 15. In fact, I think said that about Final Fantasy 15
he's a good artist, but I don't know if he's good at writing a narrative.
Well, some people said they thought with Kingdom Hearts sometimes it's a case where it seems like it's being made up as it goes along, potentially. I mean, the first one I didn't get that, but maybe it's also because it's the first one, so you have a little bit of an idea of them doing an establishment. Maybe it's better because it's established. And although you're saying with Final Fantasy 15, it's like most of the Final Fantasy games, it's not something that's built off of something else. It's its own thing, but then even then it seems like it's off.
Alright, so the guy who did Final Fantasy 13 also did Third Birthday.
Oh, did he? Okay, I didn't know.
And he also did... He started 15, I believe.
Oh, so he was... Oh, fine. He was doing Versus 13, which is what 15 became. Wait, did I get this? Oh, he didn't get this yet. This is it. Like, wait, no, hold on.
I didn't walk past it.
Okay.
So
yeah.
Nomura started 13 Crystal, which turned to 15, which was taken over by the guy who did 13.
Okay.
So I don't know, like you can see like his sloppy narrative stance like all over everything he does.
Or maybe you get the sense that there's a style of people who make that, and we've sometimes said this before, the idea that, fine, let me get rid of all those weapons, I guess. You sometimes get that element of when you have, is there anything we want to take off of anything that's like, we'll find it.
We don't really need the MP5A.
Yeah, you're right, we don't. Okay, good. I'm just stopping on everything just to make sure, and I guess the PSG, but that's not taking much off, but it's only taking 1 point. Fine, maybe this thing. Oh, that's taking more. I'm gonna get rid of this if you're okay with that.
Sure.
Okay, so yeah, I'm stopping on everything for just making sure everything is set. Oh, wait, I heard it squeaking. I was like, oh, that's the analog stick. Rocket, which is not going to be... Well, okay, fine. It's not going to go in a slot because I have the thing for that. Okay, perfect. Very happy to see that. I did use, okay, I did use it. Perfect. Okay. So maybe we sometimes talk about this, the idea of when you have somebody developing something, or really in any medium. We talked about this as far as like movies and stuff, and television or cartoons. Sometimes you get that element of like when there's a creative element, what attracts the people who are making it to certain themes and ideas, tropes, maybe if you want to put it that way, potentially too. So that you kind of notice it, and then with something like Nomura, is just using him as an example, thinking that there's a style about how he does certain things, or actually, I don't know, because did you play The World Ends With You from the DS? I think it was on the
No,
Switch.
I saw Crochet never play that.
Yeah, the thing about that one is that, from what I've understood, that was one that seemed like, narratively speaking, was a little more tight in some way. Fine, it was more open as far as what it was, because it was not based on anything established. But it was something that, from what I've understood, the way the story that operated, they really liked how Nomura handled it. So maybe it's just the idea of how certain things are. Maybe the idea of, like, with Kingdom Hearts, where that kind of twists around to the point where even fans of the franchise kind of get into a case of what that is. In my case, I was also saying, like, wait a second, I'm waiting for that third game. Where's the third game? And they kept going all around for it, and then we got the third game, and then people were let down by the third game. Specifically, no one else to shoot that. So, I don't know, maybe that has something to do with the idea of, I don't know, maybe that lack of, I don't know if lack of patience is the right word, it probably isn't. You know, I'm going to take the medicine.
Yeah, the boss is coming up soon, so...
Oh, no, I don't want to get rid of that. Yeah.
Oh, do not
I would
do
say,
that.
yeah, I almost did that shit. So, yeah, so I don't know, maybe if that has something to do with it. The thought, like, there's the waiting of something like that, and then it comes about, and you're like, yeah, you're not let down, but also because of how a storytell runs for that. But I liked World Ends With You. I think I really haven't played it a whole lot myself. It's one I picked up as a used case years ago and got because, like, I was glad to have this, and I'm glad to have it because it costs a bit more, though it's been released modern. It's on Switch, and I think it's on PS4 got as well, I think. But it's been on some systems specific. So it is an interesting one of what it's doing. And that's a case of, like, Nomura's run that way. Kind of fitting, I think. I think Kingdom Hearts 1. I'll stick with the Kingdom Hearts 1. Although as far as story stuff, I don't know what else he's done story-wise. Unless you know off the top of your head. Or Chad, if you know.
I'm not sure what else he's done.
Yeah, I mean, more as far as story, because you're right, he did do a lot of art stuff. I know he was involved in... he was involved in Super Mario RPG in some degree because he had a special thanks in the credits, although what he did on that game, I don't really know. Specific. It might have been... It probably would have been more an assistance thing, because usually when it comes to, like, the special thanks in the credits, it's usually something like that. But I'm not sure as far as that, because that was not... he was not really the lead as far as the project on that one specific.
I don't know if he is the lead on 7 Remake.
He's involved with 7 Remake to some degree. But I don't know if you're... I don't know if it's a case where... Honestly, I'll say this. If he is lead on 7 Remake, I don't think he is, as we have the boss here. It feels a bit different as far as how that plays out of him, if that's it, but I don't think it is. Uh-oh. Oh, you. Okay, so it's like I fought you a few hours ago. I was getting myself set. Actually, I don't know. Should I just be liberating every boss?
No, I would... Oh, don't forget to haste.
Yeah, let's... I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to... haste and...
I mean, you could just dodge this or wait.
Yeah, we'll wait. Ow, did he shoot straight? That was one time he didn't shoot on that way. Okay, so there comes his helmet off. Oh, shit. No! Okay, good. Yeah, because I know if you stay in the center of that, it's fine. And, yeah, okay, so not bad. Okay, there's Chrysler 4. Let's, I just want to make sure I took it. Okay, good. Yeah, we're going to go down. There we go. We're going good on this so far.
Oh, go back for the elevator.
Right. I keep forgetting that. Actually, wait a minute. Question. If I go to the next floor and then start doing that... Well, fine. I want to offload items probably as well. Oh, wait. Where is the elevator? Is it close to this?
It's a little ways.
Maybe... Oh.
We need inventories to free up, so we kind of have to go back and you want to save.
Okay. It was either that or, like, try and see if we can't find it quickly and run that way. But, alright, so... At least I got through that element, so yeah, I'll know I'll run the next 10 as well, because yeah, you ran 10 as well. I guess question, if we, probably will, I think, get to the top, do you know how to handle that boss?
No.
Okay.
I don't know, I don't think I ever fought it.
Ooh, wait, where is it?
We are... You came in the bottom, right?
Yes.
Go to the left.
Go to the left, okay. I was like, wait, that was a long run to come back here. Okay, good. So, alright, but it is a straight shot going downwards, right? I don't think it was, twisting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because I would say, yeah, what are we really up against when it comes to running that boss? Although I guess at that point we'll have all the keys, so at that point, if we say, God forbid, we have to...
Only do 7 floors.
Yeah, I'll also say this as well. If we can't finish this tonight, I will switch schedule around for something I was going to do myself so that we can get an earlier case of that. Because, like, I don't necessarily want to leave this for 5 months. Because it would otherwise have to be when I'd have to leave it. In which case, if it does come to that... This is good. I'm spitting balling this idea. Find my way back to the precinct. If maybe there's a weekend in March I was going to do the advanced version of Donkey Kong Country 3 because I want to show both versions. I can push that further off because we'll do Super Nintendo to start for that. Because I want to show the extra world of that. But I could do that another time if you want to just do that 1 week of March. If we have to do that. Which would be the week of the 11th. Oh, well, yeah, it would be, because I have, everybody else is set. So actually that would be a whole guest case, if it has to come to that. I will swap out the Donkey Kong Country 3 thing, we'll do for the advanced case, and we'll show it another time.
Yeah, I'll have to see, I'm not sure if we're doing something. When is St. Patrick's Day?
That's the week after that.
Okay. Yeah, we're supposed to host a St. Patrick's Day dinner, but I'm not sure when exactly we're doing that.
Gotcha. That's fine. As I said, it's only if we need it, because I was thinking, like, I don't know if we necessarily get to that. Oh, here's the other thing. If you also want to push past for some of this stuff. Actually, a question, how many of these things do we have? Let's see. Because we had 5 before. We got 7, 8, 9. Did we get 10 of them? No, we're off by 1, damn. Also, let's have some medicine. Okay, just get rid of stuff. Got that. Can we get rid of the Narita?
No.
Still? Oh wait, because we didn't. Right, because we didn't do that part of the story.
Never get rid of it.
You should never get rid of it. You can't ever get rid of it.
Oh
wait, question. I don't know. What do you want to do? Oh right, you want to sort it, right? Forgot about that. So fine. I'll handle the next 10 floors because you were boss on the first set of 210.
Do we? I don't know.
What's up?
You gotta make more room.
That's my fault because I hoarded shit when I was doing the off-screen. I thought you were saying, like, oh yeah, we'll never need to worry about inventory space. I found a way for us to worry about inventory space, my friend.
Yeah, we really don't need these trading cards anymore.
We did show how the infinite worked, though, and I'm glad you got to show that. So what? We're just gonna get rid of all of them?
Yeah, the rare ones will pretty much serve the same purpose.
Perfect. Okay. We showed that, and thank you, by the way, for pulling that. I did not know you could do that.
Yeah, I forgot about it.
The chat didn't know as far as how that was. So yeah, showing that element as far as what it is. But basically, just go back to your thing. Is that if it would have to be that, it would be the week before St. Patrick's Day. Because yeah, St. Patrick's Day, we're doing the 2 Freddy Fish games with Nikki and Ed Wack. So in that case, that'd be sad. If it's going to be to that, but we'll see. It's like if you want to push further as far as when we get to 5 hours, we can. We'll see how it operates.
What's up? There's room here too.
Yeah, you're right. Fine. Okay, I have a different problem. I had a drug problem in parts 1, 2, and 3. Now I have a hoarding problem. Like I need all this stuff. I swear to God. I was like, no, it's fine. Yeah, do what I have to do. It's like I'm not going to be, screaming and yelling. So like, no, don't take my armor away. Don't take the weapons away.
So it's either way. Okay.
All right. Thank you for handling that as far as it, just because like, I think you have an idea of what we want to run as far as a bunch of the stuff. Yeah, we're only one away from the infinite tool run. So actually, in that case, I don't know. I don't think we necessarily need to even be running too much as far as tools anymore. Actually, here's another question, which is, if in that first room of that next set of floors, if we get the one that's infinite, do we just want to go back and get it?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I'll just continue doing what we're doing.
All right. I mean, I think we're doing good as far as how it's operating, so I'll give it that much. It's just that I think, yeah, the challenge is going to be starting, because actually we are about halfway through this now. More than halfway, I think, because we have 40, 50, and then 50, 60, and then 60, 70. Okay, no, we're a little less, I think. We'll see how this operates for sure. I mean, if nothing else, I guess it's good that I picked up all those tools and just get stuff. And yeah, look at that thing. Look at that. It's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, nothing is going to be living anymore. Even those, whatever those things are up that we keep running into. Although, I've gotten lucky recently not running into them. I mean, I guess it goes to the fine. It sort of goes to the horror thing. That and then the opening of this game, probably the most terrifying things. Fine, and maybe this last boss, but I don't know as far as that last boss. We're just gonna run through basically every tool, just toss everything onto this.
I think we made enough space.
Okay, and then I guess the suits. What are we gonna do about those? Just bin them.
Yeah, for now.
Okay. But you know the one we're waiting for in there, so we should be set to that. Actually, that's probably why we're running.
I don't know, but I think it's called CR Armor 2 or something.
I think that's it. You know what, fine. Whilst you're doing that, let me find out a CR Armor 2. Just to get a sense of what this is looking like, so we can have a little, yeah, oh, yeah, it's not for a ways, not till, the 60th to 70th floors. Yeah, so that's gonna be when that is. That's coming up, way later. I think that's the one, yeah. Yeah, it's the one that, has the, let's see, number of slots available. Let's see, what are they? Yeah, I think it is the max number of slots. It's, over there. So, yeah, there you go. And in that case, then we will use the super tool to put it on to that. Okay, so, because at first I was thinking, like, wait a second, did I put too much onto the weapons as far as, or fine, onto the armor for the preparation of this? But the answer is no. Alright, so we got another phone call to make, and we're doing good. Alright. So that's our next step as far as how it's operating. It does feel good to come back here as far as it, and I'll tell you, the other thing as far as this music has been concerned, the more I've been thinking about it, the more it seems like whenever something comes up, it's just kind of just coming into my mind randomly as far as I'm like, it just kind of is making me feel good. I'm really liking just the sound of what it is, the atmosphere's getting me in. For sure, it is a fantastic soundtrack. I mean, we celebrated this soundtrack every part so far, but yeah, it's never a case of, not being able to celebrate this. And as I said, it goes to what I was saying as far as the thought of the potential copyright question we got on the last part, which was, with...
Is it like just an AI that picks up on that stuff?
I think so. I don't know, do you want me to do the next 10 floors, or do you want to do it?
I'll start it, and then...
And I'll finish it. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Right. Let me not do the maps as well as you. Maybe go smaller. Shit.
I fit it all on one page.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I'm very glad you were able to do that specific as I then hit the mic with the paper, but it's fine that way. Okay. Also, you're doing them in order. I was just doing them all randomly across the way.
Well, it wasn't quite in order, but
no, fine. A little. Look, there will be pictures. Don't worry. So we're at 441, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Well, we're gonna be at 441. You just go right down, and that's the sense of what it is. Okay, perfect. Yeah, but somewhere in here they picked that thing up. But I mean, you're probably right. It probably is an AI thing. So makes sense to that. Actually, that might. Well, we said that before. The potential idea of this next game in this. If Square wants to make it, although I think there might be an interest to this, in all honesty.
Right, or do at least a spiritual successor.
Sure, I mean, we're getting that with Shadow Hearts, we're getting that with Wild Arms, we're getting that with, I'm trying to think, wasn't there something else, spiritual successor that we're getting from something? I thought so. Well, fine, I mentioned made in 1996, but that was not a spiritual successor. It was just a this kind of game. Or like the Bloodstained games, talking about like Castlevania or something. Alright, so 441.
So what do you got? 37 left to go?
Yeah. Okay. So about halfway done. More or less, I think. I mean, the music from the
Subway.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think it's from the Subway. I guess they're going in order of various because we had the stuff from Central Park, the stuff from the hospital, then Soho. It was just going straight and going left, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah, the Toads, right? Oh yeah. Right, in Futurama, I'll definitely have a picture of. I don't know if I'm trying to remember if we've referenced No Toad on the show before. We've talked Futurama before, but I don't know if that's one specific thing. And unfortunately, the game of that is a game that costs tons of money. So
there's a game.
Yeah, it's on the PlayStation 2 and the Xbox. It's like $300 now. It was released actually right when the Simpsons Hit Run came out, so I guess it maybe kind of got lost in the shuffle. I played it. I played the Xbox version specific. You have 3 sections of the game where you're playing as Fry, Leela, and Bender. With Fry, it's like a shooting game that you play pretty decently as far as how it's running. Leela's kind of like Ninja Gaiden in terms of the fact that you're kind of doing fighting, but it's not Ninja Gaiden.
Oh, really?
As far as how it plays. And then Bender, you're kind of just doing like beat-em-up stuff, sort of going along, but it's also something that near the end of it, it gets so insanely cryptic that I kind of stopped playing. It's like, I have to return this as far as my rental period.
So is it like a decent game? Or?
It's okay. I mean, it's better as far as it's... Honestly, it's better when you're playing as Fry. The way the shooting stuff works on that works pretty well, with a couple of things that are kind of off. I wish you could just like use analog stick targeting to switch targets easily. You can't really do that very effectively. But... And it's funny, for sure, and they do have the nice cel-shaded style for what it is. Although, as far as the way the story is, that I think some of the DVDs of Futurama do have it on there, so I don't know if it necessarily would be... I don't know if it would be like a licensed content case. It might be, it might not be. But it's one that costs tons of money. It's decent, and if you like Futurama, it's good. It's interesting that way. It's not great, though.
I mean, I don't know. I can't see the game being that great. I mean, Futurama, it's there for the comedy plus the tearjerker moments.
Yeah, although admittedly that came in later in the show as opposed to in the first couple of seasons. But I mean, I guess the idea, like, because what do you do to turn a game to turn into something funny? Or, I mean...
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm making it happen to you. Yeah, you'll understand. You just hit the triangle button and hope to hell that you... Yeah, just liberate it.
Hopefully we still have enough power to kill it in one shot.
I don't know, the stats are changing when we go up on 4.
Yeah.
But so far it doesn't seem like it has been. It's not Zero Sum Samus handling this. But I guess with Futurama, the other thing I was thinking, like, if you're going to turn that into a game, maybe almost a way like a point-and-click game like the Telltale stuff or like the LucasArts games, or like Secret of Monkey Island or something like that. That honestly would kind of be an interesting fit if you're going to be running a game as opposed to the one that they did. Although, then again, it would be usually in a lot of cases you think that, okay, fine, just go for like a 3D thing as far as that. Or like in the olden days, you said stuff like Spider-Man and X-Men Arcade's Revenge, do like a beat 'em up or a platformer or side scroll to some degree. So then the question of how do you run a game like that? I guess also that came out right when Simpsons Hit and Run did, where they said like, fine, we're into cases with this franchise that were not so hot, to put it mildly, and they said, fine, let's do a Grand Theft Auto knockoff, and that's the one that people tend to like the most. Personally, I like the Konami one, and I like the, actually, I like the one EA made, the Simpsons game. I have it on the Wii, specific. I actually think that one's really, really funny. And actually, that's kind of a better take on the Futurama game a little bit, in the sense that it's kind of a sort of kitchen sink 3D platform game a little bit, but it's also something that the controls feel really good as far as how it operates, and it is really funny. And even on the Wii, you're thinking that they're going to downgrade that graphically from the other systems, but not really, because they're running the cel-shaded look, and it still looks pretty sharp even on that system. Though it is on other stuff as well. I mean, yeah, if you ever do want to see the Futurama game, I could invest in it for the show, but I mean, it is something that it ain't cheap.
Yeah, don't worry about
Which is surprising, though. I didn't necessarily expect that, and it goes to some other thing, which is that when do games become expensive and when do they not, and what determines that? So it's kind of a strange thing as far as why that one did.
Maybe you're driving up the price of these games by talking about it.
Maybe, but this was even before I mentioned it. This was before I was doing the show. I realized, like, oh, this game, wonder what this is like. It's like Futurama. Like, wait, when does this become $300? And same with stuff, as I said, on N64 I have, where I got it dirt cheap, and now, I mean, I mentioned Clay Fighter Sculptor's Cut. That's probably the biggest jump of price of anything I have, because it was $11 when I found this rental-only game from 1998, and now it's $1,000. So I was like, how'd that happen? But it did happen. And so in that case, you know, there's that. I mean, fine. Even then, like, Futurama is not that expensive a game compared to some other stuff. I mentioned, fine, Sega Saturn. That's a big one. That's really expensive for stuff you're running on that, no matter really what it is. But Chasm22 is the hookup as far as that. He's got stuff for Saturn, and he's like, yeah, I'd like to show this program. I'm like, thank you, and also hold on to that because, yeah, you're sitting on a small fortune.
Okay, where is this exit? Very windy floor.
He's not.
That's going a long way. It's like, wait, okay, fine. I'm not even going to draw that because it's going to just go straight. But this also made me wonder if we don't hit a dead end here.
I just hope we're not walking around in circles.
We might be. From the look of what it looks like, we might have hit a circle. No, okay, no, it's not. There's a wall there. Okay, this is a good sign. Alright, actually, you know, this is better, because it said when there's a long hallway like that, this is going into nothing. Okay, there we go, at the end. Alright, okay, so yeah, actually, I'm evolving. Yeah, I'm getting better, a little bit better. Sort of. Okay, so yeah, that's a great thing, so, fine. I'm getting better as far as the map handle and all that, and, yeah, there you go. Actually, in that case, I'll ask you this, Medics. What's the most expensive game you own, as far as price increase, if you know?
I don't even know the value of my games.
Or something you think might be expensive that you like, doesn't anybody know about this? I might have an idea, potentially. I don't know. Because on certain systems, you will know as far as what it is. Some things are pretty damn obvious. Like on PlayStation, it might be something like Miss Adventures of Tron Bond. That's a really expensive one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Nocturne's a copy of that. It's like $700 now.
Yeah, I have no idea, to be honest. I did read some about like someone bringing their sealed copy of Pokemon Yellow to the airport, and airport security just totally ripped it up.
Yeah, I heard that. Like, that's like the worst thing in the world. I mean, I don't even know if that's necessarily that expensive a game, although actually a lot of those Pokemon games do go for a lot of money, the old ones.
It was like 10 grand.
Yeah, well, unopened, yeah, I can imagine that, especially. No question, but I mean, a lot...
I don't think it's actually worth 10 grand, but it was valued at 10 grand.
As far as an unopened case, I mean, sort of, but you'd be surprised, because even a lot of the Pokemon games on the DS, they go for a lot of money, like the Heart Gold and Soul Silver, that's like $120, $30 now, shockingly.
I can't see why, there's like so many.
I don't get it either. That was what Crusader 64 said. He said the same thing. He said, why does it cost so much money? He has one of them, but he's like, wait, why?
Oh, no, not again. Do I even have enough?
Enough what? Oh, whoa.
No, I don't.
You don't, but you can... You can armor it, or just take the shot, I guess. Okay, yeah, it died quicker, because you're putting stuff into the gun, so yeah, we're in good shape that way. Yeah, but yes, that's weird, because here's the other thing. You think, well, wait a minute. Why does a game become expensive? Either they didn't make many copies of it, so sometimes that makes sense. There's a rental game like...
I doubt that's the case for...
No, exactly.
Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. Because it also goes to the question of, like, what's the demand of it, but then... And because people have their generation too. But then again, why necessarily of that? Because I was kind of taken aback. I'm kind of glad I have the ones I have. I actually don't have that one, so... That's a case of, like, why does that cost a lot? But, fine, that doesn't... You're right, that's not the reason, but sometimes it's not always an easy thing to quantify. Because sometimes you can... Look, I've sometimes speculated. In fact, last week we did, like, why is one game cheaper than another or not? In fact, Nikki was asking her, she said, for original Xbox collection, the rarest thing she's got is Barbie Horse Adventure, which is a game that goes about $50 on that system. It's on the PS2 and it's on other stuff as well. But, and that, I thought, okay.
Wait, am I going the right way?
Yes, you are. Downwards. I said, I can sort of see that in that you'd think that with the audience of original Xbox, most people probably wouldn't get it on that. If you can get it on anything to get on the PS2, I would think. But, so I thought, well, maybe. It's not super expensive. It's not as much as Futurama. Futurama goes way more. And I was also telling her about the Barbie game, Groom and Glam Pups, which is on 3DS. It is $2,000, I found, on 3DS. On Wii and DS, it costs, like, next to nothing.
Where is the demand?
They didn't... I think they didn't make many copies, and there's the exit.
Yeah, but there's no demand.
But see, that's the weird thing, which is, like, where's demand? Because sometimes it's demand, sometimes it's a no demand, and they don't make many copies. I don't know if they didn't make many copies. I think that was an early one for 3DS, if I'm remembering that correctly. The only copy of it I found when I was looking at this is like, because I said I want to talk about that to her or fine, put that in the edit for her at least. Because you think like, what's something for that? And then I found like, it went up so massively, unless you get the PAL version, in which case the PAL version is like $100. But remember, 3DS is not region free, so it's like, yeah, you're not going to be getting far with that specific. But I mean, yeah, yeah, on 3DS? No, I mean, maybe on the Wii and the DS, we're talking about Jerry Rice and Nitus' Dog Football, because remember, that's the other thing, like, how did a game like that come to be? The Wii had a lot of games that were, I guess you want to put it that way, either shovelware or just weird, or people were putting on it because it was popular. So you got tons of stuff like that. Maybe, although, look, for all I know, Barbie Groom and Glam Pups is the best game on the Wii, and nobody's talking about it, which maybe is the case, who knows? Oh, maybe, yeah, you're probably right. It's not Metroid Prime 3 or something like that, or, I guess Super Mario Galaxy, or with some other really good games on the Wii. Specific. Not Castlevania Rebirth, which we played, which you can't buy anymore. I mean, you can buy, because it was download only, I should say, on that one. So, I don't know. I mean, who knows? Sometimes things like that surprise you, but, yeah, who knows? But still, like, price case, like, okay, that makes sense. So, it's always a fascinating one for me to find that why does a game cost a lot of money? Why does one not cost a lot of money? You're right, fair enough point to be saying, like, why does that cost so much money if you think people wouldn't want it? I mean, with the DS and the Wii, I get it, because also, remember, those were a lot of things that kids like to play. Now they didn't with 3DS, but then it's bizarre. That is one of the most bizarre ones I can think of as far as where cost that is, unless they just didn't make many on the 3DS, which seems bizarre. I don't, oh, you know what? Okay, I might be able to answer that. That was really early in the 3DS's life. I could get why they didn't make many copies, because remember, the 3DS was a failing system when it came out. It was not doing well. It was Virtual Boy numbers almost. It was doing horribly. That's why Mega Man Legends 3 died above anything else. That's why that game went under, because
I don't know what the outcome
that was what it was designed for. That's what they were putting it out for, specific. I think people were begging for that revamp. Fine, then they bring it back specifically because we're starting 2 next couple months. 2 has massive cliffhanger.
I wasn't sure if I got everything. I probably did, but
Oh, you went the other way. I didn't write the other way right.
Huh.
Oh, we have a. Okay, for a minute I was like, I knew you had battled. I was like, okay. Yeah, but it was not doing hot at the beginning, so maybe they put it out in that case, and they thought, well, fine, more people will play. They made it on the Wii and they made it on the DS, so at that point, they bought more on DS. They just didn't buy it, and at that point, it just kind of became uncommon. Maybe it was so it might have been a limited print run for all I know on that for that system.
Did the DS recover from it became more popular?
The 3DS, it recovered because Nintendo quickly did a price drop. They said, we're cutting this console from $250 to
Am I going up?
No. Yeah, no, if you're going from the start, yes, but you can go down. You might want to go up. I'd say let's go back to that fork in the road. Well, watch, I'm probably taking us in the wrong direction. Yeah, they cut the price from $250 to $170. I think you're here. Yes, you are here from the mall maps. It's insanely hard to find. I found that out when I was trying to do Christmas shopping. But anyway, so what happens is they cut the price really quick, and they said because we cut it quick, if you bought it early, you're getting the Ambassador case where they gave you a bunch of free Game Boy Advance games.
Wait, where's the treasure room?
Treasure room's there. There was that, and you went up that way. I don't think I drew that correctly. I thought this was like the dead end, but it wasn't. That's down there's the start, so just go to the right. But then they did that, and then other games are coming out that people wanted to get. In fact, in my case, I didn't buy it until... Okay, it is down. So, okay, this makes it easy. We just have to go down all the way to the left and this go down. I bought mine in 2013, right before Pokemon X and Y came out. So in that case, there were more games coming out, and then people were buying it like crazy as far as what was there, and it was doing great. And actually, the DS was kind of the same case, where actually, I didn't have DS for a while either, but there was stuff on Game Boy Advance that was still coming out, so I was just buying those things. And people initially were like, Pokemon Emerald version, the Zelda Minish Cap game, where we're Twisted, which I adored. I talked about how awesome that was last week.
Yeah, I didn't play the 3DS at all.
There are certain things I got on it, although, as I said, it's also a weird one, because I can't easily stream 3DS, or DS for that matter, because I have to have my system modded so I can have a capture card installed to it. So that would be that's the hurdle as far as showing that system off. But I got Virtual Console stuff on that, and I have stuff on original DS that would be of interest, potentially, so that might be a thought of it. Although, I mean, I guess then that's also the case of, that end of portable case, because then after that, Switch is just a portable home console on top of everything else, and that's dead end, so it's going to be the left.
Right. I think, I initially scoffed at that idea. It's like, who's going to bring their Switch and play it at a basketball court like they showed in commercials?
It looked weird, but the other thing is that people said that about the Wii U. They thought that the Wii U, they said, I want to take that screen and just play anywhere, and there was, no, you can't. You have to be in distance of your console. Otherwise, the feed of that, or the tracking of that, it doesn't go for that specific. And now I'm back to the shitty map because I'm stuck. Come on, no, we're not. We're going down. So, hold on. Okay, now I think that's good. But then when it came out, I think that was what people wanted on a Wii U. They said, oh yeah, the gamepad thing, you can just kind of go anywhere with it as a portable unit. And then Nintendo said, okay, no, this is what it actually is. And then people wanted to play it. And they got stuff that they really wanted for it. And it kind of run both ways. Although, we sometimes run into cases where that means that it's liability in terms of the tech of the thing. Depending on what it is.
Ask Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
I know, hence why we're doing that show for our April Fool's Day program this year. I mean, the ultimate insult I can give that game is the fact that, and damn, that was a long haul.
Like, the game doesn't even look...
It looks I mean, visually, I'm like, it's fine, whatever. I mean I'm more the tech. I'm just more on how it runs.
But yeah, but like it runs like crap, but it doesn't even look good running like crap.
Yeah, which is although then again, to be fair, there's stuff on the Switch that runs worse. Although even one of the worst running games on the Switch got patched like right after that game came out, saying like, oh no, it runs better. That's Ark Survival Evolved. That when that came out, it was a disaster on the Switch, but they've since ported and it runs great. Even better, well, fine, better, I should say, way better, significantly. But yeah, as I said, that's why we're doing that for our April Fool's Day show, where I'm not applying any patches, so Switch is going offline for that. And also, as I said, the ultimate insult I guess I can give it is that I was going to Superman for Nintendo 64 that weekend. I said, no, we're doing this instead. Also, because we did DC game already as far as Bad Case last year. Oh, fine. Debatably Bad Case, because I did Batman Forever on Super Nintendo, but I was going to say, okay, fine. I can't say that, because Batman Forever does have crash bugs. We did actually see a couple when we played the game, because for the,
I mean, if you want to balance it out with Marvel, you can play Spider-Man and X-Men Arcade's Revenge.
Okay, yeah, I can do that for next year's show.
It's not like a buggy game, it's just...
It's not good, so like, we can go in that element of, like, not good, like, hey, I'll be equal opportunity. I'll say, like...
You know, I was, like, so mad at that game when I first got it.
Okay.
But I couldn't appreciate how good the music was when I was playing, because I was just so mad at it.
Well, see, it's funny that, because I know we've talked this before, especially when it's based on the license you like. I know Lekford said this for, he played, when he was growing up, he played Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue on the Nintendo 64, because he loves Power Rangers, but he said, this game is horrible, but the thing is then, he said, I got the PlayStation version, which is totally different, and it's great, but it's also something that, it was the first game I remember actively hating, so he said, and it's something that, especially when it's something you like, you hope that you're going to have that great experience. I guess with Power Rangers, I mean, we so far played the Super Nintendo one, the first Super Nintendo one, so that was better.
That game really needed to have like a two-player mode.
It did, yes. Well, its sequel does. I mentioned that when we played it, because I played it last August. In fact, it is actually the most watched show of any of them that we have on the YouTube site, as we're seeing Into the Monster.
Which one? Turbo?
Yeah, the Power Rangers Super Nintendo. That was.
What was the sequel?
The sequel is Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie.
Okay, yeah.
Which I have to get a copy of. It's actually come down in price a little more than I thought. It used to be like $100. It's now about $50, $60. And it's good, and it has two-player, right? Lack of two-player as far as the other one. So it kind of limits itself that way, but fun game still, so there's something to be said about that. So if we're going to start on Power Rangers, we're going to start on a good one. That's a good one to start with.
The first one was the fighting game on the Genesis.
Well, that was one of them, because I mentioned when we played that, there were 4 different Power Rangers games that came out. There was the fighting game on the Genesis, as you mentioned. There's the one we played on Super Nintendo, which is the beat 'em up. There's the Game Gear version that plays a lot like almost a mix of the two, in the sense that you have certain areas we're doing like one-on-one fighting the way the Genesis game does, but then sort of stuff where there's 2 in here.
What?
Oh shit. I guess we're getting serious now. Okay, yeah, you got your first shot. I didn't attack. Okay, so that's good. Yeah, okay, okay, great, fantastic. Yeah, the Game Gear version had like side-scrolling elements like the Super Nintendo game, but had fighting stuff and Zord battles like the Genesis game. And then there's the Sega CD version. I don't know if you're familiar with the Sega CD version. It is a full motion video of, where'd you go, left?
Yeah.
Okay. It is a full motion video game that takes the first episode, or select episodes of the show, has full motion video on them and puts QuickTime button presses on top of it. But the thing is that oftentimes it doesn't actually follow, because it's actually the same footage as the TV show. So they had the first episode where they're getting destroyed by the putties before they know what their power is. But you're pressing the buttons to go like left, right, up, down, A, B, C, and all that, but it's not necessarily matching. So if you're doing it perfectly, the Rangers are still getting their asses kicked by the putties. Like, wait a second, how's this working? It's not like something like Shenmue or God of War or something like that, where you're hitting the button and it's, oh, you faltered and you missed like a grab or something, and you get knocked down to the ground. It's not like that. It's, the footage is already there, so you're going to be, in a case of having that blocked, and I hope this is a dead end. Yeah, it is. Perfect. So in that case, we can just, yeah, there's the dead end. So yeah, in that case, they were all totally different as far as how they were. as far as those Power Rangers games, and then they did the movie ones, which were totally different. Although they were both beat 'em ups. The Genesis one was a beat 'em up, kind of like Streets of Rage. Actually, it's the people who made Shadow Dancer, Secret of Shinobi made that. Sims made that, and then the Super Nintendo one that was Natsumi again, who developed. And I think then same case with the Game Boy version as far as Power Rangers as well. That was something different too, kind of side-scrolling like the Super Nintendo, but not the same either. And Nocturne is the Power Rangers movie on Game Boy, which I heard is weird as far as how it operates, but that's that one anyway. So yeah, a lot of the Power Rangers games are totally different, which is kind of interesting. Actually,
what was your favorite?
What?
Which one was your favorite?
Of what I played, I only played the two in the Super Nintendo. Those first two in the Super Nintendo, but
the movie one was a lot better.
What?
You like the movie a lot better?
I like the movie better because I think probably the two-player thing, but also I didn't dislike the first one. I think the first one's good and it reflected what the show is about.
Yeah.
I did like the second one. I think maybe for that, and also because the thing about the second one that's weird is you played the second one.
Briefly, I kind of forgot about it now that you brought it up.
Yeah, because what the second one did was weird. Is you're going around, you have to get like those little exclamation or the lightning symbols to power yourself up before you can be a Power Ranger. But then when you get that, you also have to build it up again to use your weapons. You have certain special weapons that take that away, and you can use that to take it away anyway if you just want to, fight with the human versions or the human versions of the characters before they morph. But in that case, it's a question of you don't want to do that because otherwise you can't transform. So you have to get your power up specifically for that, and it's kind of a weird case as far as how that's operating, even though it's definitely a fun one. And I haven't played that Genesis version, but I've heard it's really good, and I want to play it, actually. I think, like Chris said specifically on a show we did, he said it's almost like Streets of Rage 4 before Streets of Rage 4 came out, which maybe a little bit from what it looked like. Although now we do have Streets of Rage 4, so it's that way. But I guess Power Rangers' take on that, the idea of running a license, as you said, putting it into a shell of something else, or playing like other games and doing it really well, which you don't always take that for granted because of how sometimes they screw it up.
Especially back then, it's like it's some cash in.
Yeah, I mean, and it's funny, certain games we played license-wise, we've kind of been lucky that way, because as far as the show's concerned, we played that Power Rangers game, which is good. Doesn't have two-player, true, but it's still a good game. It plays fine, and it looks good, and it captures the feel of the show well. A lot of the Disney games we played World of Illusion and Castle of Illusion. Those are great games. We played Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse. That was a great game by Capcom, amongst other things. So you sometimes had that, but then you made the cases where they weren't that great, that much more egregious. And I guess the case with Spider-Man, well, fine. With X-Men and Spider-Man, with X-Men we had the Konami game, and we had maybe some of the other ones, the Genesis games. With Spider-Man, you had, the Genesis Spider-Man was pretty good from what I remember hearing.
I don't remember those games.
There's also Spider-Man versus the Kingpin, which is on Sega CD. I've heard that's actually really good. And there's, speaking of another expensive one, I don't know if this is supposed to be that great either, but Spider-Man Web of Fire. It's on 32X. It was like I think the last game that came out on it, and they did not make many copies, so that goes for a lot of money. And we're at the exit. Fantastic.
What floor are we?
45th down. Do you want to swap off on floor?
I'll get to that.
Oh, you want to do this run of it, and then I'll do the next couple. Okay. Okay, so you're just going straight on this one. Okay. Also, I'm learning from you as far as maps, so thank you for that. It's just a question of, like, where do we start? Where do I start on this? What's the best case? Go left. You're going straight this way. Cross. That's that way.
Just trying to maximize our chances to find a treasure room first.
Yeah, good point. I mean, I think that's right. If nothing else, that's the other thing we're doing with this game. We're basically explaining what is the method to this. Because people's like, I've never experienced this. Nah, me neither. So unfortunately, got another four-way turn. And okay, that one's not... Okay, fine. I have the other one too close. But at least it's curving. Okay. Yeah, we're doing pretty good as far as how this is operating. Just to... Fine, okay, I'm going a little higher than this just as far as the draw of the map. Another one. Well, actually, that might be a good thing, because that might mean that we're going to be in line with connecting that, but there's the treasure room right there. So yeah, we could be lucky, and it's as far as the exit, it could be right to back to the left and up, but who knows?
Damn monster.
I'm starting to like that. That should just be the I just put that as far as the comment in the YouTube side. Out. That means that we are killing them quicker now, so there is something good to that. We only need one run with the bullets. Okay. See, it seems like, yeah, we are going through some of these pretty quickly, so there's that to be said about too. Alright, so you're going that way. Let's see what's next to that. Okay. Yeah, it's funny, even though I did get ourselves leveled up specifically, we're not really running into cases where we're leveling up massively yet. Although, I mean, here's the thing, here's my concern, because from what I understood, I thought the end boss here is like, didn't they say something? I think I read something saying level 70 is kind of the, either what it's running at or what we want to be at, but I'm like, wait, are we even going to get that high? Well, maybe it doesn't matter because we have enough. Fine, I was gonna say no, it doesn't matter because we have the weapon and the armor that way, but it probably does.
It might.
Although then again, maybe it's just gonna be a case where it's gonna just start out going up really quickly when we get higher up. Because that's what I noticed when I was just doing the build up to, you know, getting to like 33 for this. Well, that's at least a good thing, so... Yeah, your option is just go left and see if it's there, or go back and go up to the straight way where the treasure room was, or the left of where the treasure room was. Alright, so that might be a good sign. Yes, it is. Up. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, the other one's too close. It's like, yeah, I'm not sure as far as what that was going to be, but alright.
We should run this through ChatGPT and see if it map its way for us.
I don't... Oh, you mean the game or these maps are drawing?
These maps.
I don't know if it's going to understand the ones I'm drawing. Find the better ones now, it might, but... that's fascinating, though. I think I've heard something like what that is, but I don't know if I've actually heard that name, but... I guess what would it be... What are we trying to get out of it, then, if you're going to toss it in? It's like, what is this?
I don't know.
Because I told you off screen, I think I'll go into this now as well, just because of the sound stuff on the not the Mad Meister play, the Guitar Man play we did last week. That seemed like it was too... I misjudged. I'm sorry to Ed Wack and Nikki for that, but I was able to edit to mitigate that as much as I could. But I said I can transcribe this, and I realized, no, transcribing a 4-hour video, I don't think so. But then I was able to get a transcription going and took the audio and converted it, but it was getting stuff wrong. It was saying I was Kevin D-Trag instead of Captain D-Trag. It was saying you didn't know stuff with some of the games I was mentioning. It was like, yeah, what is this certain thing? So it didn't know what Guitar Man was. It actually was spelling like Guitar Man or something. So okay, the ending is really quick, so that's the end right there.
You get the treasure, right?
The treasure is just basically go down and just go down from where you are. So other than that, that's a pretty good case of it. So, in that case, I guess it was kind of experiencing, so I guess, yeah, we kind of set ourselves up nicely for the purpose of it as we're at, you know, four-way street. Also, the other thing is I may as well just, well, there's the elevator. I say, yeah, this one's going on a long time. So I was like, wait.
Oh, no.
Dang it, it probably might be here, for all we know. Perfect. Okay, so, I mean, that'll make it a little easier, I guess, because probably just, when you get back there, just go to the right, and then you need to be there. Hopefully it doesn't actually go down and go in another loop, but, yeah, so far, so good. we didn't hit the fork in the road yet, did we?
Not yet.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure I didn't miss it. Okay,
I wish I could run that fast, but I can't.
What, run faster in this, or how fast she's going?
Run faster, or how fast she's going.
Yeah, I wonder how fast she does go as far as that. Okay, so yeah, we'll just have to go down and see what happens there. Okay. This might be good, though. It's like, hey, just go one way. If it's not there, go the other way briefly, just to see if it's maybe on each end.
Nope.
No,
you're that easy.
You're going the whole way. He's like, oh, no, there you go. I get that.
Oh, no. I'm going even further.
But then again, you might be right. It might be here.
Oh.
Ha! Like fucking clockwork. Yeah, the Crusader 64's influence is rubbing off on all of us, and I appreciate that. It also makes it easy, because in that case, it's easy to get back. Okay, good. So it's no darkness, no poison, a resistance to darkness, poison, slow. Okay. That's pretty good as far as it's not what we're looking for, but that's not what we're looking for either.
A monster.
Yeah, pray for mercy, you son of a bitch, for all of you True Grit fans.
Haven't seen it.
Which one have you not seen?
True Grit?
Which one?
Oh, there's more than one?
The original from the 1960s, which is 1969 with John Wayne, and then the remake by go back to the right. This is gonna be an easy one for you to get home from. Yeah, that one, which is what that one came from, and then the remake by the Coen Brothers from 2010. Actually, I haven't seen that version, but I've seen the original. I quite like the original. But actually, and it's also not the first time I mentioned that. Actually, I mentioned that on the Kingdom Hearts play because the voice of Piglet, the late voice of Piglet, whose name escapes me at the moment, he was actually a character in that movie, interesting enough. So, which is kind of fascinating. So, like, yeah, why does all this weird shit come up for stuff like that? Because, when you talk about voice performances and certain things for a game, that can be a fascination.
So, is it like, do they not make new Winnie the Pooh stuff?
Well, they made... Let me think about that. Well, fine. He's in every Kingdom Hearts game, every single one.
Going up?
Yeah, going up and let's go to the left, and you got it. They made... there's this series, I think, that was on Disney XD. I think it's on Disney Plus, specifically. It's a more modern take on that. There's the 2011 movie that made that didn't make any money, which I hate. Because I hate the fact it didn't make money, because it's awesome.
Oh, it's actually good.
It's great. It's fantastic. It opened against the last Harry Potter movie, though, so like everybody went to that. Specific, they didn't go to this, and then I went a couple weeks later, and it's terrific. It's really funny. It's insanely funny, and it has some really great music. It's the people who did the music for Frozen, did the music for it.
I can't stand that song.
Which song?
Let It Go.
I was gonna say, wait a second. To be fair, that's not. Well, actually, I liked it when I saw it as far as the movie because of like how it kind of fit for the scene, the idea of like overplaying. Actually, there are other songs in the movie I like more. Well, actually, no. Well, it was that and In Summer specifically in that movie that I liked. But then you're right, maybe they played that. But the stuff in that Winnie the Pooh movie they haven't overplayed because people don't know like what's the thing about the Baxon, which yeah, I don't want to give that away. That is the reveal on what that is amazing. And it's also something that's very kind of self-aware about itself. But as far as like making stuff for that franchise, I think they do have a newer series of it, and with the Kingdom Hearts games. I always love the fact when we go there as far as the Enterprise for Kingdom Hearts, just because they kind of pull really deep stuff for that. And there also are games based, like, as always, there's games based on something. It's fine, Kingdom Hearts, but also outside of that, I think there's a couple of. There's one on the GameCube, I believe. I think Ubisoft made it that seemed potentially interesting. And there's one on the Game Boy Color that's kind of like a board game specific. At some point, I think I should show some of that. Hey, Kingdom Hearts, we have that to look forward to. But yeah, I think they are sort of kind of making stuff like that. But actually, if you haven't seen that 2011 film, I would recommend it. It's on Disney Plus as well, and I would but then again, I have the DVD. That's how big of a case I am on that one. And it was hilarious. I was kind of surprised it was as funny as it was, as far as like how it's playing with a lot of different things. Even the idea of how Owl is, because he's voiced by Craig Ferguson in that movie. He's actually really funny.
Oh, really?
Yes, he is. And the thought of him being so, like me, long-winded, maybe that's where I get it from. but then people saying like, yeah, wait, stop it. And there's this one detail as far as they're stuck in a hole, and then he flies out, and then he flies back. It's like, they just give him this look. It's like, what? It's surprisingly funny, while also being in line with elements of the series, too. So yeah, it's good stuff. And another one that's underrated, I will say that, because people didn't go see it. As one of the cases, I think it opened in Europe. Yeah, it opened in Europe a few months later, but then Disney said, fine, we're going to open against this Harry Potter movie. It's like, at first I thought, oh, kids will go to... So you might think, oh, kids will go to that since Harry Potter's for teenagers. Like, no, they're going to go to the Harry Potter. Doesn't matter how old or young they are, they're going to still go to that. And, like, yeah, that made tons of money, and this one didn't. It's like, fine, that's my rant, because I love that movie, and people didn't see it, but it is terrific.
Did you like the Harry Potter movie?
I did, yeah, they're both awesome. They're both great, but, I was also kind of, I guess I just wanted both of them to do well, I think, because, fine, the one did well, because it was the end of that, and I was glad as far as how, Harry Potter carried itself as far as franchise that way, as far as the movies, because after 8 of them, at the time there were, more movies in that franchise than the Saw series, of all things, or maybe even like some of the Halloween films or other horror franchises, but they kept the quality consistent for a while. So it's like, oh, actually, there's only like one I was not huge on, which was the 4th one, The Goblet of Fire, but I didn't dislike it. The Fantastic Beasts movies, on the other hand, no on those, although I didn't even see the 3rd one.
I'm trying to think if this is something I would have wanted.
Maybe that's the idea, that you'll do a free shot off when you get killed by one of these things.
Right. I mean, you don't even want to get hit that often for that to matter.
Sure.
On a weapon. But I don't know if there's anything that's better.
Yeah, I don't know. Also, we have oh, right. I was like, wait, we have something else to put onto that. Alright, so wait, was there another box?
That was the medicine too.
Oh, okay. Okay, so now getting through this is going to be pretty much as simple as going to the left, and hoping we find that, or just going back. Okay, perfect. They just go downwards, and that's going to be the end of that. So actually, yeah, this is good as far as how the map is working. Although I gotta tell you, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know, maybe we're gonna need that 5th part for this.
Yeah.
Then March 11th, do you want to pencil in on that, just in case?
You have to remind me.
We'll find it. Fine. No, I just said, just for the purpose that, yeah, but I'll have to figure out also. I'll tell you what I'll also do. I usually always say, okay, good. I'm glad we got it in, honestly.
I mean, I'd rather find the exit.
Fine. If we're gonna find the exit, if we're gonna find something else, like we don't want to necessarily go off in a direction that way. I'll take it being dead end, but at least it's set enough. I think at some point I always have said we'll not run, starting the stream until we actually have a show, but I might break that rule just to get a sense of if there's anything. Okay, there's the exit. If there's anything that we could feasibly use or show something different. Actually, in that case, then, since we're going to assume we might not have a whole lot of time left, is there anything running through PS3 or on the PSN over that I have on that maybe you want to be having like a look at or do like a brief thing?
I'm not sure. Depends on where we finished.
Okay. Because in that case, we can justify that and run it up. Okay, so was there was a fork in the road there?
Yeah.
So no, it's fine. So the fork road there, down, and you went left at this fork in the road too. Yes.
Yep.
And then it's elevator.
Sorry, I'm just trying to.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Speed through this.
No, I get it. Because what I'll also do is, if we do need to do that, I will also indicate what some of those things are, and I'll do checks of that. So, question, I guess, just to indicate this as far as the chat's concerned, or anybody who's watching the YouTube upload of this in a couple of days. If you're subscribed to this channel on Twitch and you see a Super Bowl Game Saturday or Captain D-Track has gone live, and it's not at like a 7 p.m. case, at least not for the next week, that'll be why. That you went right, yes.
Yep.
Okay. Because I'll try that. Okay, that's the exit. Perfect. So it'd be either you could go up from this and see if there's something over there, or you can go backwards and go down or left. Yeah, it's dead end, so then you're gonna go back downwards, and you go back up again, or down when you get to the next Fulton Road. Actually, you know what? Fine, I'll go into this as well, which is that. Let me think about. Oh, what is it? We'll figure that as far as schedule, but I'm just trying to think of other stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, Toad is out, and you're like, yeah, no. She's not gonna be kissing that Toad, she's gonna be killing it. And that's also the case of when we get to this Rhapsody Musical Adventure, which I have on the PlayStation. I think we'll run that version probably, because I like every version of that game. That one, the Switch, and the DS. But, yeah, she hates toads. I think I mentioned that with one of the parts of this specific... Okay, here's the other thing. Maybe I'm also going over the stuff we had on the other parts because it's been a while, but with that being said, we're figuring that. Okay, so yeah, when you get... Okay, there's the elevator, and so there's this. You can go up and down here. You up and then up again, or just down. Actually, going down. Left over there, perfect. Unless we get into a dead end again, but so far it seems like we're going okay. Wait, no, dead end, never mind.
Man.
Well, that being said, you just either need to go up and... Because there was not a four-way street there, was it? We'll find out. We'll find out when we get there, but, that being said, I'm keeping track. Like, that's the other thing. I'm kind of getting into an element of this working now a little better. He's like, yeah, learn from the master, for sure.
Someone should draw all these things stacked on top of each other and see how weird the building would show up.
Yeah, okay, no, never mind. There was not a thing there, so yeah, just go straight up.
Am I going straight up? Or...
Yeah, because the bottom, I think, is the start. I think. Because you basically need to take a quick left.
I think I came from the top.
Alright, no? let's if you want to go down, just take a quick look at it. We can do that. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, so yeah, so just go up. So go up, alright. Yeah, see, in my case, I wasn't completely sure either, so... Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna assume this is probably gonna be close, hopefully. As in right here, so it is. Perfect.
So, is there any way that looks like a loop back around? Probably not, right?
No, not really. No, I think it's gonna be a dead end. Let's see what's in the box.
What's in the box?
I was setting you up for that one too, from 7. Yeah, there's not a game based on that. Well, fine. The closest we could get as far as this would be if we played, what's the Call of Duty game that, Kevin Spacey's in? I don't remember which one. Yeah, we'll have to deal with that when we get to that, don't you worry. Because I was telling you about the Rob Smith thing with Mega Man Legends, and we'll have to do that when, Nocturne and I start, Mega Man Legends 2. Alright, we have our 10th card, so, yeah, we haven't found one of these yet, as far as this. Although we're almost at the, end of this, so yeah, we'll get our infinite tools when we, go down the next time. Yeah, so I think that's going to be a dead end, most likely. I'm going to assume it's a dead end for the purpose of our map. Is we just go down, left, and then... Yeah, down, left, and then, left again, and right. I do love the build that it's been showing as far as how we've done this whole thing. Because, yeah, it seems like they're picking the music sequentially as far as the places we've went, but it also seems like it's kind of building on the intensity that, yeah, we're getting higher and higher. We're getting close, like you were saying.
Nope, I agree.
But I think it goes to one other thing, I guess, with this music, which is that not only is it really good music, not only does it fit for the scenarios that you're running, but also that it has such a great... maybe I'm thinking this because of how Guitar Man went last week. Which is just the I don't know, the flow of it. The flow of the music, which you'd think like that's a weird thing to be saying, but even just the way they're kind of setting it up, it's interesting kind of the way that that's been operating. We're kind of building that in that way of it telling the story, going along with the story that way as far as where we're going and where we've been. Okay, so that's that. Up here. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna be, actually, I guess, no, I'm thinking about this. Okay, no, you're okay, you're going whichever way you want to go, up, right, okay.
Right, wrong, who knows?
Either way, we're making it happen, either way. Oh, perfect, no, right. So, good job. Oh, yeah. I'll tell you, anytime I was doing the prep for this, anytime I saw something like, oh, yes, I want this now. And there's the other one. So, yeah. They said they only needed 14. Was it 14 or 17? Actually, remember, I looked at it.
14, you said.
Yeah, I think so. So,
I'm gonna put a tool in the box, because...
we don't need it anymore?
Yep.
Yeah, right, it's 14, so actually, yeah, we only have 3 left to go. Oh, you went, okay, you're going right. It's giving you either that or, yeah, it's not going to be close right away, but either way, we'll say.
That's where momentum's taking me.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get that feel. I mean, I think that's kind of how we've been operating this. Right. So if nothing else, it's been helpful.
We're almost leveling after the entire stream.
Okay, that's surprising. Yeah, now I'm thinking about it. But I think it'll be a nice case when we get there, and more stuff with bonus points, however you want to allocate that. Well, actually, I guess that's one other thing, which is that... does it change how many bonus points you get if it takes a while to level up, or just like however many you get for that level?
I think each enemy has a hidden bonus point value for getting defeated.
Okay, so it might be a benefit that we haven't leveled up yet. Maybe.
Yeah, it really depends on like the bonus point to experience ratio.
Okay.
Obviously, getting hit is not a good thing.
I'm glad you knew as far as the thing with the 0 hit. It's like, yeah, you did take the hit, but it's like, what does it? Does it actually have an effect? But it does.
Yeah, I don't think the amount of damage matters. Just get
as long as it sees that. Although, actually, one thing I don't think we've actually seen is that. Can enemies ever miss you? I don't know if I've ever seen that happen.
There's like an evade.
It was weird because you see the miss go on when you shoot an enemy that's out of your range, but we've never seen that on Aya. At least I don't remember it. So there's the elevator. So, it's either one of two things: go down and there's another path, or I don't think it would have been right by. See, I said last time it might have been right by the left of the treasure room, but it wasn't. So I'm going to assume it's not either. Unless the skin ends up being a dead end, we'll see. Yeah, getting closer. So yeah, good. I don't know. I totally forgot the idea that yeah we've gone for as long as we have in not a single level up, but yeah, either way.
Wow.
Yeah, well now they're gonna die as I get the birds. And it is satisfying. Okay, there you go, there's our level up. Oh, Jesus, that was off of just that one level up. Christ.
Yeah, so...
Do you want to allocate this?
Sure. What do we want it?
More
damage?
I'd say also probably, at some point, I think we also want to put more in the armor as well. Just because...
I just like a nice round number.
I've been doing that too, actually. I want to make sure that, you know, I had everything set for what we're operating with. But also I was running it in some cases on what I could go. That's... Yeah, the Parasite energy, and I guess, I don't know, do we want to put the other 10 in to get 100 on the critical evasion?
Nah.
What do you want? Oh, you just want to hold the... okay, so, actually, I don't know if I asked you this, which is that when it comes to bonus points, do you get it in case you sometimes want to hold some just in case you think later what you want to run?
If anything, like, or maybe if I really, really need an inventory spot, I'll hold on to it.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, I'm also curious then in that case now, just kind of understanding your methodology. Basically on everything on this game, so in that way, I guess that's kind of what it is. As I mentioned, I've mentioned this a lot.
Things right now are like so easy that I'd rather just have the flexibility.
Sure. And there's the ends. And last section of this, and then we got boss. Okay, so let's finish this off and get my better case of map running too. Yeah, okay, it looks way nicer. Like, I'm not copying you, it's just that you had a good idea. And I was like, wait, I don't know what I was thinking as far as the other ones, but I just was doing them. But alright, fine, now I get it. Bye-bye to the toads. Yeah, I think we've got this as far as how it's been. I think it's really probably just going to be the next couple floors is where it's going to be more of a concern.
Even now, they're not doing too much damage.
Mm-hmm.
It would be nice if we could find an upgrade to that armor.
Which one? Oh, the next armor?
Maybe we could just move our stuff onto something else with whatever super tools we have.
Well, yeah, maybe. I mean,
we don't even really need to use super tools, to be honest. We have like a bunch of armor that...
Well, fine, we need to use one of them eventually, but we'll get there when we get there.
Right. Like, the armor we have now, like, it's not like anything special.
Yeah, although, I mean, yeah, because I guess that's the other
We just need the bonus points off of it.
So basically that's pretty much what we're doing to make sure that we're going to be set, as opposed to just saying that, oh yeah, you know, it's a great armor.
Did we get the item?
Not yet. Actually, yeah, we haven't even hit a whole lot of separate paths. Right, there's the elevator. Yeah, honestly, we only had one branching path, but I don't know if that even had it, because it seems like it could be something that, if this map is going to make sense, it would be a dead end. Although you said in some cases the maps just don't make sense, or they do? In the sense that they won't overlap.
Yeah, some of them are like just physically impossible.
Okay, that's what I thought, or that's what I remembered, I think, from the last part we did.
It doesn't happen all the time, but...
Alright, there's the treasure room, so we got that. Alright, so there is another tool, and there is... bulk capacity. Okay, that's gonna be useful.
Anything that lets us save space.
I mean, we're coming up to boss here, so honestly, we should be good right now. And I think it's basically just going to keep going right, because I don't think that down case we saw before is going to be anything. At least I don't think it is.
We saw the elevator?
Oh, yes, we did. In fact, right there, perfect. Okay, so... yeah, the elevator's just going downwards and following path until we find it. So, alright, here's the next boss. Okay, what do we got tonight? As orders on this, run here for the floor.
Where was this from?
Oh, Christ. The cockroach? I don't know. Maybe we haven't seen this yet. Hey, you talk about the horror things, like, oh, Jesus Christ, I don't want to see that. Although, it seems like it's only just whipping you with the antennae, which is good that way. There you go, got him. I'll have to see if we ever saw that. I don't think it's in the warehouse. I don't remember that being there.
I don't remember.
Yeah, fine. We have other parts I can go back on. I'll.
All right, where is that elevator?
It's just a follow the path down. Just keep going down, and it's a straight shot, and we'll find it right there. Sorry, that is 50 floors. Actually, yeah, that is a good case. So yeah, we were definitely in good shape on this one, I should say. Although I guess for the purpose of this, it's probably going to be us getting to the 60th. I think.
You want to push it, or do you want to call it?
I think we can get to the 60th. What do you say? Unless, well, fine. It's your choice if you want to do that, and then
maybe we just spread it out more evenly with the next one.
Because hold on, let me think about this. Because we have because we have 50, 60, 60, 70, and then that, and then the boss.
How many floors did we get today?
We got most of them. We got we did the first 10 last time, and we did 10 through 20, 20 through 30, 40, 30 through 40, 40 through 50, so that's 40 floors.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's your choice as far as how you want to handle that, because this is your play.
Yeah, let's end it here, but let's craft, or I wouldn't say craft, but let's try to transfer stuff to a more appealing armor.
Okay. Yeah.
For the end of it.
Yeah, we can do that. Or actually, I don't know. Actually, wait. Do we want to start doing that now then? Because actually, here's the other thing. We can rationalize us doing this on screen, as far as just talking out stuff, and then we can go into stuff. Actually, and then in that case, yeah. So all right, fine. We're not going to finish this game tonight. I thought maybe, but fine. I say finale on the description there. That's not quite right, but we'll get there next time. I promise. And March 11th, assuming that's going to work. I mean, if it doesn't, tell me. I'll see what I can switch. Because honestly, now I'm thinking about it, that probably would be the only one I can switch until. Actually, that is the only one I can switch. Honestly,
you're a popular man.
Somehow, I don't know how it happened, but it's just the fact that the people want to do stuff, and then thought like I have stuff set. I mean, and also fine. I've also put myself in boxes for certain things because one's going to be an anniversary show that I don't know if you're going to like hearing what this is, but we'll get to that.
Let me save first before I mess around with any armor stuff.
Okay. Yeah, one's an anniversary show, one's the April Fool's Day show, one's the compilation show. So those are cases I don't want to split them around, and then yeah, so that'll probably be how it's going to operate. So yeah, a bit shorter, sort of, kind of, but we definitely got a good amount of this done. And definitely a good time with it so far. It's like, we're not done yet. We're just going to do stuff with the what was it? Also, fine, since we're at the end, I'm going to ask one quick thing, which is that, do you have a preference about thumbnail when we upload to the YouTube site?
What was on the last one?
The last one was, fine, I can answer that question right away. The last one was the case we had the Ultimate Being, and we had the bucket of mayonnaise. We had, in fact, I'll bring it up right now. I'm actually going to find real fucking subtle here, saying we're gonna go to the Super Bowl Game Saturday YouTube site. And I spelt it wrong. So let's see. All right. Okay. Fine. That was that's the Mad Meister thing, which I said that. Okay. So every part of Parasite. Part 1 was the worst foe lies within itself. Part 2 was Iabray in the morgue wearing a party hat with Nikki's delicious dessert tray. And, because that was that idea. And last part was the picture of the Mimic from Final Fantasy. The first set of maps we did for floors 1 through 10. The bucket of mayonnaise, because we were talking about Undercover Brother, but I took the mayonnaise from the Wacky Daily episode of Rocko's Modern Life. And the remapping of America from the map company that was not Rand McNally. I made a mistake of what that was. It was something else. But that was what the last... And it was all surrounded by the Ultimate Being. So, this is going to sound weird, but we didn't have necessarily a whole lot of different places we went. We were mostly here and Chrysler Building and out in the streets. As I'm also ignoring the potential of chat as far as it... Because, as far as that's operating. So, those were the things that... But also, as I said, hey, I can also superimpose stuff. So, I don't know if I should be... I think I should maybe superimpose something for, Wolverine or something.
Sure.
For anything we've done. I don't know. Because by my fault, if you want to put it that way, or elements, we just went into different directions. Okay, now those are the set of maps we started. Yeah, we got so many things that I went off on specific and that you were willing to go off on with me, so thank you. I appreciate that. For everything, not just that, but just everything as far as today is concerned. Alright.
I am going to use our cards.
Let's run. Oh, right. Right, to give
I'm not sure which one of these are the most ideal for now, so I'm going to use the rare cards to add slots to...
Alright. Did we show him the rare cards yet?
No.
Because we have 11 now, I believe, yes.
1, 2...
Or 3.
3... 10.
And 11, because there's the one you had in your inventory already, I believe.
Did I not get rid of it?
No, you still have it in there. Yeah, it's just that one there. So yeah, alright, show us how this operates, because yeah, we haven't seen this yet. Because you basically, what, you show it to him? Okay. Yeah, it's a one-of-a-kind card. Fine, we saw that part, but... Oh, hold on, question. You have to use them in order for it to count towards the,
I want to say yes, but I don't know.
You saved already, yes?
Yeah, that's why I'm
going to wait, do you want to go on that list of, cards to see about what that is? Because I don't know when you go to rare T cards, that's, giving it in. As I said, we'll find out. Oh, for fair, I'll give you one more tune-up. Okay. Maybe it's just slotting everything.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which one of the new armors have the most slots right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll stick with that one.
Actually, did you go down to Rare T-Card Collection? What does that do? Oh, I see. So... Okay, so that's basically a list of what it is. So when you use them, it's fine. I think you just have to show them all of them. Although here's the question then. I guess you got to actually use all of them.
Right.
Okay. So in that case, basically just run it completely, and I think that counts as operating. But I guess then in that case, we'll just run all 10. Oh, fine. 10 of these to start, and then he'll probably say something like, hey, I have this for you. That's what I've understood. That's what I looked up as far as how it was operating. So that'll be that. Okay. Huh. What's up?
I got 6 of them on here. I think the max slots is 8 then.
Okay. Didn't you say there's certain things that they just come with the maximum slots of 8 or however many it is from the start? The one we're finding in the Chrysler Building next time, I believe, yes. He's going to be like that, I think.
That one's maxed.
Okay. And do we have max on the bubble wrap?
Yeah, we're already, that's like 3 max, so we can't do anything else with that.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure as far as that. Because it's funny, when I saw the name as far as the names of these things, the cards, I said, hey, those kind of go to weapons, but I said, well, okay, they're not really.
3, so that one's not it.
Okay, so basically what we want to do is we want to find whichever one has the most slots to hold.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay. Are we not necessarily concerned about, like, I guess it's stats because we'll just dump everything over?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, this will be the rest of the night then. So yeah, we'll run it that way as far as how everything's going. So I'm liking that. And none of those, I guess, getting a good mood. It's like, yeah, it's just Wayne and I in here. You know, spending Saturday night handling stuff with weapons. Well, you mentioned Danny Glover as far as that, like with Lethal Weapon. This is not exactly the same. I think it was one of the... Which Lethal Weapon was it? The one where they're trading battle scars? Mel Gibson, Rene Russo, I believe, were... Which was that one?
4?
Yeah, you're right, it was 4. I actually forgot. I was like, yeah, that was the one. Because that was the one people didn't like.
I didn't think it was that bad.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess not, but I mean...
That's one of Chris Rock, right?
Yes. Because it was like, yeah. 4 had Chris Rock in it. 3 had Joe Pesci in it. 2 didn't have some element of that, I don't think. And then 1 was just the idea. Actually, I don't know. I'll ask you this. You ever played the game based on this?
No.
Okay, fine. Let me clarify. There's 2 of them, because there's one on NES and there's one on Super Nintendo. There's no 2-player, by the way. It's worth pointing out. It's a Lethal Weapon game that does not have 2-player mode to it.
Of course not.
Why not? It's like... Well, it was developed by Ocean, if you're familiar with that company, which was out of, I believe it was out of the UK. They're the company that became Infogrames and actually Atari now. Or fine, the new variant of Atari after they bought it. But yeah, for that one, it was very weird. And you get this, especially that Super Nintendo one, you get this really stubby elements of both of the characters from the movie.
So wait, Infogrames, not Infogames?
I always saw that too. There's an R. You can barely see what the R is. I'll have the logo of what
I know you're
they
right.
were.
That just irks me.
You just thought it should be Info Games. No, I get that. See, it's funny because that company, I kind of came to know what they were when they were branching off as far as that. When they dropped the Ocean name and they went to that, which I think one of the first games was the game based on Mission Impossible for the Nintendo 64, which is something that I know that was in development for a long time. And they're trying to get a sense of what was that operating like and get that running. You ever play that game?
Was that a good game?
I don't know if I call it good. It was compared to GoldenEye because, hey, of course it was a year after. And GoldenEye is out on Switch Online and...
well, obviously no one talks about Mission Impossible.
Well, I mean, it tried interesting stuff. It didn't look great visually. It came out 2 years after the movie did. It didn't have Tom Cruise's likeness because we mentioned before in the show, he tends not to like to have his likeness in the games that are based on stuff of his.
It had more stuff to bubble wrap, but it might be gone anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is the idea that you want to just keep adding stuff so you can use the cards?
Yeah.
Okay.
Might as well, right?
Yeah, because Tom Cruise tends not to like his likeness in the games that his element, whether it's that, whether it's Minority Report, whether it's...
Why? Well, they might shoot at his pretty face.
I don't know the reason, honestly. I mean, I mentioned that with when we started Kingdom Hearts, the idea that was a push of a lot of people in film and like TV and things doing stuff with being big into voice acting as far as that game. But it was a case of, he didn't want it on the Minority Report game. He didn't with any of the Mission Impossible games. Fine. Top Gun on NES was years before. Oh, there was also Days of Thunder. There was games based on that. In fact, one of them was by the Game Boy one was by the people who made Star Fox. Interesting enough, Argonaut Software. And then as far as other stuff, yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, there wasn't the Magnolia game. That one hilarious. That would be the adults only. Cause you ever seen Magnolia?
No.
It's 3 hours long. It's by Paul Thomas Anderson. He plays this motivational speaker. Basically, he's talking about the idea of domination of women with the line of, quote, respect the cock and tame the cunt. It is amazing, the performance he's giving. He got an Oscar nomination for that performance. It's this massively sprawling thing about coincidences. I don't think the movie's entirely successful, but it is insanely audacious, and that performance he's giving is something that is, in a lot of ways, playing elements of his persona. But yeah, they couldn't make a game based on that. I don't know how they make the game based on how Magnolia is. There's one of those cases where, yeah, there's not a game based on that. But then again, you think there's games based on stuff that you think, like, because every time I mention this, it's like, there's a game that's like, wait, there is? It's like, yeah, it seems like it's a question of, like, what is there not a game based on specific, although fine. I guess they could make a game based on anything. I mean, well, I guess think about, like, the weirdest thing I guess they could think, I thought that they made a game based on. Yeah, I don't know. I think I think we indicated that with the Penn and Teller game. I think that was maybe, well, no, that's not based on anything. It's the people involved. I guess as far as, like, the weirdest licensed game ever. But sometimes I guess you might appreciate that they kind of do something like that. I mean, I guess I'll sort of go this. There's this period in the 2000s, there's a bunch of games that were based on, like, old movies. There was, like, The Great Escape, which honestly isn't a bad idea for a game, when you really think about it. But it seems like it's kind of coming out a little later than other stuff. Yeah, it's kind of, well, I mean, I guess maybe like a lot of the fast food mascot games that came around. Mm-hmm. Stuff like Cool Spot, which is a great game. Or Mick and Max Global Gladiators, which is also supposed to be very good. The McDonald's Treasure Adventure game that's by the people who made Gunster Heroes. That game's awesome. I have that. I actually showed it for the program. Fine, the Chester Cheetah games. Too Cool to Fool. That was weird as far as the idea of it. Although, fine, in that case, like, fine, you have a character that way. Make him go on weird adventures, which that game does. Or other ones, too. But, I mean, sometimes that... Well, okay, fine. All right, I'll tell you another one. You remember the Noid from the commercials for Domino's Pizza?
Yes?
Yeah, Capcom made a game based on that on the NES. Yo, Noid. And I don't think it was even intended that way. They just somehow got the license and put on something. And it's one of those Capcom games on NES that does not go for a lot of money. You're thinking, like, wait a second, it's something like the Disney games like Darkwing Duck or something, or DuckTales 2 and Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers 2. It's like $400 games. So yeah, if you're gonna be playing those two specific, actually all three of those, the Disney Afternoon Collection is the way to go. 'Cause it's like $20 specific. So it's not a case like that where it's like, well, yeah, that's the one they want. I mean, I guess it's one of those licensed games that Capcom's on NES that people tend not to really go for, I guess. Although, interesting enough, go to that quickly since we're talking Yoko Shimomura. She did do the music for one of those, actually. She did the music for Adventures in the Magic Kingdom, which is kind of this sort of minigame compilation, sort of, where you're going to certain areas based on Disneyland attractions, have to complete things to find all the keys to the castle that Goofy completely lost, because that's how he operates. Yeah. There you go, there's the toolkit. Fantastic. And that is specifically just pretty much, it's an infinite use tool, yes?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, we do not need tools ever again.
So these are all useless.
Alright, so there you go. Fitting, I guess, to the element of that, as far as what I was mentioning for that. But yeah, with that, no, yeah, I said that. With the Adventures of the Magic Kingdom game, Yoko Shimomura did the music. It's pretty good as far as how it is, but it is weird. It's also a game you can probably finish like an hour, so if I ever do that, I'm going to buttress that with something else. But it's unique. I have experience with that when my brother rented it when we grew up. And I think I mentioned this when he was on, we did World of Illusion. I said, "You remember that game?" He's like, "I don't remember this." Like, and then I put the edit. It's like, here's the screen of the sorry try again. It's like, he'll remember that as soon as he sees the edits. So, there you go for that. Because, yeah, that idea. But it's interesting. I mean, as far as, you know, the oh, God, was it? The games based on theme parks, it's not the worst one. It's not Universal Studios' theme park adventure on the GameCube. That one's really bad. In that, like, you basically can't go on rides until you go pick up trash in the park, and then you have to get up money in order to get a hat, in order to talk to Woody Woodpecker and say, like, yeah, can I get in the line? He's like, no, the line's too long. It's not long. It's like 3 people, but you can't get in the line until you do this. And then you play a little mini game that only lasts for like 30 seconds. And they have a game based on Waterworld in that, which actually is not even a game. It's a reflection of the Waterworld stunt show. So it's basically a 20-second clip, and that's it. It's weird, and because of licensed stuff, I don't know if we can show that without, you know, muting the audio, because they do have all the music from the movies that's based on, or the stuff, because they have something on Jaws, there's something on Jurassic Park, they have something on Back to the Future, they have one based on Backdraft. I hate Backdraft, but it's kind of interesting they have that. But in that case, if we're doing a firefighting case, we're going to play Firefighter D18 from Konami, or The Fireman, which is a way better game. Both of those are. And then also the weird trivia thing. Even as a movie person as myself, I'm thinking, like, they're asking very specific questions about movies that even I'm not super familiar with. They ask, like, what's one of the name of the main characters from Two Mules for Sister Sarah? I was like, wait, what movie was that? And then I looked it up, I was like, okay, I guess you should know this. But it kind of goes deep in a way that's maybe interesting, but also something that, yeah, it's weird. And it was a launch title on the system, and it looks like a Nintendo 64 game on top of that. I don't know. Look, if we get to that point, or anybody ever wants to see it, I can also get a case of just mute the audio for the cases where you have the music that's licensed. Oh, and they do have the ET thing. Although, except the ET thing, it's not the ride from actual Universal Studios, which is amazing. It's like Excite Bike, except it controls like ass. So it's like, yeah, if you love Excite Bike, it's like, yeah, you're not going to like that specific. Okay, we ran on that, so... what do we... Yeah, so we're saying bye-bye to our bubble wrap, but were we putting it on?
On the SV armor.
Which one? Which SV, I should say. Because I have like 20 of these, probably.
The one I just put 8 slots on.
Okay. Yeah, when we're done with this, you can just tell us what's going on with this, what we have in line for, you know, our final domination of this next, or 2 months from now, as it is.
Alright, so now we have an automatic 4 inventory slots, so that's plus.
Okay.
Trying to find something with resist darkness, so...
Yeah, it's gonna get blinded. Yeah, so I was all set. Oh, there's one. Oh, do we want to...
I'm just trying to see what else.
Okay.
There's also this one.
Yeah, that's the lack of darkness, if you want to run that. But then what was on that other one, the one that has a bunch of those onto it? I don't know if you want to... Because we have 7 super tools. I know we want to use these sparingly. We haven't touched one yet. But what cases of that? Because I think wasn't there one that had like almost all the resistances on it? Or you just want to run darkness specific?
I mean, I could probably just use a super tool to move it in case I want to keep it, but... I don't think it's necessary. There's better armors to be found.
Okay. So. That's fine. Yeah, so basically just then focus on what you want to focus on. And in that way, this is also kind of a fascination while I'm just telling you all this weird shit about gaming. It's like, yeah, okay. I don't know if people are getting sick of that as far as it, but thank you for putting up with it. I will indicate that and chat as well.
Okay, now the question is, do I want the... These are the same, right? CR protector. Yeah.
What are we thinking? Oh, I see. The fact that those are the same one. Oh, gotcha.
I just want the HP.
Okay. Yeah, good, because it also gets rid of the one that is not worth having. Okay, so there you go. And then we have 2 more. I don't know. Is there other stuff you want to put on this?
I'm gonna use one super. You know what? Do we even need this now?
Well, here's a question, because one thing, when you have the auto cure and the auto not cure, fine, the health one, they can be used together.
Right. So this uses your status ailment removal things automatically, which is probably pretty useful if we have any.
We don't have many though, I think, don't we?
I don't think we usually keep them around.
Or they're in the box. I think there might be a couple I have in the box, but I don't know if I have that many.
I don't know if it has to be a full cure or not. It's probably a good thing to have.
Okay.
Just in case that armor is not the greatest, I'm going to use a super tool to move one over.
All right.
We don't need anything else on here, right?
No, not really. You got the poison resistance on the other one too?
Right.
Okay.
Sorry, Bubble Wrap.
Well, yeah, we'll miss you, friend. It was good to see you, and thank you for your service. You're almost getting, what, a tear under your eye? Or do you want to... Actually, wait a second. It tells you how to... Oh, you can just pick anything and you super tool it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I need to super tool this.
Actually, here's a question also. If you were to super tool this, it takes over everything, but does that also override whatever is on the other armor if there's like, hey, you have slots that are not empty? Because I think you have like, what, 2 slots left on that thing, but it looks like there's 3 things we have on that, on the bubble wrap.
No, it'll just move the stats over.
Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, final salute to bubble wrap.
Goodbye, Bubble Wrap. Now we gotta beat the game and rename this thing.
I can do that.
Well,
What do you want to rename it to?
no, don't do that.
You don't want me to do that? I can.
We'll immortalize it after we beat.
Because we're gonna get the other one, so in that case we'll have to immortalize that one.
Right, I just don't want you to have to level through everything again.
Oh yeah, good point. So yeah, you know what? Fine, I won't.
Okay. So, SV armor. Alright, I guess I will move off with the auto cure. And then by the time we get the better one,
Okay.
we'll have the infinite super tools.
Okay. Yeah, because we only have 3 of those left. So wait, we're using the super tool on this?
Yeah, I'm not sure how important this armor is. I'm pretty sure it's not, but...
Gotcha. Okay, well we have 7 or 6 now, so that's fine.
Alright. Alright.
Yeah, and we turned in all 11 of those, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So we only have 3 left. So yeah, we're going well. And okay, so there is Cricket. Cricket's still going good. Cricket will always be with us. There's SV armor and everything there. And yeah, this is the nice reload in our nice ammo crate. From our nice ammo crate. Damn, I did. Oh right, I forgot you pumped into the clip so much.
Well, it just happened to be from the tools.
Okay, and I guess those last BPs, just hold on to those for next run.
Yep.
Okay, alright.
Let's see if there's any other... Get some more range out of this, baby.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen how useful just even the normal tool is specific as far, or the normal, what do they call it, the tool kit?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing already how impressive it is and why it was worth doing this. It's worth doing this whole thing for this. And the first strikes won't stack, will they?
No. Nothing really stacks.
Okay. I guess one other thing also, I think I don't know if I asked this earlier or not, when it comes to bullet spread, We usually want just the 3. We don't want more just because I guess it's less damage per bullet, I believe, yes?
Right.
Okay.
So 2 or 3 is optimal.
Gotcha. Okay. So you're basically maximizing power, but as we're seeing...
Per time spent.
Power per time spent, but also since we do have... Well, we have the first strike, we have the burst, and we have a second action, or second command, it means that it doesn't really matter. We're getting 6 anyways. We're getting double what we're running. And a good spread of it, which we had running fine. So yeah, we didn't die again. You're right. We handled it perfectly. So yeah, we do make that promise. We make the promises like that on Super Bowl Game Saturday that we can keep. Specific. Like, I think that's the idea. It's like, look, we'll make a promise to something when we can do it. Ooh, now it's good armor. Putting it. Oh, we're immortalizing it now. So yeah, let's put a name on the armor. What are we calling it? Do we call it bubble wrap again, or do we call it something different? Or chat if you have any ideas. I guess it's by design because of what? You use a super tool on it?
I think we got rid of the old one that we...
Thing on. Okay, so that's the other thing. Basically, it chains off, so fine. The old one that we immortalized, we get to immortalize this one. Okay. What are you thinking?
Bubble wrap too?
Will fit.
How did I spell it before?
It was B-U-B-L.
Buggle wrap.
Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna say Buggle Wrap. I was thinking that would be like a nod to, are you familiar with the band The Buggles?
No.
Of the song Video Killed the Radio Star?
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say, that's the thing. As soon as I mention that, that's when people are gonna know that, as far as how it is. I mean, in that case, I always think about Grand Theft Auto Vice City, as far as that. It's like, okay, yeah, there you go. I just remember hearing that. You like the piano intro, and then you hear that going on. I was like, oh, okay. Bubble 2. Okay, there you go. Or Bubble Warp 2. It's like we're warping to the next level. If you want to do it that way.
You know what? I feel like I should remove the U.
BBL Wrap 2. Okay. Yeah, that is an important thing, isn't it? Yeah, you know, sometimes you just want to do that. I get it. Okay. Alright, so there you go. There is our new and improved gun. Come back anytime. Alright, so let's get it
equipped, right? No, I don't.
Oh, fine. Now we do. Ooh, look at that. There we go. And I guess as far as end on this, I don't know, do we want to go out in the hallway and hear the wonderful music and hopefully not get content strike? Well, fine. It's not content strike. You gotta stop saying that. But, there we go. And I guess we do... Actually, here's a question also... Well, we figured everything as far as that so we can save... Because if you don't want to save over that, you can save onto one of the other files if you so desire.
It's pretty new save, I guess.
Okay. Actually, you know what? You can just create over... You can create over the first one. That's fine.
No going back to that one.
Yeah. It's interesting also how we've jumped between the save files as far as how it's operating. But alright, so and we do have that other one, so it's like, hey, if you're thinking like, no, we don't want to do something with that. So that's the one we did. You can put it there as well for it. That was before we had a full play, or multiple full plays. But alright, there you go. So there it is, 34. There we are with round 3, number 3. Hours and a half going on this. Okay.
Huh. We spent that much time.
Well,
the previous one, or...
Well, maybe it has something to do with this, which is that I was doing the off-screen stuff, so maybe that had something to do with what that was about. So, yeah, I'll also take a look as far as what it was when we first started tonight. So, that's that idea. Okay. So with that, yeah, we are going to need another part. This is not the finale, I lied, sorry. But next time will be. I can make that Super Bowl Game Saturday promise. I wasn't sure. Maybe that's the other thing that what this looking
honestly,
like.
I didn't think it was possible.
Okay, I should have. Fine. I didn't know. I was like, well, whatever for the purpose of that. But as I said, we're going the full case. Actually, it's funny because this is also, except for Shadow Hearts, which technically is not my doing as far as the idea of doing this, not playing the game, but or even that. I've mostly lowballed it with the RPGs we played so far. I always thought, oh, it's going to be longer. Super Mario RPG, I thought we needed like 5 months. We did it in 4. Kingdom Hearts, I thought we need 8. I did it in 5. Silverman of the Story, I thought there was going to be 5 or 6. No. I think I thought there was going to be less than it was, but it was like on the line, I think, the one it was. This one is, I think, one of the first ones I overestimated, but that's fine. I think we're going the full look, so it doesn't matter. I think we're definitely giving it the full play. And Nemetics, I can't thank you enough for everything, for this game so far, everything we've gone with it, and everything, you know, as it's been. As let's take a look at Miss Iabrea. Yeah, we were going to see you in 2 months. So we come back and we finish this game fully for March 11th. If that works. If that doesn't work, I'll try and talk to other people to switch schedule around for certain things as I can. Because we'll go into schedule then, because we have a lot on our plate, and we have everything set for the show until June. So let's talk about that. Next week, we are going to be playing Donkey Kong Country 3, Dixie Kong's Double Trouble for the Super Nintendo. That's going to be Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as well for that. We're going to start with the Super Nintendo version. As I said, we were going to do the advanced version. I'll put that up to another time, but I do want to show that advanced version off as far as a show, just because I think it might be worth doing that for the extra stuff. You have background on Donkey Kong Country 3 specific?
I did play that, not as much as I did 2. But I enjoyed it. It's
an interesting one, because like first in chat indicated that's his favorite one, and it's also something I'm kind of thinking a lot, because I know at some point you and I will do Streets of Rage 3, because like with Streets of Rage 3, it was the last of that franchise on the 16-bit systems that it was on, and it's something that has been kind of a bit of a divisive one, but it's also something that underneath it is still a good game. But it's also something that you get people who really like that one more than the others. In this case, with Elect vs. him liking Donkey Kong Country 3, you with Streets of Rage 3, and I get it in both cases. They're both great games, and we'll definitely give both of them play. We'll figure out Streets of Rage 3 as we get into it, but next week is Donkey Kong Country 3, the Super Nintendo version. I'm going to be running the Super Nintendo specifically because Edwack has also been on loan specific as far as running the RetroTink 5X. We're going to run that on the Super Nintendo specifically, because it's not going to be a case of the flashing light with the flashlight going in your eyes the way it was in the other two. But yeah, we're going to do that next week. Week after that, I have another announcement, which is Nocturne's game. I said she's going to be on for February 11th. She will be. She's going to be playing for us, or she'll be involved with. We're going to be going back to the Katamari Damacy franchise. And Wack and Nikki wanted us to play the first one we did, playing its sequel. We love Katamari for the PlayStation 2. You play that?
I've never played a single one of those games.
I'm not sure how you take that. It's basically a big simulator where you're rolling the big ball around. There's something about that game that's so insanely compulsive. And we saw that with the first one, because Nocturne said, like, did we do Katamari Damacy yet? I said, we did, but I said, I have the sequel, it plays the same, you want to do that one? She said yes, and actually what we're going to do is, since we have Katamari's on PS2 and every other game in the franchise, aside from that first one, is only on one system. We have Katamari has a feature where on PlayStation 2, if you have a save file from the first game, which Nocturne has it on the PS2 herself, you actually can pull your constellation data in so you can make the final roll towards the sun work a little better, a little easier for certain things. That will be on February 11th specifically. I think we can one-night that thing, I think. If not, we can figure something to it, but we won't leave it hanging. It's for too long. We get to that is going to be the next part of Shadow Hearts. We are at part 5. The Crusade Nerd 64 is going to be in for that one, and I'm liking what we're seeing so far of how we've gone. We have our new party members specific as it was last time, and we'll keep going with that. For that end of the month is going to be Friday program. I want to update that. We're going to be having the finale of Mystical Ninja starring Goemon for Nintendo 64. I pushed it out a little bit because I want to make sure we have the anime overlook going, because I said I have the full anime of the Legend of Mystical Ninja. It's over there on the DVD rack. I said I gotta start watching this for the purpose of how it's operating, so I pushed it out a little bit for the purpose of that, and I'm gonna have to have it on a Friday, so it'll be Friday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then we get to March, where first week is part 6 of Shadow Hearts. Maybe it's finale, but I'm not thinking, or he's not thinking as far as that with Crusader 64. March 11th for you with the finale of this game, assuming that you can do it. If you can't, it's like, don't worry, we'll figure it. We'll make the schedule. We'll make it work. I appreciate that. And then the week after that, yeah, I get to talk this now. Nikki, She was on the show last week. Her and Edwack are coming back on St. Patrick's Day. It's going to be a Friday show for that one, too. She's going to be playing for us Freddy Fish, The Case of the Missing Kelp Seeds, and Case of the Haunted Schoolhouse, which are on the PC. This is our first look at the PC for this program. Look forward to that and her knowledge of showing that. She said these games are short, so I'm going to do those first two specific. The week after that is going to be our play of Game Dev Tycoon for the Switch. Play Game Dev Tycoon?
No, I'm not.
Rodorov is a huge one on it. He said, I want to see this. I said, they put it on the Switch, and oh shit, the controller died again. Sorry. Or it went off. So you know what that means. I have to go in here and, I hit start. Okay, never mind. I guess we're good on that. Fine, it's not moving, but it's because it's in digital mode, so that's what happens. When it goes in sleep, it goes in digital mode. But yeah, that show, by the way, for Game Dev Tycoon, that's going to be Saturday, March 25th. That's not going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time because we have new guests coming on the program for that. I'm trying to remember her name. I have it written down. No, fuck it. I'm going to go and pick it up because I held it over here for the purpose of this. Yeah, I said it earlier. Blood Spice Moon. She's going to join the Super Bowl Game Saturday family, and Protorov is going to be involved in that one too. As we tell you that game, that is a fantastic one as far as how it is. He turned me on to that, and that's where we're going to go. Then April, we get into where we have the April Fool's Day play of overview of Pokemon Violet without patches. Then the week after that is going to be Nocturne. We're starting Mega Man Legends 2 for the PlayStation, and then the final part of Shadow Hearts, I think, with the Crusader 64. And the week after that, that might also be an afternoon case for Saturdays. These are all going to be Saturdays for this. It's going to be the start of Lunar Silver Star Story Complete for the PlayStation, and also the one you're saying, you're not going to like this, maybe. April 29th is the 25th anniversary of a game I was asked for by Electverse, Tekken 3 for the PlayStation. I know you're not huge on Tekken, but we did a look on Virtua Fighter to start. He's not big on Virtua Fighter, you're not big on Tekken. It's like, either way, we're playing both of them, and...
I mean, let's just say that Virtua Fighter is a harder game to master.
It is.
That's all I'm saying.
No, it is, but also the idea, like, how it felt stiff, and I initially thought that with Tekken 3 myself, but then the more I played it, the more I was like, okay, I kind of liked what it was doing, and it lines up perfectly. Saturday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on April 29th. That is going to be the 25th anniversary. I said, you know what, let's do it right. If we're going to be doing that, and somebody wants to see a game, anytime we get a request, whether it's from chat or from guests, as far as you, Medics, or anybody else, we do it. I promise. I always make that promise. I take it completely seriously as far as how that operates. And then in May, the dates are to be up in the air a little bit, but we'll have the next parts of Mega Man Legends 2 and Lunar. And then Castle 22 is going to be making his full debut on the program. We're going to be playing Guardian Heroes for the Sega Saturn. I don't know if you're familiar with that. It was some treasure. Yes, it was. It came out on Saturn. It does have versions on the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3. You can download for $10. I got it on sale. It was like $2 for that. On Saturn, it's much more, but he has it specifically on Saturn. We're going to run it on Saturn. The dates for some of those things are going to be up in the air as far as when they're going to be in March, or May, I should say. But the one that's not is going to be Memorial Day weekend, because we do our annual compilation program on this show. We play a compilation game of some sort. We go through every game that's in it as far as a little bit of a, I guess, a bit of a sampler. We celebrate that idea. We did Midway for the past 2 years with Midway Treasures 1 and 2. We're not doing 3 this year. We'll do that eventually. But we're going to be doing Namco Museum Virtual Arcade for the Xbox 360. So, got a lot of Namco representation there. We got Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man, Galaga, Galaxian, Dig Dug, Mappy, Busconian, I believe, is in that. Motos, which is an underrated one for me. We also have the Tower of Duraga. I don't know. Were you there when we did the Bad Game Thursday on the Tower of Duraga?
I may have heard of that.
That is a legendary game as far as how it is on Super Bowl Game Saturday, the discussion, and also for how Bad Game Thursday turned out. It was the one, as I said, AJ, who was in chat and on show for part 2 of this game, said, I know the point of this is supposed to be it's supposed to be Bad Game Thursday, but I feel like you ruined my day. And I was even in an argument in terms of somebody really liking that game and someone not. We'll have the full look as far as every game in that. We'll get our Namco night. I promised Namco night. People said they want a Namco night. We're having Namco night. And then, June is going to be open, basically. Except for the stuff we got running long for. But, yeah, we got good stuff coming up on the show. And thank you so much, again, Medics, for coming into the program and leading us so well through Parasite Eve. I had such a great time tonight, and I hope you did too.
Of course I did.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
We have all these maps to show for it.
Yeah, we definitely do, and they will be in the edit, I promise that. And good night, so says DollyFinn. Good night to you as well. As I said, we'll also figure as far as our future collaborations later, but we'll go into that more when we see you next month, or 2 months from now, for finale of Parasite for reals. But yeah, until then, and until next week, thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday. Thank you both. It was a great show. Appreciate it, DollyFinn. So glad you had a good time.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks to everybody out there in chat and anywhere specifically. And with that, have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, a great week coming forward. I'll see you next week with Donkey Kong Country 3 for the Super Nintendo at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next Saturday. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for everything. And take care.
Good night.